and an air section, so I'm going for Bede over Davo. But
Look, sentimentally, I'm going to go for Chris Davidson at the Andy Irons paddle out the other day when Roy Powers, who led the speech out there, he had a little bit of trouble, as you would expect, emotionally. Chris Davidson and Mick Fanning came in and chimed in and spoke really well about Andy Irons. And sentimentally, I'm going to go for old Davo from Narrabeen.
Yep.
I think Bede's on form. He's looking good. He could take the event out, but my heart is with Davo.
Okay, so there you go. So there are our picks for round 5 of the Rip Curl Pro Search here in Puerto Rico. And it's going to be a great day because, as I said, these guys, the winner of this first heat will be up against Dane Reynolds in quarterfinal number 1. We've got Kelly Slater waiting in quarterfinal number 2, Geordie Smith in quarterfinal number 3, Mick Fanning already in quarterfinal number 4. Amazing stuff. So we've got 4 of our surfers. We've got world number 1, 2, 3 and 5 already waiting for the winners of this round 5 heat. So it's going to be great stuff here. We've got, plenty of action. We've got Mick Fanning there on screen having a bit of a chat.
I think it's TK.
Oh, it is TK. Oh, it's just the headphones and the quick sequences.
He'd like being called Mick Fanning. He's a younger man.
Well, there you go. So in the commentary booth, what's that?
This is...
That's your normal drinking cup.
This
is
is
the casino last night.
It was
fill it up, mate.
Jody Nelson's margarita cup.
Yeah, that's right.
This is actually Kelly Slater's 10th ASP World Title Trophy. If he wins it.
If he wins his quarterfinal.
It could be Geordie Smith's first World Title Trophy. Geordie Smith is on fire.
Yep. So
if Kelly gets bowled over and Geordie goes through and wins the contest or comes second,
Geordie makes the semi-finals. Boom.
This
thing is on the plane to pipeline.
ASP will have another oversized luggage bill.
Yeah, and
they cart this thing around. It's a beautiful trophy. It's really quite heavy. You feel it.
I've lifted a few of these at the time, mate.
It's heavy, isn't it?
Cohesive board riders, B-grade cup.
Some people
many years ago.
Have a look at that. Look, and if you look inside, it's
have a look
perfectly designed to hold large amounts of punch, rum punch.
That's
Mick
right.
Fanning hit the party we had at the Rip Curl House in Hawaii last year. It was the punch bowl.
Ah, fair enough, as it should be.
Sensational piece of silverware, and there it is, the ASP World Title Trophy. Much loved, 30-odd years.
Much coveted as well. Now, we'll be back, of course, with Taj Burrow and Jeremy Flores. Plenty of action coming your way right after this break. Well, here we are about to kick off the action for the day. Waiting for the start of their heat, Taj Burrow and, of course, Jeremy Flores out there. Taj in the red, Jeremy in the blue. First heat of round 5. The winner, of course, going through the quarterfinals. Losers here finish up with an equal 9th place and 10,000 US prize money, which is just a little bit under 10,000 Australian these days, which is pretty bizarre.
Tidy little amount of clams there for making the quarters.
It is.
And the hoot are just about to go as we kick off round 5 of the Rip Curl Pro Search somewhere in Puerto Rico on the Porta del Sol, the doorway to the sun. Head-to-head, Jeremy Flores from France up against Taj Burrow from Australia. The yelling up man versus, I think Jeremy was originally from Reunion Island.
Yeah, he was originally from Reunion Island.
Yeah.
Yep. He spent a fair bit of time. I actually first met him in Australia. He was spending a fair bit of time in cities or the beaches up at Newport as a grommet, like when he was about 12 to 15.
Hanging out with Potts, was he?
Hanging out with Potts and Tom Carroll and
Tommy
surfing
Carroll?
in some of those cadet junior events around the Australian summer coastline.
If Tommy Carroll's out there today, g'day Tom.
G'day, Tom.
We wish you were here, one of the legends of the sport. I'd love to have him here for Kelly's 10th world title, if he takes it.
Yep.
It's not a foregone conclusion, but Tom, always in the thoughts of surfers around the world when the waves are big, and one of the ASP's greatest ever world champions. Well, Reg, the winner of this heat will meet none other than that man who lit up the highlights package, Dane Reynolds.
Yeah. And to tell you what, that is going to, all of these heats, we're hopefully going to see 11 heats run today. We've got 5.5 hours, 6 hours of surfing with a bit of a break, expression session before the final, and that'll take us through to about 4:30. We ran through to 6 o'clock last night, so we can finish the event today. All depends on the swell. Still have another 4 days to go in the waiting period. There is going to be plenty of swell during that waiting period, but Surfline report that we're going to see the winds aren't going to be too crash hot, so we'll just have to wait and see how things pan out today. Look at the crowd there, Neil.
Well, a great crowd here. I was talking to a professor from the university about some Rip Curl Planet initiatives last night, and before we left the site, and he was saying that Puerto Rico is one of the oldest colonies on the world. It's been a colony for 500 years.
5 years.
Well, it feels like I've been here 5 years, but for 500 years, and it's still a territory of the USA. But he said one of the great things about their culture is that there is no segregation. There is no racial tension. Everybody gets along, and everybody seems to mix really well. So I really like that about the culture. They're very friendly people. I was out having a surf this morning. A big guy paddled up to me, and I thought, anywhere else in the world, big guy paddling up to me, probably going to get a smack in the head. I must have done something wrong. Paddled up. He said, "I'm David. Welcome to Puerto Rico."
Oh, really?
You're having a good time.
How cool's that? Well, we are having a good time. Had some good waves, of course. And the thing that strikes me about this place is the variety of waves. And just in this little area we're in up at Puerto del Sol, you drive along, just walk down or drive down any of those tracks, and there's another little beach here, another reef break. So we've had plenty of waves here as well, which is always added perk when you get these cushy gigs, working on pro surfing events. And one thing about these people, we're here at 20 past 6 this morning. I walked out the end of the walkway there, and there was already one family setting up for the day's procedures, and then I had to come up and announce we're on hold till 10 o'clock. I felt sorry for them.
They wouldn't have minded. They would have had an esky. They would have had a...
No, the guy just gave me a thumbs up. Don't worry, bro.
At least I know now, mate.
Yep. So out there now in the water, we have Taj Burrow, Jeremy Flores waiting to start, open up their accounts. We've had just on 3 minutes past so far. 30-minute heats here today. And, the boys being fairly patient. Not unusual to see plenty of free surfing activity. Then you start the hooter and kabam, there's a lull. This is where contest director Damien Hardman gets a little bit stressful, but it'll kick in again. Look at the crowd.
The Iceman was interesting yesterday. I watched him closely as a contest director, the 2 times world champion on the ASP tour, and yesterday, getting into round 4, everyone was hassling him to see whether he was going to go or not. Well, here he is, Jeremy Flores, up and riding on his first wave. He drives it off the bottom. Here comes the big re-entry, down the face. 2 nice little turns there for Jeremy, swooping cutback just to get things going under the belt. And looks like he's riding a longer board than most, Jeremy.
Yeah, it does look like a little bit longer, maybe up around the 6.0 mark. And Jeremy, he'll be happy to get that wave pretty early in this heat, after right on the 4-minute mark. And Jeremy Flores making his way back outside. Here's the Mirage replay. So a good little section here. Sets his first hit up very nicely, whacks it up, quite critical. Comes around again. And this one gets hung up a little bit there. You can see that wave flattened out at the top, so didn't really stand up. This is similar to what we saw in the early heats yesterday. That second turn really wasn't a bowly section of the wave, but things changed dramatically as the tide ran out. We are expecting to see offshore for a while again today, Neil, so hopefully we'll see a similar situation develop as we had yesterday with those waves improving around the midday mark.
I think this wave's the most like the end to middle section if you were rewinding your wave at Ngari Point. Yeah. That's what it's sort of like.
Okay.
For anyone who's been to Australia, you'll know what I'm talking about. But we're in Puerto Rico, and it is one of the best places I've visited by travelling around the ASP World Tour. It's a beautiful country, great people. 2 hours from the USA.
Yeah.
And our friends at Puerto Rico Tourism really making us welcome and turning us on to all the good parts of the island and island life. And
yeah, well, it's pretty pristine. We went down to the Rincon area, which is about 40 minutes south of here the other day. Had some no waves down there, but we checked out plenty of good setups, and that's a cool little surf town down in that area, of course. And there's plenty of waves up San Juan on the south coast as well.
Checked out a lot of spots there. Yeah. A lot of little spots around here. Like you see a little dirt road, just go down it.
Yeah.
You'll find a wave, you'll find a peak.
Like that secret spot we surfed the other day.
Yeah,
called Secrets.
Good. Called Secrets.
Yeah, that's right.
It wedges up nicely that wave. Well, a 4.67 for Jeremy Flores, the man in blue. He's opened up the account, and there they are. There's about 10 metres between them there. Taj Burrow in the red, Jeremy in the blue. Not a lot of chit-chat this morning. It's game on.
Game on. No one wants to lose this heat, of course. Knocking on the door, the quarterfinals winner of this, going up here against Dane Reynolds in quarterfinal number 1. Next heat in the water will be heat 2 of round 5. Adriano de Souza and Taylor Knox. Heat up that, we'll see Owen Wright and Michelle Perez. And heat 4 wrapping up this round, B. Durbidge and Chris Davidson. And then that one going up against Mick Banning. So plenty of action coming your way today, coming to you live via ripcurl.com or Fuel TV.
Well,
live from Puerto del Sol, somewhere in Puerto Rico.
One of the things we did the day before yesterday was we had a meeting about where we were going to go with next year's Rip Curl Pro Search.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Any insight? You've narrowed the field down, I heard that.
We've narrowed it down. We've got 5 locations at the moment that are up for grabs or that are open, and we're looking at a 3-year plan. Well, Taj lets that one go.
No interest, for good reason. There's not going to be much in it. Although, Jared Perez gets 2 good turns when it runs out, so
you can win a heat without priority. Get in under the nose of the guy with priority, pick off the ones he doesn't want, really work hard on them.
Well, I don't know. Taj paddled out about 5 or 6 minutes before we started this heat, and I saw him get 2 waves, and both of them were better than that wave we just saw. So I think Taj knows what is out there, and he's going to sort of be pretty patient. Now, here he goes, exercise his priority. Taj Burrow in the red, sets it up, hooks it up. Nice floater off the top. There's that drive turn. Big snap. Pushes the tail out. Gets around this section again. Is there going to be anything on the inside for him? Maybe another little rebound here. There it is. And working on the inside, and that's where he'll kick out. So he's looking pretty sharp. So both surfers now with a wave under their feet. And well, Taj Burrow heading back out. You know, currently ranked number 4 in the world. Started off the year in a big way with a win on the Gold Coast. And, of course, he finished last year with a big win at the Pipe Masters. And, well, here we go. Here are the replays of that last exchange. Jeremy Perez off the bottom, hooks it up, throws the fins out. Nice critical turn. And, again, just pushing it up vertically there. It's a little bit hung up as that wave flattens out. And, well, look at this one from Taj Neal.
Well, mate, he draws. One of the things I like about Taj is he's very familiar in the way that he surfs for the crowd, and he's got a distinct style, but he chooses different lines with every wave. He takes each section as it comes, and you see him racing down the line here. I thought the cutback was coming. Just went for the little foam bounce onto the backhand, threw up the re-entry to finish, and just in on the shorey. Well, a 7.0 for Taj. A pair of 4s, a 4.67 and a 4.17, which I had numerous times at the blackjack table last night at the Marriott Hotel and Casino, which is the official hotel of the event.
Because you're gambling responsibly, just muck around with some dollar chips, having a bit of fun.
Well, you've got to patronise the official hotel, haven't you?
Yeah, you do. Well, I patronised it, but I didn't gamble.
Great spot, the Marriott here. Really enjoyed staying there.
Stephanie, 4 times world champion.
She was there.
She was there.
She was there.
Relaxing, having a bit of fun time. She's told me she's looking forward to watch the event down here today. And there's, well, look at that. There's Dane Reynolds, of course, on the left. We've got the big fella in the middle. And Martin Potter in the black. And, of course, at the end there in the hat is none other than Doug Warbrick, founding partner of Rip Curl and one of the great aficionados of pro surfing.
I think what they're talking, it looks like they're talking about surf there, but they're talking about the dunes.
Yeah. The dunes.
Protection of the dunes by Rip Curl Planet that are in front of the scaffold. I reckon this scaffold has been fantastic. When I pulled up about 10 days ago, I looked at it and I thought, I'm not getting on that.
Yeah, I know.
There is no way I'm getting on that. But, you know, the engineers came in and it came together. It's about 40 feet high, do you think?
It is.
And maybe 120 foot long?
Yeah, yeah. But I spoke
big.
to Kelly Gibson, Rip Curl America CEO, and I said, Kelly, did you sign off on the engineering report on this? And he looked at me blankly and said, oh, mate.
He said, what?
I think Dylan, mate.
What? Engineering report?
I think I may have been playing golf while surfing when that came through.
Well, the engineers told us that the more people were on it, the more stable it would be, and there's been no shortage of Puerto Ricans on it.
Oh, mate, the VIP area has been chockers, the surfers area chockers.
You can see the VIP area on the screen at the moment, and in there in the VIP area there are 3 or 4 fridges stocked with our sponsor's product, Coors Light.
Coors Light, yep.
And at about 12 o'clock today, well, I think it's 12 o'clock today we're going to open the bar, considering that we may finish the event. So You're watching Taj Burrow, if you just tuned in the red, and Jeremy Flores in the blue. So the Australian versus the Frenchman. You're watching round 5, heat 1, the Rip Curl Pro Search. And the situation, as they say in Brazil. Jeremy Flores out in front with a 4.67 and a 4.17. Pair of fours up against T. Burrow, Taj, who has a 7.0 and is wearing the red. One wave under his belt. We tipped Taj together in this heat this morning in the tipping, Reg.
We did, and well, we'll see how it pans out. Of course, not a lot of waves ridden. We've got just on 18 minutes remaining. 3 waves surfed in this heat so far. Jeremy with 2, Taj with 1, but Taj is, of course, it's Taj's coach Johnny there, and Michelle Perez looking on very closely. Michelle coming up in heat number 3 against Owen Wright. And, well, back in the water. So the lineup, a little bit quiet at the moment. We should hopefully see it kick into action as the day goes on. It's been like that since early this morning. You get this flurry of waves and a little bit of a lull. Of course, the forecast is for light winds, maybe even offshore for a little while today. We are going to see the swell probably drop off overnight, hopefully, and tomorrow then it's going to come up again tomorrow afternoon. We're going to get quite solid, 2 to 3 metres, but the big problem is going to be these northwesterly winds, which could turn into a bit of a washing machine.
They're coming off Tropical Cyclone Thomas, and, you know, we've had great reports from our friends at Surfline all week, and they're telling us, don't worry, the swell is not going to be a problem. Like you say, Joe, it's going to be the winds. Wilderness, the backup place, we chose it because it held big swell, but it does need a different wind to what's predicted. And you're better off taking clean surf, I think, at this stage of the game than rolling into a bunch of 10 to 15-foot closeouts.
Yeah, well, that's not much.
I mean, I'd send them out in the closeouts. I don't mind a bit of carnage at a surfing contest.
Well, it's good, makes good vision.
Good.
That's what it's all about, vision.
Back in the days at Chile when it was 12 to 15-foot breaking there at somewhere in Arica onto the barnacle-encrusted reef. Get out there.
Get out there.
You're the world's
Were
best.
you the contest director?
Yes, I was.
And that was your last contest directing gig, wasn't it?
It was. They didn't get out there. They got out there when it cleaned up. It was year 3, I think, of the Rip Curl Pro Search Chile. It was a gnarly affair in one of the driest places on the planet in Arica, and people of Arica were great to be around. And
there were big crunchy waves, and of course, well, out here though we don't have the big crunchy ledges, but little wave happening here. Well, small set coming through as you can see on your screens. Hopefully we'll see a takeoff. Oh, it looks like Taj Burrow powering over that one. Not sure who's got priority actually. I'll know in a second, and I think it is, yep, Jeremy Flores in the blue. Hooks it up in a lip. Oh, well, just off balance. You can tell as he started heading up towards the lip, he wasn't really going in the right position, and he falls there. So Taj Burrow, he's out there now. He'll have first choice on the next wave to come through. He has priority.
The young Frenchman showing a go-for-it attitude, and on your screen you see that red disc to the left of your screen facing. That indicates who in the water has priority. The green square to the right tells you the heat's on and in progress if you can't hear the commentary. When that flips around to the yellow, there's 5 minutes to go. So even if there is, you know, onshore winds and they can't hear what's going on, really conscious of making sure the surfers know what's going on.
I'll tell you what though, when you got Frank the Voice Gonzalez
next door
and the P-Man as your commentators, there's no problems there. Very experienced beach commentary team and very entertaining. It's quite fun hanging out there listening to those guys. They can sort of get a little bit looser than we are allowed to in the commentary booth.
And on the web, they're also the mixed or the Spanish webcast. So if you go to them, you'll hear those guys. I always listen to them. I don't listen to you and Sean.
Well, I wouldn't listen to me or you either.
Really
okay. But we'll be back with more inane commentary right after this break. Well, here we are live, and Taj Burrow just smacking that in the lip, unfortunately falling there. And Jeremy Flores, well, he had that earlier in and out as well with a 1 point ride. And Taj, his second wave coming in at a 1.2. So he'll be disappointed at that, as you'll see on the Mirage replay. Building up his speed, looking for the big crack.
I thought he was going to set himself for the little tube then, but changed his mind halfway through it.
Yeah.
Late getting up to the lip.
Yeah.
Always going to come unstuck there.
Yeah, so... Well, Taj Burrow just falling on that wave. We've got 13 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. This is the first heat of round 5. The Rip Curl Pro Search Puerto Rico coming to you live from the Puerto del Sol area.
I don't know about you, John, but I am incredibly excited because I think we will see, well, we'll definitely see a world title showdown today.
Yeah, we would. Well,
I'm tipping the King's going to take it out here in Puerto Rico.
Today, in quarterfinal number 2.
I think the King's going to win his quarter, and I think he's going to take it out. What I also think is going to happen is Geordie is going to blow his way through to the final.
Yep.
He's not going to, Geordie wants to win the world crown.
Yeah.
Even if mathematically it's not possible, the big South African will just, he won't even realise he can't win it. He'll just
hit all his fans.
He'll just get driving through to win the Search Trophy.
Kelly Slater's just going berserk.
At the end,
and all these people cheering Kelly up. And he goes, that's a bit of an overreaction for a quarterfinal win.
What's happening there, bro?
Yeah, what's happening there, bro? Yeah. I'll tell you what, Geordie, he was just outstanding yesterday. And, well, of course, he'll be coming up in the quarterfinal number 3. And he'll be up against the winner of Owen Wright and Michelle Perez. So that will be a cracking heat.
Well, there's Chris Davo. He's been having a little warm-up session down the beach.
Yep.
Uh-oh. Was that blood on Davo's leg? Or is that one of his many tattoos?
Who knows? So Taj Burrow up and riding now. Just cuts back out of the lip set. Got a nice little bowl ahead of him here. He's going to whack it up high. Little hook there. Gets another quick turn in. And he's got the little foam floater. And kicks off. So out the back now, Jeremy Flores answering back with a hook up into the top.
Into the bowl.
What's he going to do? Setting it up. Getting a little bit hung up on those turns. Jeremy's board just seemed to have no drive at all there. And... well, he won't be happy with that score. He's looking to get improved on 4.17. But
Jeremy Flores, about a season ago, here we come back-to-back Mirage replays, but a season ago, did his knee badly.
Yeah.
And sometimes I wonder if the strength is there. But here's Taj Burrow. Nice cutback. Little tweak into the foam.
That was a bit of a weird bottom turn. It's more like a ticking. And then, nice, that's more like it.
It was more like a
he didn't drive it out.
Rather than
the sound effects tell the story.
Absolutely.
And this looks a bit weird here. Yeah, again, that flat section. Both surfers on that second turn off the bottom just didn't get the sort of normal curving drive.
He had a little bit of lip drive there as he was coming out of it, but
a bit of lip drive's
didn't
good.
work too much. So on the beach, we see... Well, we almost saw on the roaming cam one of the Puerto Rican crowd, and he's got his Puerto Rican Surfing Association T-shirt with RIP Andy Irons on the front of it. And, of course, Andy Irons will be sorely missed, passed away this week, sorely missed by World Surfing Fraternity, World Sporting Fraternity, and our sympathies go out to his family in Hawaii and everyone at Billabong too, who really loved him dearly. So... up and riding, it's Jeremy Flores in the blue, winding down the line, Reg. This is a better looking wave for the young Frenchman. Comes onto the inside, he looks for the pit.
Squeezes out.
Doggy door.
And just finishing off there. So, gets a little cover up on the end of that section. He was really working towards it. Probably would have opened up a little bit more on a lower tide, but nevertheless, Jeremy scored a 2.5 in his last wave. Now have a look at this from the inside, Neil. So... just looking, waiting, bit of a cut back there.
Smart surfing.
Yeah. And here he goes. Looking for the barrel. Gets in there and squeezes out the end. So a better wave there for Jeremy Flores. And we'll see if that goes into one of his top 2 scores. 9.5 minutes remaining. You are watching Heat 1, Round 5, the Rip Curl Pro Search Puerto Rico. And, of course, this is a 6. Rip Curl Pro Search, and it's been held in some pretty cool locations. Of course, started off in Reunion Island.
Great spot.
Then went to Mexico.
Sick.
Then went to Chile.
Gnarly.
Then it went to somewhere in Indo.
Which was just like a movie set. Was perfect.
And then went to downtown Peniche in Portugal.
Liked it so much we stayed.
Stayed there, had another event there, and
Super
here we are.
Kubos.
here we are now. Super Tubos, of course, has some good waves there just only a couple of weeks ago, and here we are in Puerto Rico. So
one of the good things
concept.
about it is, and about 10 months ago, we sent ace photographer Johnny Frank here to Puerto Rico with Tyler Warren, one of the best young artists in California, and they actually put together the clothing line for this competition, the Live the Search pack, all around Puerto Rico. So designed on location and inspired by the waves and the people and the place. So some really great tees and boardies in there, and great work by Tyler and Johnny, two great artists. So speaking of artists, here comes the wave artist, Taj Burrow. Better looking wave, tide coming out. Oh, it just gets hung up, but down the face. Big drop wallet. Did I just say drop wallet?
You said drop wallet.
It's a layback snap where I come from, John.
That's exactly right. You're taking Sean Doherty's way. Oh, Jeremy Perez, thinking about the barrel, just didn't open up. Little layback snap under the lip. Not quite a layback, more just a snap, but nevertheless, maybe would that have been a drop wallet?
I think that was a snap under the lip. I think the boys are really starting to hit their straps now at the 7.5 minute mark.
Yep.
Beat 1 of round 5. If you've just tuned in, Taj Burrow's out in front with a 7. Here comes the replay of Taj's wave. We haven't got the score yet.
Off the bottom, big drives it out, through the fins out. It's hung up there, but determination only hung up for a fraction of a second. I'm not
sure if that is technically a hang up. I thought it was from the other angle.
Look at that. That was a layback snap.
Driving through the lip on the back foot.
And this one, look, Jeremy, that one just didn't open up, but nevertheless adapts well, and boom, big snap under the lip as well. Now, Jeremy, his 5th wave, he got that barrel, was a 5-point ride. And he'll be happy with that. A 6-point ride, I should say, so that holds him in better stead. Taj Burrow had a 4.7 on his 3rd wave, and that last wave yet to be locked in. So, well, as you said, the boys have picked up the act we've seen, and so has the ocean. It's getting a lot busier out there. We had a slow start to this heat, but we've seen 5 waves ridden in the last 7.5 minutes, so things have picked up as far as the wave consistency goes, and hopefully that's a story for the rest of the day as this tide runs out. I'm getting excited, sorry.
We knew that was going to happen, mate. Adriano de Souza from Brazil just about to paddle out against Taylor Knox on the beach there, or on the reef, and TK choosing to go out a little bit further up the reef than usual. Adriano still hasn't got the leggy on. Man in red, Captain America in the blue. That's going to be a stinging heat. Well, here we go. Heat recap. Scores have dropped. We'll give them to you. We'll give the situation after the heat recap, the E-bomb recap. Big float. 7-point even for Taj Burrow on this one, John.
Yep, great ride. And again, just worked it all the way through. Little rebound there, and comes off with a nice little backhand slash off the whitewater. And well, this one from Jeremy, 6-point ride, and sets his tube up very well. And you know, quite a deep little backdoor, only a short barrel ride, but he did everything necessary to get out of it, and finished off with 6 points for that one. And then this one at Taji's last wave, a 7.7. You'll see why. Hooks it up, radical turn. And I think you're right, I don't think it was a technical rig up there at all. And this one, kaboom.
Yeah, I just think he just put his board on rail and worked his way through. And this is a 5.4 from the young Frenchman. Beautiful snap.
We might be getting a bit picky and pedantic.
Gets the shower.
On Taj about that one, and looks kaboom.
Wouldn't have passed at the John Reggae Ellis School of Surfing. Got to finish.
That's right.
With aplom's worth another point, isn't it, John?
That's right. You want to ride out of all your turns and finish your wave with style.
Well,
5.4 for that one for Jeremy Perez. So the situation as we hit the 5-minute mark, we have Taj Burrow in the red, holding the lead. He has a 7.7 and a 7 to give him a 3.3 advantage over Jeremy Perez, who's holding a 6 and a 5.4, and Jeremy needs an 8.7 to take out Taj in one wave. So a big ask, Taj. He's just methodical.
Say Taj has got a big... What? That's what he said?
Big.
He said it was a big ask for Taj.
I didn't say it. I said a big ask for Jeremy to catch
right.
Taj.
Now I get you.
Sorry,
didn't quite.
I better slow down. I always get a bit excited.
You are excited.
Talked a bit too quickly. I'm quite sure there'll be.
Well, lifeguards on screen.
Yep.
Puerto Rican lifeguards have done an outstanding job for us here. They have served and protected the people of Puerto Rico all event long. And some of those kids down there, they get a bit excited.
They do get excited. Some of those little kids, they like to see 2-year-olds in the shore.
Here goes Taji Burrow. Speaking of excitement, he pulls in. Damien Hardman has called it on, and things are starting to happen.
Look at that.
A little bit of sliding thin shimmy on the inside.
I love the... it's a patented surfing, that's the little waves you love. Barrel into a roundhouse cutback.
Beautiful. Doesn't get any better.
No, it doesn't. And Taj Burrow, he grabbed that wave with just on 3.5 to go, sets this up. Look at that, pulls in. Nice, just a beautiful trim line through the top of that barrel. Comes out, there's a big roundhouse. Rebounds off the white water. Well, busts the fins for a little bit of drifting. And,
I'm going to be interested to see what the judges do with that. They gave Jeremy a 6 for his barrel before. Let's just see how the scale's set in round one, heat 1 of round 5. Well, there's the big Puerto Rican crowd.
Yeah.
Building on crowd. Pretty excited to be here. The Rip Curl Pro Search, if you've just tuned in, 2010, we're somewhere in Puerto Rico waiting for scores to lock in. Prior to that exchange where Taj just took one wave, Jeremy needed an 8.70 and Taj was holding a pair of 7s, a 7.7 and a 7.0. Will this next wave change the situation? Will he make it harder for Jeremy to catch him? I'm not sure.
Well, I don't know if it's going to beat the 7, but it was a good wave. 2.5 minutes remaining. Bit of motion in the ocean as we see. Well, Jeremy, not interested in that one. He has priority, but he needs a big score, which he knows. And that wave wasn't going to open up his seat. Just one section just flattens out. And, of course, yes, you're on national television and webcasts around the world being watched by 1 million people. He doesn't know that, does she? She's probably thinking...
I think she does.
Like your little brother's just decided to push in, get more reco.
Little brother's saying, Dad, give me some money. I want to go to the empanada shop.
That's right. Well, scores came through from Taj. Not a massive score, hasn't changed the situation. A 6.43. So the judges awarding that just a little bit better than Jeremy's tube, which I think is fair enough. And, 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. So coming down to the final 2 minutes of this heat, Jeremy Flores, of course, had a great result in the last event where he finished third, currently sitting at number 15 in the world, so looking pretty solid in that top 22 for 2011. And well, a big result here. Here he goes. What can you do? Jeremy Flores looking for the barrel. It's a good deep tube. Will he come out of that one? No way. Jose. And a bit early breakout though. No way, Jose.
Could be a Jose.
Could be a Jose. But of course, Jeremy Perez. Well, there he had a good go at that now. Situation, we'll see Taj Burrow holding priority, which means he has control of the lineup, making it a lot tougher for Jeremy out there. And of course, there's Jeremy's board caddy. No, it's not.
If you've never been to Puerto Rico, I can see a couple of reasons as to why you would like to come.
Yep, that bloke Karen Yeski selling the ice cream,
yes,
of course, doing a good job.
Great here, nice and cool and
Isn't
fresh.
the current Miss Universe also Miss Puerto Rico?
I'm not sure.
That's what someone was telling me.
Dane
Dane Sharp
watched
told
the
me
beauty
that.
pageant for a while, but Dane Sharp would know that sort of information. Well, 47 seconds on the clock. The situation unchanged. Holding down priority. Surfer in blue with needs an 8.7. Jay Flores.
And well, little set coming
search.
through.
Oh well, we're going to have
Not
another,
long to go. 25 seconds remaining. And well, Taj Burrow holding the lead and the lineup at the moment. He has a combined wave total of 14.7, giving him a 3.3 advantage over Jeremy Flores. Jeremy holding down a combined total of 8.7. And well, this one, Taj Burrow winning this, and he has just set up a killer quarterfinal number 1 up against Dane Reynolds. And as we wait for the next heat between Adriano D'Souza and Taylor Knox, we'll just cross this little message from one of our sponsors.
Every Heat Live on ASPWorldTour.com.
Well, here we go, straight into it off the bat. Taylor Knox sets up that barrel on that second section. Unfortunately, didn't come out. We saw the more open tubes from that last set, a little bit further to the east, a little bit more insight on the reef. But Taylor getting started early. We've got 29.5 minutes remaining. So Taylor Knox in the blue up against Adriano D'Souza in the red. Taylor, of course, from Carlsbad, California. Adriano from, I think, Rio in Brazil. And well, Adriano, he could say he's unlucky not to be in the quarterfinals already, because he was winning his heat yesterday, heat 2 of round 4, but he was getting a little bit agitated out there, got a little bit feisty and suffered a paddling interference. But I was talking to contest director Damien Dummer, the Iceman Hardman, and he said I liked seeing that. He liked seeing, you know, a bit of hassling out there in the lineup. People were pretty excited. But, well, we'll see how Adriano fares now. The winner of this one going up against Kelly Slater, of course, in quarterfinal number 2. And if Kelly beats the winner of this heat, he'll win the world title. Do you reckon that, Taylor's a good mate? Would he just lie down for Kelly to win his 10th world title?
No, there's no way that. I thought about that this morning.
Did
when
you?
I saw the draw, I thought, would Captain America, how will he play this heat? Mick Fanning yesterday in his heat with Roy Powers played a really straight bat. They just went out there and they didn't challenge on priority.
No.
They didn't paddle battle. They just went, whatever comes to whoever, we'll get that wave and we'll let the surfing do the talking.
Yeah.
And I wonder if Taylor will play it that way. I mean, it's not a bad way to play it. I saw
Not a
Tom
bad way to
Carroll
play
lose
it.
a world title doing that out of Pipeline one year.
Tom did.
Tom Carroll went and sat out the back and did not challenge for any small waves, needed a smallish score to win, and just went, I'm going to win it with a bomb.
And no bombs came.
And no bombs came.
Well,
May
that
not
was
have been a world title. It may have
No, I don't think it was.
May
I
have
think-
been the event.
Because his third, when he was going for his third world title, he got that paddle interference
Yeah.
with Tom Curran.
Yeah.
Todd Holland. That was back in the Billabong Masters in 1988, if memory serves me correctly, when Barton Lynch won the world title.
Some surfers get that mindset, and I don't think that's a bad thing. Like, I'm all for competition. I like the paddle battles. I like the priority. I like the use of the rules. I like them doing everything they can to win.
Yeah.
But I also like good old-fashioned surfing. And
Yeah.
just sitting out there and saying, okay, you have this one, I'll have this one. And
Well-
I'll rip harder than you do.
I can tell you one thing, there's more chance of the non-hassling scenario happening if Taylor wins this heat, because I don't think Adriano's going to go out there and say, yeah, Kelly, we just won't hassle. I'll just let we'll just go
Wouldn't
the
it be?
waves.
See, that's the other side of the coin. I'd love to see D'Souza
Yeah.
hassle the hell out of the king
I like,
through that heat. That would be great. What sport that would be.
Well, we like a bit of hassling, and here she is, Margaritaville herself. Sorry, Jody Nelson down there with the winner of that last heat, Taj Burrow.
Thanks, Reggae. Taj, first heat of the day, 2 days in a row. It's always tough kind of figuring out what the judges are going to reward and what the waves are going to do.
Yeah, it's true. It's been a little bit difficult too, because it's been really high tides in the morning, and they kind of wait for the tide to go out before it gets good. And being first heat, you do get a bit of a wonky high tide heat, so it's kind of hard to read the waves, but they're still pretty obvious which ones to pick. I felt pretty shaky, but I'm glad I got a couple of sevens and got it done.
Now, having to surf that round 5 heat, do you think that's an advantage or disadvantage going in the quarterfinals? You're probably going to face somebody that hasn't surfed yet today.
Well, it depends. Surfing 4 times in one day can be pretty draining. It depends, how fired up you are and how fit you are, but it can be an advantage for sure. You just get a roll on some days, and an extra heat doesn't it can help easily.
All right. Well, congratulations. I know you got to get ready for the quarters, and it's hot. It's a hot one today.
Oh, it's so
very
good.
hot. Boys, we're going to send it back to you.
All right, yes, well, I was going to say the obvious. I was going to say, well, she's pretty hot, but I thought that won't be the thing to say, would it?
No, probably not at all. Just tuned in on the Global Web and Fuel TV in Australia. If you've just tuned into Fuel,
What you knocked off your kid's globe?
I have no. This is in front of us here. We had the World Title Trophy before. This is the Rip Curl Pro Search Perpetual Trophy.
Yep.
Each winner of the trophy
Can I
gets
just
one
turn
of
it?
these.
I'm
You
not
can
spinning
turn
it,
it.
I'm turning it.
So just like the Rip Curl Pro bell, you've got where you have to win it to ring it. To spin this trophy.
Yeah, I'm only turning. There we go.
Yeah,
I'm
you're not
just gonna
spinning. You have to win it to spin it.
I'm trying to find
So,
Puerto Rico. Here
I'm
we go.
telling you, it's a heavy piece
So
of
we're
gear.
sort of here.
Yeah,
at the
we're up
moment.
here. And this trophy was the brainchild of our former international events manager, Andy Higgins.
Yep.
So Higo has the credit of getting the design. But the woodwork was done by Gary Choco Dunn, our international team manager, who's a woodworker in his spare time.
Well, he
I
gets
mean,
out there in his shed.
This thing is super heavy.
I know. What's the? It looks awesome though. It's a beautiful trophy. I love that stone, the stones or the gems in there. Anyway, we saw a wave-ridden during that interview with Taj, and like it was a replay. Here's a replay. Taylor Knox. This is a 4.5. The little floater there comes off the bottom. There's that big on-rail cutty, as Shea Lopez described yesterday, the best. He thinks Taylor Knox is the best rail surfer in the world, and I don't disagree. So Taylor Knox, he's had two waves, a 1.67 and a 4.5. Adriano de Souza in the red, yet to take off. Of course, early days in this heat, 24 minutes remaining. This is Heat 2, Round 5, the Rip Curl Pro Search in Puerto Rico. The winners, of course, moving through the quarterfinals. And the loser of this round finishes off with equal ninth and $10,000 prize money. And, of course, there's Mick Fanning. We'll be seeing him in the fourth quarter. And that's a scene in the competitors area here, the surfers area.
He's in great spirit, Mick Fanning.
He is.
He said, you know, despite the fact that there's been some tough times over the last few days with his mate Andy Irons passing away, he's in good form and he's trying hard to win for Andy. His boards have got "Rest in Peace, Andy Irons" written on them, so he's clearly out there to try to win for the memory of AI.
Well,
and
there's only two names on the Rip Curl Pro Search Trophy, Irons and Fanning.
Irons and Fanning, that's right. And Brucey Irons just was outstanding somewhere in Bali or somewhere in Indonesia.
Don't give it away.
You never know where it was.
Know where it was, especially with that big hotel on the cliff.
And that huge cave that you have to walk through.
And, well, Taylor having a little sniff of this one, but no, he doesn't have priority course, so he thought I'll have a look if I can get one under the nose.
He's been busy, T. Knox.
Yeah, well, speaking of getting busy.
During that trophy talk.
Yeah, well, he might grab this one just for a little bit of a busy action as well. A big fall, he's going to cut back. Just likes to go surfing, hey? He might get a little section here, though. Oh, no, that fatted out pretty simple.
When we have a look at this on the Mirage replay, John, there's something out there for the young grommets. You just watch the way that Taylor sets up the cutback, the way he drives and uses his body to put the board on rail through even the most minor bottom turn. Here he comes. Now watch this. Here he sets it up. Bang. He fully extends into the whip around. Here it comes again. Drive off the back foot.
And just bog that rail. And you see that wave just went really flat. It hits that deep section. There's a little rip running through there at this tide as well. I think pretty sure we peaked high tide and we are running out to a low around about 4:30 this afternoon, which could be right on the money for the final. This swell hangs in here. We'll be crowning the Rip Curl Pro Search champion for 2010, and we'll also be crowning the world. Well, possibly
only if he wins it.
Only if he wins his
not
quarter
the King's
final.
Yet. The King doesn't have his. He's got his one hand on the trophy.
Can he get two? Okay, Adriano de Souza,
the young Brazilian, former ASP World Junior Champion. Threw it up into the lip there, set behind him. Man in blue has a look. Taylor Knox, Carlsbad, California, stalling for the pit. Knox.
He's
out.
Needs to finish off this one.
Oh!
And he just didn't do it.
I reckon that looked painful.
Yeah, well,
that
maybe.
looks similar to the injury that tore the hamstring off the bone of Mick Fanning in Indonesia.
Well, don't say things like that.
Have a look at it when you see it on the Mirage replay.
Oh, yeah, but luckily, thankfully, you have put a mocker on Taylor, and he's making his way back outside. And, well, prior to that, Taylor had a 4.5 to 1.67. Got that really good barrel. And, of course, if he completed that closeout floater, it would have been a decent score. Here's the replay. So, this is Adriano. You really thought this was going to offer you something. Hooks up, gets hung up in the whitewater there, makes it around, and boom, shuts down. And here we go now, Taylor stalling. Perfect trim line, gets in the tube.
Nice tube.
Yeah, comes out.
And floats
above.
Over de Souza.
Not over the section.
To win the contest.
Like our good friend Bateo Poto David. But 20 minutes remaining, so we have Taylor Knox now with 4 waves and Adriano de Souza with 1. Adriano's a 1.9. This last wave of Taylor's is going to change the situation. A 4.33. And as we wait for the boys to paddle back out, we have Jody Nelson down there with ASP Tour Manager. Well, the Brazilian playboy, he's not the Brazilian playboy anymore, Renato Hickel.
Thanks, Reggae. Renato, we just chatting about, Taylor's sitting in 23rd right now. He's out in the heat, needing to make it into the quarterfinals, and a good result here. And, he's one of the older veteran guys on tour. What's this event mean for him?
It's a very important event, and like you said, it's already a good result. If he advances his heat, obviously he'll be in much better shape. And nevertheless, even if Taylor doesn't cut into the 22 at the end of the year, I think he'll be safe into the other 10 positions coming out of the world rankings. So I think we'll see more of Taylor next year on the World Tour level.
Now, today's going to be going down not only in surfing history, but also, sporting history. Jordy's looking pretty good, but I think the bets are that Kelly's pretty safe to take that 10th world title. And just in perspective, what does that mean?
Well, it's a bit early to celebrate the title. We haven't, or Kelly didn't reach it yet, but if he does today, it's going to be, or even at Pipe, it's going to be amazing feat nevertheless. I remember when he was clinching his 7th and 8th world title, we comparing him to the greatest of the sport, like Michael Schumacher and Lance Armstrong and the likes, and now he reached a mark, or he will reach a mark that none of those guys reach. So it's undoubtedly one of the greatest athletes of all time, in my opinion.
And you were just saying one other interesting fact, you and Taylor Knox, I mean, you guys have been there for every single one?
Yeah, there's not many people on tour nowadays that have been present in all 10 titles. Taylor started with Kelly on tour, so along with Kelly, they're the oldest guys now at World Tour level. And I believe it's just Taylor and I who have been present in all 10 titles of Kelly. So yeah, it's pretty special to be here again and witness this feat, if it happens today.
Amazing. Well, we saw the Cup. We saw Stephanie Gilmore win a world title here in Puerto Rico, and we might see Kelly Slater clinch one, too. Boys, we'll send it back to you in the booth.
Okay, well, thank you, Jody. Of course, Renato Hickel, he came on board as one of the judges.
And he was head
judge for a while. Of course, then he moved into administration. He was one of the driving forces, him and his mate Shandy, with professional surfing in Brazil for many, many years.
You would not meet a nicer man.
No. Oh, huge air there from...
But D'Souza has He's just gone psycho in the last couple of minutes.
Well, of course, he caught a wave. Caught a wave during that interview, and he got a 7-point ride. And, well, Adriano coming through there. And what's he going to do on the inside? He's busting another little air. So Adriano D'Souza, a couple of front-side punts there with, looking pretty good.
So coming in back-to-back on the Mirage replay. Here we go. This is a little priority battle there, Johnny. Bang! Nice big floating re-entry. Jammed it down hard onto the face with the back foot. Whipped this one around. A la Taj Burrow. Drives down the line. Here comes the re-entry. This was a 7.0. Just bust the fins out. Little waft. He just switched it on, D'Souza, and back-to-back. This last ride of his, scores haven't dropped in for it yet. Big air! Like Andy Irons down in Mexico, that one. Floats over the section, just kind of had a little hiccup there. Wave not really offering him much, he's just staying with it, trying to eke anything he can out, bouncing through into the inside section, but finished with a nice little grab.
Well, what do you reckon?
Yeah, I think his first wave at a 7 was better than that one, but that air was outstanding.
It was a big one, but we'll see how he goes, because he caught that on the way back out, so one of those wide ones. Adriano D'Souza playing a smart game there. We're right, not right, we're just close to the halfway mark in this heat with 15 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Yeah, it won't be as good as his previous wave, but nevertheless, it is going to solidify his lead. Of course, Taylor Knox with a pair of 4s at the moment. He'll want to get rid of those. He'd like a pair of 7s, like he saw Taj catch at least.
Absolutely.
And, we've seen a 7. And, well, that one for Adriano D'Souza, a 6.77. A 6.77. So as Adriano makes his way back out, Taylor out there waiting for a break. We'll be back with more live action for Puerto Rico right after this.
It was the best beach break I think I've ever surfed, and there was no one around. A little area of the beach that was like sucking close to the swell, like moving around in the line. We were kind of like, how fucking big's it? Everybody's around the last one! So fun. It felt like, I don't know, it was the best first ever.
You don't surf waves like that with no one else.
And now the search is in your hands.
Well, there you see the lineup with Taylor Knox in the blue, waiting for his next wave. He has priority. Adriano de Souza got busy in the last 5 minutes and has locked in a 7 and a 6.77, and those two scores have him in the lead at the moment. Of course, Taylor, well, he's been one of the form surfers during this event, and loves these sort of waves. Reef breaks, pretty powerful stuff. It's where he can really unleash. And I was talking to Taylor the other day, Neil, and I saw a little bit of a snippet on ripcurl.com in the vault of a part of the trip he did on the in Indo, on the tip to tip. And
you just saw some of that footage, tip to tip footage on really some newly surfed locations and stuff in that break. And if you want to see and get an exclusive clip of Mick Taylor and Owen, you click on that banner underneath your live webcast screen. Go to the vault, leave your details, and you can download that clip and watch it. But it's all about the search here. You see in that break we're at the Rip Curl Pro Search. The boys are out on the search, and the girls for that matter. De Souza floats up into the lip. I think this is going to get better with the tide. As the tide starts to suck out, you're really going to see a lot of good waves. Well, Taylor Knox, he's just patiently waiting out the back.
Well, he knows he needs a 7+ to get back in this heat. Adriano de Souza just grabbing another one without priority that Taylor wasn't interested in. So Taylor playing a very selective game at the moment. We've got 12.5 minutes remaining. He's holding a 4.5 and a 4.33. And, well, Taylor needs to get something decent on the board pretty soon, because Adriano de Souza with a 7 and a 6.77. If he improves on that 7, things are going to be very hard for Taylor Knox. And here's the replay. And, well, big floater.
He's found his groove.
He has found his groove. And, well, we'll see how he goes there. And there you go, just finishing off with a bit of disco dancing off the top.
The former ASP World Junior Champion, number 5 on the World Tour, I think his highest result, and just a great ambassador for Brazilian surfing. And I was in Brazil 2 weeks ago, and here comes Taylor Knox trying to get back into the heat on the Mirage replay. And the man's out there in his Mirages, he stalls, he's looking for the pit.
Good barrel. And watch this big roundhouse cutback, smacks it up.
Classic Knox.
Again, and kicks out underneath it. So that's probably a better wave than his 4.5, I'd venture to say. We'll wait to see what the judges think when that locks in. 11.5 minutes remaining, so 2 scores to get locked in, and then we'll have a clearer picture. Adriano de Souza will still have the advantage, because he's holding a 7 and a 6.77. 2 decent scores there. Taylor is going to still have a mid-4 in his range, regardless of that last score.
I wonder if Adriano's last was better than a 6.77.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what the judges think. It could be around that mark. 11 minutes remaining. Coming up in the next heat, another cracker. Owen Wright and Michelle Perez. Sensational surfing, of course. Michelle Perez from Tahiti. He's been travelling this year with Andy King in his camp, a very good goofy footer from Australia.
From Cronulla.
Cronulla, that's right, who's been his coach. And Michelle, I think he's taken that on board, because he's currently sitting at number 10th in the world. And a good result here could see Michelle lock in at number 10, which would be sensational, because he's a brilliant surfer.
He's a brilliant surfer, and you know what, for all of the ladies out there on Fuel Land, he's a very handsome man.
Very handsome young man.
All of the girls around the site love it. They love it when Michelle comes down onto the beach.
The Spartan, as they call him, because he's so fit. Well, scores are just drifting in, and Taylor Knox, he's not going to wait for those scores before he gets busy on this next wave.
Come on, Captain America.
Smacks it up in a lip, throws that tail out, but just loses it. Just extended a little bit there and just lost it off the top. He didn't have priority there, so he thought he'd just see if he'd get rid of one of those 4s. His last score coming through, it is going to be improved on his high score prior to that. And Adriano de Souza, I don't know whether... So have a look at this on the replay. Comes off the bottom.
A little pump for speed.
Pumps through, and just lose his balance there. Thought he'd recovered, but no. And there's the lobster dive. Just heading down.
Yeah, a little bit of salt water injected into the nostrils with that dismount from Taylor Knox. Of course, riding his own model surfboard there.
I think he saw a lobster down there. Thought I'd go get it.
Said, "Yep, I have that for lunch. We'll have a lobster mofongo."
I was talking to Brad Gerlach the other night, one of our co-commentators, former number 2 in the world.
Great to have him here.
And he was telling me about the first time he came to surf in Australia in an event. He said he was out at Margaret River, And, you know, someone caught a wave and he goes, oh, look, Tommy Carroll has gone for the lobster dive. And Bradford's his paddling out there going, really? He started looking down at the reef to see where the lobsters were.
No lobster there, man.
Okay, as we see, whoa, Adriano, what's he going to do? Sets that nicely, that little cover-up. Comes out, big roundhouse. Well, the young Brazilian's really going to town. We should start calling him the not-so-young Brazilian these days, because he's been on the tour for a few years now and taking this one all the way through. Looking for a little bit of extra points on there. There's a little frontside punt.
He's just...
And finishing off. So, yeah, he's taking it all the way through. Probably afford to kick out a little bit earlier, but he just likes surfing so much, he's going to ride that wave to the death. He's milking the wave.
Onto the bricks.
And onto the bricks indeed. 8.5 minutes remaining. Okay, so the situation prior to that wave.
Look at this.
Here we go, look at this.
Now, he gets a lot of speed as he comes out of the lip, and he uses it to come off the bottom. Beautiful trim through that little pit. A lot of style. Little look back. Grabbed the rail. Just wound it into the figure 8. Off the foam.
Good. Yeah, well... Can he get rid of his 6.77? Because his last wave was a 6, so it didn't change the situation. And Taylor's last wave was a 6.5. So before... That's a pretty complete wave, start to finish. I reckon there's everything in that. He starts off with a floater, gets a barrel, roundhouse cut back, another little off the top, and an air.
What do you think? Completes a good word.
Point right?
Completes a good word for that.
Finish that wave off well.
He finished it off very well.
A lot of flow through manoeuvres.
And of course the judge is looking for manoeuvres, high-speed manoeuvres in the most critical part of the wave, with flow, with timing, with connection.
That's right, and I think that's what we saw. And well, Taylor Knox prior to that was chasing a 7.27. The Surfing Blue, he's out there, Taylor Knox with priority, 7.5 minutes remaining.
Come on, Captain.
Crucial time of the heat coming through, and here he goes, Taylor Knox swinging around into this one.
Line up looking great.
A long wall ahead of him here, Neil. High speed cut back, big section, goes up, critical floater, but just loses it. And, well, Taylor Knox, I'm kind of thinking that way spat at the end. I reckon if he pulled in, he would have squeezed, could have backdoored that and got maybe a deeper tube. But, nevertheless, Taylor Knox really going to town on that one. Well, that last wave of Adriano de Souza's isn't going to get rid of his 6.77. So, comes through with a 6.07. So, Taylor Knox still needs a 7.27. Have a look at this.
Mate, we have got a heat on our hands.
Turn.
Everything into that turn. And then he sees the lip, throws it up. Now, if he pulls that off, he's looking at an 8.
Yeah.
He knows he's got to go for broke. He's got 6.5 on the clock. He's going to pull a 3 or something for it. But, you know, that's not the point. He really wants to catch Adriano. He sees that the young Brazilian is out in front. If you've just tuned in, you're watching heat number 2, and you'll see it here in the E3 recap if you've tuned in with us. A 4.5 for Taylor Knox.
Yeah, good opening wave. Yeah, got things happening here for him. Probably thought when he finished this off it wouldn't be still one of his keepers, but it is. That's his second scoring wave at the moment. Now this one, Adriano de Souza, this is 7.0. Big hook into the lip. Surfed this one with a lot of speed. Critical snap there. Driving turn off the bottom. So there's all that flow and style that the judges like to reward. And, you know, he looked really loose on that and finished that wave nicely. Now this one is his 6.77. Now have a look at this. Big air.
That was a great air.
Little wonky floater, but, you know, did well to keep on it. And it's a little floater there. And comes around, just works his way through, and he gets a little side grab again.
Little hop, little bunny hop. That
now this one, Taylor in the tube, 6.5. This one comes out, do a roundhouse cutback. There you go. That's how you do a roundhouse cutback.
Kiddies.
And just finishes off here, turning out under the white water. So that's a heat recap so far. That's the situation. Those waves lead us with Adriano de Souza in the lead. Combined two-wave total of 13.77. And Taylor Knox, he has a combined two-wave total of 11, courtesy of a 6.5 and a 4.5. Taylor needs a 7.27. 5 minutes remaining. Adriano de Souza holding a 7 and a 6.77. So he can improve on either one of those ways. He'll obviously extend his lead. Taylor, he'll want to get something better than a 6.5 to really put the pressure back on.
I think he can do it. The thing I like about both of these surfers, if you're watching at home, especially for the grommets, is the way that they draw their arcs off the bottom. They have got great manoeuvres that we all love to see, the airs, the cutbacks, pulling into the tube, the big floating re-entries, but it all comes from a perfect bottom turn that gives them the speed, the power, the timing to set up what they want to do next. So just watch how their turns arc. Now, at the 4.5 minute mark, priority is going to be key here. So Adriano de Souza holding down priority. He's going to sit out there. He knows the longer he ticks the clock down, the harder it's going to be for Taylor to get a good one. So this is where inside the 5 minutes priority is important in these heats.
Yeah.
A lot more important than a long way out. Time's ticking down. Now Taylor's going to have to really either sucker punch him, get one under his nose, or he's going to have to push him along and make sure that Adriano takes one with enough time on the clock for him to then have priority and pick the eyes out of what's left in the heat. So we're going to see a real tactical battle here. And the winner of this heat in round 5 at the Rip Curl Pro Search somewhere in Puerto Rico will go through to meet none other than Robert Kelly Slater, the king himself. One hand on the world title trophy. That'll be quarterfinal number 2, and I reckon we're going to see that run out today.
Hey, look what you're doing to our heat draw.
I can't help myself. I'm a
scribbled all
mad
over.
scribbler, doodler, ticker, note maker. I love it when we're doing the tips.
I know you do.
tipping
You feel like you're doing the form guy for some newspaper for the horse races.
Yeah.
Okay,
These are
3
better-
minutes.
Better than horses.
3 minutes remaining, and Taylor Knoxwell needs a 3.07. It's going to be a crucial end to this heat. Taylor looking to make those quarterfinals, really wants to move up the ratings. Of course, he's currently sitting right on the edge there, Taylor Knox, at number 23. Of course, he will make the top 32, probably courtesy of his one world rating. But I reckon he'd like to just go up there.
Of course he would. He wants to win the event.
Top 16 and win the event.
I talked to
take
him
home the
yesterday.
money.
He said, I want the trophy. I want to win. That's what I'm here for.
And why
I'm Captain
wouldn't he?
America.
That's right. Coming next, as you can see, Owen Wright from Australia, Michelle Perez from Tahiti. Another cracker heat coming up. We've got 2.5 minutes remaining. And, well, Taylor Knox out there in the blue. He needs a 7.27. His opponent, Adriano de Souza, holding the lead with a 7 and a 6.77 with 2.5 to go. I think Adriano has priority, so Taylor is up against it. He needs to try and suck Adriano into taking off on a mid-range wave. Perfect scenario for Taylor would be a two-way set. Adriano tries to block it and gets sucked in over the fall. And, of course, Taylor would be there with a perfect 4-foot barrel.
If that happens, mate,
But
I will sit in the front window of a Rip Curl store
that stuff
naked
happens-
for a week.
That stuff happens all the time, and make sure if you do sit in the Rip Curl shop naked, it's
Not yours.
not mine. That's right. Make sure it's in California, nowhere near where I live. Of
1
course,
minute 46 seconds on the clock, paddling out. Sorry to interrupt you there, John.
That's all right.
There he is in blue, Michelle Perez. He's coming up against Owen Wright, two young up-and-coming stars of ASP World Surfing. And that's one thing we don't want to forget. ASP, Association of Surfing Professionals, is the governing body of world professional surfing.
Yeah.
Unless you're winning an ASP event, unless you're winning an ASP world title, it does not count.
No, it doesn't count. Doesn't count.
30-odd years of world titles and great world champions from PT in 76 through Rabbit, Sean, the great MR, Martin Potter, Tommy Carroll, Tommy Curran, Kelly Slater, Mark Occhilupo, CJ Hobgood, Mick Fanning, the late great Andy Irons, and Red has priority.
Well, he's sitting on him as
Sitting on him.
55 seconds to go, and Taylor Knox will need some kind of miracle to find the 7.27 at this stage. The ocean's not showing a lot of movement at the moment. Neil Ridgway, 45 seconds to go. Taylor, he would have come close if he'd made that full closeout. He could have been sitting on an 8 rather than a 3.5, but that's the way the contest cookie crumbles. 35 seconds to go. Taylor Knox out there. He's going to try and make a break, but I tell you what,
There he goes.
I don't think there's going to be any opportunity for him. You're going to look at this wave. You need 7.27. Adriano didn't even blink at that because he knows it's not going to allow Taylor to get it. Adriano de Souza, well, making these quarterfinals, if he does, will be the best result he's had out of the last 4 or 5 events, and we'll see the Brazilian back on track to move into top 10. Spinning around, he's got to go. There's the drop-in zone. Interference there for Taylor Knox, and he doesn't care.
He's just winding down the line now.
3, 2, 1, 0.
Bad luck, Taylor.
As you'll see, the situation there, of course, was Adriano had priority. Taylor took off anyway. Interference, shut the gate. We'll be back with more after this.
Power balance keeps me focused and centered. It works.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro Search somewhere in Puerto Rico. We just saw round 5, heat number 2 come to a close. Adriano de Souza getting the best of Taylor Knox in that last one. I'm Joe Turpel, joined with Shea Lopez. Shea, what did you think about that heat?
It was a good heat. Taylor went for broke, and if he would have pulled off either of those maneuvers, he'd be facing Kelly for that big heat coming up. And it's exciting to have Adriano because Adriano pushed him so hard in that 3-man round. Adriano's going to want to get him back.
That's going to be a huge matchup coming up later on today. Right now in the lineup, another huge battle with Owen Wright from Australia and Michelle Perez from Tahiti. A massive contrast in approach out in the lineup right now. Owen Wright absolutely was surfing amazing in that 3-man non-elimination round. He had a 9 in that heat, Shea, and still had to go to round 5.
Well, that's the level of surfing. Jordy Smith was out against him and needing 7.9, got the 8.3 at the end with a big reverse air. And
was a really amazing highlight show at last night. Hope everyone saw that. There's heats on demand on the Rip Curl site. Hopefully you checked out what happened because it was an insane show. Michelle Perez was in the last heat into the dark. Really used a lot of that swell we had yesterday, which they were out in the last couple of minutes right before the sun went down, and he was in a tough battle with Mick Fanning and Bede Durbridge, and so now he's got to get through this round 5 as well.
Yeah, no, he surfed exceptionally well yesterday. Got some great waves. We have improving conditions. Every 5 minutes it seems like the tide's dropping, the wind's getting smoother, so we should have plenty of highlights today. And if you didn't, you got to check that highlight reel. I was talking about it all morning. I watched it with Jody this morning, and we both got goosebumps looking at it. That was some of the best surfing I've ever seen.
And that word, goosebumps, actually came from one of the off-duty judges. He walked out of that heat, the Dane Reynolds heat, and he said he had goosebumps, and he said that hasn't happened to him in a long time, where something happens where it blows his mind. He didn't have to hesitate. He threw a 10. Didn't average out perfectly, but the high score of the event, Dane Reynolds throwing that huge turn out the back. Dane was actually saying it's probably one of the best turns he's ever done, and to do it in a contest, that's amazing.
Yeah, he was so concerned they weren't going to call the event on today after how much fun he had yesterday. He's like, please, I love this wave. I want to go out there and put on a show again.
And look at the conditions out there. Sheet glass, and we've been just noticing some bigger sets filter through, especially the last couple of hours. They delayed the start this morning, and just like yesterday, with a little delay, things start filling in, and it should be an amazing show. We will have a search champ and possibly a world title on the line here.
Yeah, that's a big heat. Adriano and Kelly, and that decides the title for Kelly. He wins it, doesn't have to worry about Jody at all.
Just one heat there. These guys sitting out the back, Michelle Perez and Owen Wright, still waiting to establish priority in this one. Owen's been surfing amazingly throughout his rookie year on tour. Probably, Shea, your pick for Rookie of the Year this year.
Yeah, especially after his result. Jadson had a shocker and went down in the first round, or second round, but Owen's looking strong for the Rookie of the Year and maybe a top 5 finish even.
So they're still out the back waiting for a wave. I think Jody Nelson is with Adriano de Souza, winner of the last heat. Jody?
Thanks, Joe. Adriano, yesterday was a pretty dynamic heat between you and Kelly, and just wanted to get your thoughts on that and, making it into the quarters.
Yeah, that's true. I make him a fall right in the end, and then Kelly take the opportunity, and I turn on. So I have to learn a lot of things with Kelly. He's the man. He's the 9-time world champ. So, and every time I take Kelly in the heat, I'm learning something. And yesterday, of course, I learned little tools. So I hope in the future I'm gonna use as well. So I'm not gonna fall again, definitely. And just keep going. And I'm really happy for my performance in this event, and really come back on form. So I'm really proud to be in the quarterfinal against Kelly.
Now, possibly, it's looking like we're going to finish today, and the conditions just seem like they're cleaning up. You had a few good waves where you pretty much threw every move out there in the book, and is your board feeling good under your feet?
Yeah, definitely. My board is going really well in my feet, and I'm really on form in this event, so everything is turning my way, so I'm really lucky, and everything link out together, like my performance and in my head as well, so I'm really proud to be in the quarters.
All right, well, we look forward to watching you in the quarterfinals. Congratulations, Adriano. Shea, Joe, we'll send it back to you in the booth.
Thanks, Jody. Adriano de Souza saying learning a lot from surfing with Kelly Slater. They had an insane battle yesterday and ended up getting an interference call on that last one. So they're going to battle it out again in the quarterfinals. Really looking forward to that one, especially with everything on the line for Kelly.
Adriano, like you said, he's in a good space. His board looks exceptionally well. He gets across those flat sections so fast, doesn't lose any speed, and he's got a turn for every. Here we go, though. Back to the live action. Right where he left off yesterday, pulls into a barrel, but unable to come out.
Owen Wright wasn't feeling too well at the start of the event. He went to see a doctor and and all of a sudden he's back. He's feeling fantastic. He was ripping yesterday on his backhand. He's so precise. He can read the barrel extremely well on his backhand. And Shay, for you, Goofy Foot on this wave, how hard is it to adjust on your backhand in the tube?
Especially here, it's not a perfect wave like Indo. It has chunks and slabs, and it's not like, groomed offshores, but he was able to read those things and came out on the foam ball a couple times, and that was his big scores.
One of the exciting surfers throughout this event, Owen Wright, is looking to try to make the quarters. If Michelle makes it as well, they have a huge matchup on their hands. Jordy Smith trying to send the world title race to Pipeline. We'll be waiting to see who he will be matched up with. Kelly can, if he just wins on his own, it won't matter what Jordy does. But if Kelly does lose to Adriano, which could happen, Shay, then we'll see Jordy Smith try to win this event and send it to Pipe. So a lot on the line in the final day of the Rip Curl Pro Search somewhere in Puerto Rico. 23 minutes and 50 seconds to go for Owen Wright and Michelle Perez. Just a 1.6 for the backside tube attempt. You see how glassy it is out there. Owen even thought about that one, but
that was
they're
a
going to
nice wave. They're a little on the shoulder. There's plenty more to come, and we got really lucky. This big storm rolled through around 3 to 5 in the morning, and that's due to some of that slump in the water. And the winds are called to be south, so we could get as smooth as conditions we had yesterday after that storm.
Unbelievable to see it stay glassy all day yesterday. We're crossing our fingers, hoping for the same. There was a lot of talk with the swell coming later, but I think it's going to be a great decision to run today. As we see Beat Durbich just preparing. He's got a huge matchup with Chris Davidson coming up right after this in round 5, heat number 4. And I love putting Shea Lopez on the spot. Who's your take in that one, if you had to say right now?
Well, Bede, we talked about yesterday, Mr. Consistent, 2.7s. You can almost like put it in the computer before he paddles out. But Davo, he went crazy yesterday in his heat, just probably these big Supermans. He was having fun, and you never know what to expect from him. He can go out there and get 9s. A great matchup coming up in that one, and the winner of that heat will join Mick Fanning in quarterfinal number 4 as this event progresses on. So they're trying to get out of this round 5. If they finish here, they get an equal 9th position for this second to last event on the ASP World Tour. So Owen Wright trying to keep that spot into the top 10 and really make sure that he's going to be in there for Rookie of the Year. So we see Wilco kind of looking on. Yeah.
And Wes just kind of, keeping in touch with everybody.
Wilco's not in the contest, but he's down here to see what goes down. If you look in the quarterfinals, we already had in the morning Dane Reynolds, Kelly Slater, Jordy Smith, Mick Fanning seated in that quarterfinal. It doesn't get any better than that.
Unbelievable. I was just thinking Wilco. I was just imagining his rodeo in my head right now. He got an 8.5 for that rodeo against Dane Reynolds. He definitely has one of the highlights of this event.
No, and it's on that package. You go and look at it right now. It was an insane maneuver, and he pulled it off so clean.
Only the second one ever on the World Tour, and he did it so clean, made it look so effortless. Matt Wilkinson backed himself up with a prime event, so even though he's kind of far back on the standings, I think he saved himself. As Owen Wright.
Owen's found another wave without priority. You don't see him make many of those mistakes. He caught that rail, maybe looking down the line a little bit. The section was running fast on him.
Let's take a look at the Mirage replay and see what happened here, Shay.
You can get good runners across this inside. The reef's shallow in there. He got 2 nice moves, and the second one, I think he wanted to get that next third one and forgot about the second turn.
Possibly one step ahead of himself as he got a 1.6 and a 2. So easy to say it's early on here, and Martin Potter having a talk with Dane Reynolds. He's going to be in quarterfinal 1 with Taj Burrow. Not an easy task.
Yeah, and they surfed against each other in that 3-man round with Taylor Knox, and that was one of the highlights of the event.
Probably one of my favorite heats of all time.
He could. Taylor surfed incredibly well, just throwing down these huge turns, and then Dane went out and put it on a whole nother level.
Yeah, looking at that score sheet from that first heat, that non-elimination round, I love that system nowadays. 18.57 total for Dane. Taj got second with a 14.23 total, and Taylor's total 13.70 in one of the heats of the event. And Taj is definitely going to look to answer back. He's gotten him a couple of times this year in some heats, and Taj always likes to get a draw with Dane. He wants to see them battle, go air for air possibly. So a huge one to come up in quarterfinal number 1. And former world champ Martin Potter is a great person to get advice from before a big heat like that.
No, definitely. He's been down here watching all of it. He's so into it. He's watching the replays, watching the scores come down. It's really cool to see him hanging out with everybody.
So 20 minutes to go, round 5, heat number 3. Not a whole lot out the back for Owen Wright and Michelle Perez at the start, but now seeing this thing pop
scratching
up.
Hard. Michelle has priority. They're a little too deep. They had a nice ball in front. There, you can see that. That was a great wave.
Wow, everyone mind surfing that thing.
The wind is getting so good right now. It is cleaning up right before your eyes.
And look at this next one coming in, and looks like they are just going to
That one actually had a really good left you can't see, but we could see some lefts today, and I know that Owen's dying to go left. He sees Dane and Taj and everyone doing those big airs on the rights and Jordy, and he wants to go left. You have so many more options on your front side for aerials.
And Owen Wright's dad right there, keeping an eye on Owen out the lineup. He's been traveling with him in his first year on the World Tour, and it's great to have your dad with you. Yesterday, Owen was breaking boards, and he was acting as a caddy as well in a lot of the events throughout the year. So he's keeping an eye on Owen right now. Owen's got the most amazing junior record, I think, ever coming out of Australia. I think he was undefeated one season. The guy couldn't lose. So even though he's a rookie, he's just extremely smart in heats. Relatively slow start. We usually see him coming flying out of the gates with a huge score, but now 18 minutes, 58 seconds to go. Michel Perez still is yet to get on a wave, Shay.
Yeah, he's waiting. He has priority. That's a good position to be in, especially with the inconsistent right now. That he gets in position for that next wave, it's his, and he can get that big score and really put the pressure on Owen. And both these guys, they're so good. It's going to come down to waves, and they're going to be smart about priority right now.
So time ticking away and making the decision. You're so in tune with the swell maps. There was that possible pulse towards the end. Were you thinking it was a good idea to go today, or do you think?
I think it's a great idea to go today. Yesterday proved that what the guys are able to do on these waves, and it's going to be bigger and it's going to be a little sloppier, and it might be fun, but it's not as high performance of a wave as here. And the option for here was going to go away because of the winds.
So amazing to see all the maps. Sean Collins has been here, and it's Surfline doing a great job keeping us updated with the swell model, as we see three-time world champ Tom Curran. It's been hanging out all week. Amazing to see him surf. Looks like he's trying to cool down there.
Yeah, the wind direction changes to the south, and we get no breeze through the competitors' area.
So it's the best place to be is in the lineup. Those two guys, it's a good way to cool down. They've got the whole lineup to themselves, and they're just waiting for something solid to come through. So big low at the start, 17 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Anyone's game at this point. Michel Perez, looking to really get one of his best results. Usually doesn't get past the quarters. Seems to be his best result so far on the top stage. As you see the crowd here, the locals coming out for the final day of the Rip Curl Pro Search somewhere in Puerto Rico. A rare opportunity to see the best of the best in their lineup.
Yeah, it's a Saturday here, and it rained this morning, but you wouldn't know it. Everyone brought their umbrellas down. They got down here. They were waiting for the call at 10. They were already here, and they're excited. And history is going to be made today, possibly, with Kelly's next heat.
As we see them just kind of move around the lineup. Yesterday we were getting down here. We heard the call was on, and there was so much traffic on the way here. The parking lot is jam-packed right behind us, and there's not a whole lot of room. Everyone sits shoulder to shoulder on the beach because they're watching this. They're going to see Owen Wright get this wave.
He's without priority, he's able to pick off some of these clean insiders, and Adriano did this in the last heat as well. Got some of his best waves underneath priority, and this is a good clean wall. Hit the reef perfectly. He got a little hung on that last maneuver, but he still got two nice moves, and he'll get something on the board here.
So getting a quick one on the inside, stayed nice and glassy for Owen Wright as he's going to head back out, and probably a wise decision to go because Michel still doesn't have anything coming in out the back. Let's take a look at the Mirage replay.
Yeah, you can see it wasn't a very big wave, but it hits the reef with the low tide perfectly and gets a nice clean snap under the lip, and this is his big turn in the bowl in the pocket, and he's got that. You saw that so many times yesterday. Such a good positional surfer. That one too, it backed off a little on him, but still it was a good wave to get something on the board at least.
The way he winds up off the bottom, it just looks like he can see everything on his backhand, which is sometimes pretty tough to do. Quickly, Owen Wright gets a 5.5 on the board, so 7.5 total, and Michel Perez still sitting with nothing out the back. You see Michel on your screen. He's actually going to need a 7.5 total to take the lead of this one. Still has 15 minutes and 45 seconds. So not quite a stressful moment for Michel. If you were Michel, Shea, would you just continue to wave at this point?
No, definitely. He's got the upper hand right now with priority. And there's been plenty of good waves. We've seen Taylor Knox get some bombs, Taj get some bombs. Everybody's been getting waves. So he knows they're coming. He's still got over half the heat left.
Pretty exciting to see Michel Perez throughout this event. He's looking to get a solid one. Still 15 minutes for him to do so. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro Search, somewhere in Puerto Rico. One of the many lenses that's keeping an eye on the lineup each and every day here somewhere in the lineup. And we've got a huge day on our hands. We'll be crowning the 2010 Search champ, possibly a world title, possibly a record-breaking 10th world title, with Kelly Slater with a quarterfinal against Adriano de Souza. Adriano and Jordy's hopes to maybe send that title hopes to pipeline. We'll wait and see. Owen Wright's the only one with waves so far in round 5, heat number 3. Got a 5.5 on his last one. Michel Perez still sitting out there with priority.
Couple bumps right now you can see on the screen. We could have a wave for Michel here. Nope.
And still hanging tight. So
ultra patient.
Super patient. It's kind of tough, Shay, when you're out there and you're prepared for your heat. You don't usually prepare for a massive lull at the start.
No, definitely. And you're always looking at that point where you can still get 2 waves. I still have time to get 2 waves, and Michel's getting close to that point where it's going to be hard for him to get 2 quality waves.
So you see the glassy conditions here. Those little insiders might become a factor if it comes down to the wire, and Michel still needs a wave. Still 13 minutes. I'm counting on a solid one to come through, where he can start opening up. Such a power surfer that every time he's up, he never looks like he's holding back. Sometimes he looks like he's holding back because he has so much power just to pull it off.
Sometimes he should hold back a little. Yesterday we saw him do this turn so hard, and his back foot came off the board, whipped around to where it was parallel, and he got the leg back on, made the maneuver, went right back into another big turn, grabbing the rail, throwing the tail, sliding around, and he pulled it off and got a big score.
Almost looks like he's wrestling with the wave a little bit as he's getting to the inside, but when he times it right, he has some of the most amazing power on tour. And so one of the young guys coming up, his season so far, Shay, have you been
great. Second year on tour, he's rated 10th at the moment. He's still in the contest, and right now it's really heavily, all the top guys are still in this event. The lowest seed is number 13, Chris Davidson.
So all the top C's making it happen. There's one of them, B. Durbich, coming up in the next heat with Chris Davidson. That's going to be one to see. Excited to see the flair from Chris Davidson, and B. Durbich, known as how consistent he can be. He can seem like he just can, every time he stands up, he can at least get a 7. So we're going to see how that goes in about 12 minutes time as he's getting into his space and thinking about what he's going to go out and do. Maybe the next heat.
He knows what he's going to do. He's such a good surfer. He got so many different turns, and similar to what we saw Adriano do, as the wave changes shapes, they just fit in a different turn and keep it going and keep smooth. They're such smooth and controlled surfers. They just keep, it never looks like they have a problem.
They've been doing everything. Bede's been getting barreled as well as a lot of the fin drifts, and he's got the whole package, a solid one there. As these guys are now starting to move.
They're scraping pretty hard for the second wave of this set. It's the larger wave, largest wave we've seen this heat, and hopefully it hits those. Yeah, he lets him go with priority again. No. That wave kind of disappeared. It was riding too close to the wave before and filled up with water. It looked big out the back and just died.
Pretty tough to be that selective. Now with 11 minutes, 15 seconds.
A few more bumps, and this could be a good call to wait for Michel. Because we have it's hitting the buoy right now. This is a big wave. It's going to be really critical. It might be on his head. So there you go. You wait through a lot of small waves and you get too big of a wave on your head.
Oh, what a bummer for Michel Perez. He's been so patient. Probably the one that he's just dreaming of. Shay and I are watching
all the way through, and that was some of those waves Taylor Knox was getting.
Unbelievable. You see a local girl just getting down to the beach here. She knows it's a huge day on the line, the last chance to see the world's best in her local lineup here. We have Michel Perez, who's played this most unbelievable patience game. He needs a 7.5 to go right into the lead. So with Owen Wright with a 5.5 and a 2, Owen hasn't really been running away with it at the moment. So Owen's still thinking he's got to surf a 10.5 minute
heat. He still has to get another wave. Owen's not safe yet. And 10 minutes, and this wave, it doesn't take long to paddle out. Michel has plenty of time to get 2 waves, but it's going to be stressful here with these lulls. We haven't experienced one yet like this today, and hopefully there's not many more of these.
So that sometimes the contest director, Damien Harbin, he's probably looking at this and kind of seeing. We haven't had any restarts yet, Shay, but
that's been great. We've seen a lot of those this year, unfortunately, and this event, we haven't seen one.
And a little quiet. So how does a restart work if they were to use it?
Yeah, you get to a certain point when neither surfer has gotten to their feet. And there's even a thing where the judges can deem that you guys were hassling you out too far. There's been plenty of rideable waves, and we're going to just make you guys go through. But if judges deem that there's been no rideable waves to catch, they'll start the heat over and restart.
So at this point, Owen Wright with a 1.6, a 2, and a 5.5. They're obviously not going to do that restart but we could see that with these kind of lully conditions maybe a little bit later with these next couple of heats. We're hoping not, but we see these waves right here. They have been selective, so they probably would say there has been
Michelle wants
rideable
to
waves.
catch a wave
Here goes
now.
Michelle.
He's getting low in time, and here, this is a clean wave. This is the best wave to come in so far this heat, and he used his priority well. Nice move right there. He's got a lot of speed and a lot of wall still left on this wave. Yeah, you wouldn't know he waited that long for that wave. He surfed great on it.
Unbelievable patience. That's his first ride of this heat. Now with 9 minutes to go, Owen Wright will sit out the back with priority as we look at the Mirage replay. Break it down, Shay.
Yeah, he was set it up perfectly from behind the bowl, and he comes in with so much speed, nails this section, but really he's got his eyes set on this big turn coming up ahead. He goes up and over the lip. He's able to release his tail and come in and jam a really high-speed floater to connect this final move. That was great surfing and linked those 4 turns up really fast.
So just like that, Michel Perez is in this heat now. Waited so long for his opening ride. Now 8 minutes, 30 seconds to go. It comes in at a 6.27. So now we have Owen Wright sitting out the back. He's going to hold that position. But 6.27 is now the best wave of the heat. So only needs
that was a critical
1.23.
wave for him because now he's 3/4 of a point ahead of Owen Wright on their single highest wave, and he'll be back out there with 8 minutes to go and plenty of time. It's going to come down to this final exchange who wins this heat.
One of those heats where you have to be a smart competitor, because I think a lot of people in the world would have got a little bit nervous and a little bit anxious and tried to scramble to the inside. That patience paying off so far.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how he was going to handle that waiting that long. This guy with so much energy, I thought he might try and do too much on that wave when he didn't need to, and he got the 6 and was able to get himself in a great position to win this heat.
Let's check out the heat recap so far. This is Owen Wright on the start. He was able to get a nice snap off the top. Love that approach off the bottom and got this heat underway.
Yeah, his backside turn in the pocket is so tight and critical. Probably the best on tour.
This came in at a 5.5, best wave for Owen Wright. Then Michel Perez is only wave ridden just moments ago.
Yeah, this is on a different part of the reef. This is more in the bowl. Owens was up on the point. You can see how it allowed him to carry more speed, get more distance, and get these big moves in.
So a nice finishing move there for Michel Perez, only needing a 1.23.
And he's getting busy. This is on this inside of the part of the reef too, and he found a nice little tube, nice floater. He's happy with that wave.
And now on the very next one, Owen Wright swinging high off the top on the first section. Little arc back into the pocket. Some open face down the line. Little connection to get further down the line. Hits it again in the pocket, and he will get out. So Owen trying to better a 2. Michel Perez looking for a 1.23 before that. So Owen's going to improve on that 2. Michel's going to need a little bit more, but he did get a little tube on the inside shake.
He got a nice tube, and he got a critical floater on the steep part of the wave. See, it was just a nice and nug on the reef. And you don't have to be all the way outside. He was only halfway out when he caught this wave. And this wave, it filled up a lot of the water for Owens, and you can see once he gets these first turns in, it turns whitewashy and kind of backs off, and that was because of Michel's wave before it.
Draws that arc into the pocket, really just trying to create something. He knew it was a softer section, but a little punch on the backhand from Owen Wright, able to put it up vertically before he runs out of wave. So now scores, and they're going to take a look at the replay from the last of Michel Perez. Had the 6.27, was able to get a quick barrel on the inside. He's surfing a really smart heat. Owen Wright aware of that activity on the inside, so he was trying to back it up as we see Chris Davidson grabbing his jersey coming up in about 6 minutes, and he's been one of the most exciting surfers to watch this year on tour.
Yeah, he's always been one of the most exciting, and putting it all together in his heats now. He's added a little bit of consistency to that excitement,
which has been paying off. He's looking like he's going to be on the world tour for quite some time. Bede Durbridge is going to try to take him out of the event, so that one coming up shortly. Still 5 minutes and 42 seconds remaining, and the judges still taking their time with the last exchange.
Yeah, that was a critical exchange right there. Back-to-back waves, really contrasting with the tube and the floater compared to Owen's multiple turns in the pocket on a slower wave.
Do you think scoring the tube ride, Shay, in this event, would you say that's pretty challenging a task for the judges?
Because there's been such a contrast in surfing. We've had huge errors from some of the guys. We've had big carves from some of the guys, and we've had the tubes from other guys. So we've seen it all this event, and the judges have seen it all, and they're going through these replays, and it comes in slightly better for Perez. 4.23 for Owen, 4.93 for Perez. He takes a lead in this heat. Now Owen needs the 5.71.
So things getting interesting as we just hit the 5-minute warning. They have 5 minutes left to go in a pretty slow heat as far as waves and sets coming through. Michel doing a great job with just 2 at the moment with a 6.27 and a 4.93. Owen Wright has been posting some of the biggest numbers. He's the only goofy foot left in this event. So Shay, he kind of has his heart out for the goofy foot out there.
No, I saw in the Hobgoods talking about the race for the world title. but it was a race between the Goofies, and it's between Ace and Owen right now, and I think Owen takes out Ace right now after this event.
So huge one there for the rookie. He's trying to get closer. And, you know, you look at the guys that are still in. We have some of the top seeds, but Ace Buchan was taken out by Dylan Graves, the local wild card, in front of a huge crowd. And that was at one of the great heats of the event. A surprise is, you know, when you have that wild card position, you're going to get a top seed, and when you can see him come through, it's pretty amazing.
No, definitely. Right now, it's getting critical because with only 4 minutes to go, Michelle is holding that priority, and he's right next to Owen in the lineup.
And now, yeah, with 4 minutes, we're looking out the back shade. We have a little bump on the screen. You can see way out there.
Yeah, the outside buoy might have a set. In probably 30, 40 seconds, we could see that, hopefully enter the lineup and get these guys back surfing, because I want to see these guys surf to win.
And they've had some amazing waves to get to this point, and now it just could just be a couple more chances with 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Both of these guys looking for their first win on the World Tour, and to do it at the Search here in Puerto Rico would be amazing. We've got these trophies next to us here in the booth. What an unbelievable event to win for both of these guys. Michelle Perez with a 6.27 and a 4.93. Owen Wright needing that 5.71, so Michelle's not sitting comfortably. Owen's trying to glance at anything and looking at the ocean.
One underneath Michelle's priority. If I was Michelle, I wouldn't let him get too far away from me, because he can get that score on any wave. We could see a big air on this wave.
And looks like he's going to go.
He's going to go. He's found something underneath priority. He's a little deep on the reef. Yeah, that was unfortunate because there was a wall in front of him, but he was a little too deep on the takeoff.
So that wave worked out just the way Michelle wanted it to. He's on the inside. He's not too far out. Michelle sitting way out the back with priority. 2 minutes, 44 seconds to go. Owen Wright still going to need a 5.71 to make the quarterfinal with Jordy Smith. Either one would be in a huge matchup come quarters time. And we see a little bump now with 2.5 to go. Michelle is just getting a little bit closer to Owen, so wise decision to keep an eye on him now.
Yeah, he knows. That's where he picked up his last score, was on the inside. And with Owen, it can take one maneuver. I've seen him do huge backside full rotation there, and he could get, you know, an 8 on an inside wave, and Michelle would be really disappointed in himself.
Going for those single moves, we keep talking about Dane Reynolds, that single turn. He was awarded a near perfect 9.9 something for that one. We had Matt Wilkinson get the rodeo at 8.5, and with 2 minutes, and it's just a matter of a wave coming, Owen Wright could do it. There are some lefts out there in those Mirage ads. You see him do the stale fish, all the hard grabs, so a tough one here for Michelle Perez. Even though he has the lead, there's 1 minute 45 seconds.
Yeah, there's some guys you can just sit out there and make sure they don't get anything on a set wave. You don't want to let Owen catch a wave.
Not at this point in the game. So Owen trying to avoid elimination here in this fifth round.
This is going to get really exciting here in the end with only 1 minute and 30 to go. We look outside and you'll see those bumps, and this could be the biggest set of the heat if it hits the reef right. There's 3 or 4 bumps if you look closely on that screen. Yeah, we're going to see some action to finish this heat. 1:20 to go, all these waves. Michelle lets him go with priority. Oh, he can't even get into it. That was an unbelievable wave, one of the better waves that come through all the competition. I don't know what was going on with those guys.
Wow, we just saw that wave spit and just spin through the inside.
There's a bigger one,
the back,
breaking on their heads. Wow, that was critical right there of Owen to not be able to get on that. Ledged him right out the top.
Especially in this low wave count heat, 50 seconds to go. That was a big opportunity that just ran away from them now. So 45 to go. Shady, let's take a look at the Mirage
Here's
replay.
That wave.
What happened
you see it rolling from behind him, and he just paddled a little slow, got hung up in the lip, and that's a perfect barrel spit. And it not only did that, it kept peeling all the way down the line in the channel. Look at that thing.
Now we're seeing Owen Wright. This is his last opportunity. Carve into the pocket off the top. He needs to get something going on the inside here.
He's looking at this section. He's going to have to air to get the score. We're going to see a big air right here, hopefully. He got a little late to the lip, not enough speed, and he had to just kind of fling it, and that wasn't going to work.
So Owen Wright is going to be eliminated from this event. That comes in at a 2.13. They're going to count this one out. A great job for Michelle Perez. You see this wave. It will count. A little victory lap for him onto the inside as he hacks it high off the top. Good bottom turn, wrapping that next one into the pocket. Amazing showing there for Michelle Perez, just using that patience and doing a great job to make that quarter with Jordy Smith. We're going to take a short break. Rip Curl Search continues right after this.
Every heat live on ASPWorldTour.com.
My power balance keeps me focused and centered. It works.
Rightio, welcome back to our Puerto Rico finals day here at the Rip Curl Pro Search for 2010. You can see that little figure there in the right of your screen, Mr. Owen Wright. Unfortunately bowing out there to Michelle Brez. I'm Sean Doherty, Brad Gerlach with me for this one. Gert, last heat of the round, B. Durbich, Chris Davidson. What are you feeling?
Yeah, well, right now there's a bit of a lull, and I just wanted to talk about that situation that just happened with Owen Wright and Michelle Brez. Michelle Brez with priority, sitting inside of Owen Wright. Owen Wright paddling into what looked like almost like the wave of the contest.
Yep.
And that is called defense.
Yeah.
That is how you play defense in the sport of surfing. And it was... I mean, had Owen Wright taken that wave, I'm sure he would have got the score, and Perez would have been out. So that's Perez showing a lot of experience.
For sure, yeah. He's come along in leaps and bounds this year, Michelle Perez. There's our head-to-head, what we're seeing out in the water now.
Davo.
Yeah, B. Durbich, and in the blue, Chris Davidson from Narrabeen, Australia.
Now, are you from Narrabeen?
No, I used to live at DY, just down the coast.
Oh, so you've seen, as we see,
I've
look
seen
out.
Davo in his natural environment. Okay, here goes Durbo. Great looking wave here. First wave of the heat. Opens up. Clean wave. Drags the hand up and over that section. Here we go. Whipping it around. The big guy from North Stradbroke just gets a little hung up as that thing enters the inside bowl. Another turn there for Durbo, and he is on the board. Bradley, I know you're a fan of bead surfing. I reckon probably the best kind of transitional surfer.
Mirage replay right here. Okay, Durbo. Off the bottom right here. Knows first turns count big, so gets a little bit stuck on that. Comes off the bottom here, throws it straight up there, gets a little bit of a tail waft, comes out of this one, pulls it back into the pocket, and gets stuck right there. Not what you want, but gets another turn off there. He was a little bit late there, so we'll certainly believe that Bede probably knows he could get more out of that wave. But he's on the board.
Yeah.
Davo paddling into one out the back here.
Yeah, Davo really wanted a piece of that and paddled in. Unfortunately, that thing had taken off without him. There is the big frame of B. Durbich. Judges probably going to take a little while just with that last
There's a little Puerto Rican flavour.
Oh, well, Garrett, took us about 3/4 of an hour to navigate the car park. It was, I'll tell you what, there is 3/4 of the island's population crammed into this little section of the coast.
And as they should be here at the Rip Curl Pro. I mean, it's the best of the best in the world, and surfing's never been better. The performances here at this event yesterday with Dane Reynolds saying that he best turn of his life, as we see right here. Beat Durbich up and riding. Nice snap, speed snap there, and looking at this section.
Goes the big flyaway out. And here goes Davo, having a look, drops in, little fade, drags the hand, picks his spot, up and into it, just tags it. And that wave running out of juice and Davo kicking out. So
what's interesting there is a lot of people would be like, why did he kick out? And if you take a look at the replay, you'll see that his foot kind of got a little bit sketched out after he did the top turn. Yep. Here's the Mirage replay here. So sets up the turn, knows that the first turn is a huge score, comes straight off the bottom, gets a little slides. See how that thing slid a little bit on the bottom turn? And then right here, he goes to land this turn and just misses his timing by a little bit and goes, you know what? I'm not going to get the score. I'm going to get back out and get priority.
Hits the eject button there. So score's still dropping for that early exchange. What we might do is throw down to Jody Nelson.
And the Spartan.
Michelle Perez. Take it away, Jode.
Thanks, Sean. Michelle, it was kind of a low-scoring heat out there between you and Owen, but, I mean, you came out on top at the end, and you had priority at the end of that heat. You know, just explain to us how you used that to your advantage.
There was like 2 minutes remaining before the end of the heat, so I got a priority, and I saw the set coming, so I just sit further than where he was, and I knew like if I was going to sit on him, I was about to catch this one, but probably a set would come after that. So, and I tried to make pressure on him, and he didn't get it, so I was like, oh, okay, he's gone. Yeah.
Worked to your advantage, and your board's been looking really good under your feet, and Just kind of talk to us about who's actually shaping. I know it's a Firewire board, but who's shaping your boards?
Nev Millman. Nev just shaped my boards, and he's a really great shaper from Firewire. So all my boards come from him, and it worked really well in those conditions. Every conditions, I have a board for a different way, to approach the waves. So that's great. Yeah.
Quarterfinals. Are you pretty pumped?
Yeah, I'm pretty pumped. Yeah, right.
Well, congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you in the quarters. Boys, we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Just in time to see the white Fijian get absolutely cabined through that inside slab section there, Gur.
I have actually heard that nickname, the white Fijian. And where's that come from? Take a look at the Mirage replay here.
Here we go, Durbo.
So sets this one up perfect. Looks like the Gold Coast. Comes off the bottom here and pulls cleanly in that tube, untouched. And then here's the big move right here.
Wow.
Beautiful cutback, turning the nose of the board all the way back the opposite direction. So that's, I was sitting there in the competitors area with Tom Curran, and Taylor Knox had a really nice tube and a cutback, and he just said, he goes, well, that's the classic tube ride into the cutback, you know, and it is beautiful to see.
Yeah, it never ages, that one. So Durbo, we can tell you his first wave a little while back was a 6.33, and that last one, you reckon, is going to be, will probably be a little bit better, you reckon, Brad?
I think it's a better wave, even though it's only two maneuvers. I think it's better. It was clean from the start to the finish, whereas that first wave he had a couple of bubbles. He was a little bit late with his timing.
Yep, there it is. Comes in at a 6.67. That last wave for B Durbridge puts him out into the lead with 23 minutes to go in this one.
Now, I will say, though, that he got that barrel, he came out of the barrel, he did a huge wrapping cutback. But a cutback, while it's a quintessential move, it's a little bit of a safe move. And so had he come out of the tube, gone down to the bottom, come straight up and blast his fins out, you're looking at more risk. So
you're looking at an 8.
There is, speaking of risk, there's Kelly, and there is Tommy Curran right there.
Yeah, look at Kelly. He's just, pretty much in the zone.
He's playing Scrabble.
Yeah, he loves that thing. That's his preheat thing at the moment.
Yeah, he wants a distraction. As we see Davo taking a look at this wave. Take it away.
Yeah, here goes Davo. Now, it's a mid-sized wave. And, goes the punt. And, sticks it. I thought he was going to throw it away there for a second. He's trying to hang on to it. Of course, there's not much onshore wind around today.
I think he missed the grab, actually. I think he went to grab for it. We'll see it in the replay.
Yeah. So, Chris Davo, I thought he was in two minds about whether he was just going to get out of that wave. And, here it is, the Mirage replay of it.
Sets it up, stays fairly high on the wave. Throws it up. See how he grabs? Yeah. Oh, no, he had it.
Yeah.
He had it.
He lost his front foot there at one stage. Got it back around, but kind of...
But that recovery stuff just kills you on your score. You really, you can't go into recovery.
Not these days. And, Chris Davidson, probably a half-decent score, but it does kind of get him moving with 22 minutes to go. Tell you what,
Some
Brad...
really, really pretty girls. I think that's Otto Flores' wife.
Yeah, it's it's pretty... it's a scene in the VIP area, the surfers area. There's a real buzz.
It's a place to be.
Yeah, there's a real buzz about today. We just saw Tom Curran in there. It's there's world champions all over the place in there.
Yeah, and I've been talking. And I've been talking with a few of the locals here, and they're just really, really happy that the event is here, and they're super stoked.
Yeah, it's been really well received.
Very passionate surfing fans, and it's and the waves are good, man. The waves got some juice.
Yeah, we showed up this morning, and it certainly didn't look as good as this. But the guys had such a good time out here yesterday, and it's the kind of wave that throws up everything. It throws performance sections, it throws throaty little barrels at times, and there wasn't a great deal of doubt about whether once it started to turn on that the boys really just wanted to do this thing here today and get it done.
I was speaking to Dane yesterday, and he really loved this way because you can get barreled and you can do turns, and having and then that means you can get barreled, you can do turns, you can do both, or you can just do one, or you know what I mean?
You can do airs.
Yeah, you can do airs. You can do everything. So you can really pull your whole repertoire out here. Big giant carves, the whole deal. So and we've seen a lot of that.
Yeah.
We've seen all of it.
Yeah, this wave's been a real revelation. We've seen it over the course of the event, and the guys have got their head around it a little more, reading the sections better, and that kind of culminated yesterday. We saw some of that stuff we saw yesterday, Brad,
Check the crowd out.
Unbelievable.
And check the crowd that got a chance to witness that stuff and is witnessing it now. So, we saw Wilco doing a rodeo flip. We saw Reynolds doing what he claimed is the best turn of his life. And I know he's in a really good mood yesterday. And then Jordy Smith going to town, Slater getting creative. A title race on our hands here, cutting edge surfing, and you got a hats off to Rip Curl for bringing this event down to Puerto Rico.
Yeah, there's a lot of this the buzz out there at the moment. The whole world title buzz, obviously. The event buzz itself, the whole backdrop of what happened earlier in the week, as well as an undercurrent to this event. There's a lot of feeling around the place at the moment. And we're going to see. I'm going to see a pretty special day, Gur.
Yeah, definitely. And the out in the water right now, Beat comfortably out in front. A 6.33 on his first wave, a 6.67. Davo yet to get anything better than a 2.67. So it's early days, 20 minutes left, and I was talking with Tommy yesterday about this, and really, when waves are only 10 seconds apart, you really have an opportunity every 10 seconds. I know that waves come in sets and stuff like that, so it isn't really every 10 seconds, but there is a mystical element to our sport, that you don't know when those bombs are going to come and when the best wave of the day is going to come, and that could come right at the end of your heat.
Yep, it's the great unknown.
That's what keeps me watching and excited about, and that's why you think, anybody could beat anybody, and that's what makes it good about the sport, really good, because it isn't a known factor.
No.
This guy's definitely going to beat this guy. Now there are things where you think, that guy's definitely going to beat that guy, but upsets happen.
Yep. Well, you're surfing against the other bloke, and you're surfing against the ocean at the same time.
And speaking of that, I think what do we got here? We got Reynolds. Slater's up against D'Souza.
He's got
right?
Adriano, and the next quarterfinal one, the next heat we've seen, of course, TB, and there he is right there. Taj Burrow against Dane Reynolds. I'll tell you what, those two squared off yesterday in that round 4 heat, which was pretty well for mine. The heat of the contest.
And I at Trestles, Dane beat Taj in the quarters there.
Yeah.
And he beat him again here. In that 3-man heat. And it's kind of like Taj has definitely got to, Taj looks up for it though. He's got a good smile on his face. He looks excited, and that's just going to be such a great show.
Yeah, there's stories all through this thing. Of course, I was there when Taj came in yesterday into the surfers area. He was buzzing, but he was pissed as well. That he'd lost. Because this was Dane on the back of a 993 and whatever else he was doing out there. TV surfed an incredible heat. Like he fully lit up out there and still got done. So he's you could see the cogs turning in his brain in there in the surfers area now. He wants revenge. And that's coming up right next quarterfinal 1, Taj Burrow against Dane Reynolds. And it will be followed by, potentially, world title quarterfinal. Kelly Slater, Adriano D'Souza. There he is. Yep. Kelly catching up with some of the Puerto Rico crew. Ali Moreta there on his left. Looking relaxed, yeah?
Yeah, looking relaxed, and buddies. Who knows what's going through that cranium?
Yeah.
Huh? Hopefully nothing, right? Hopefully
Yeah,
he's just in the moment and cruising around, saying hi, talking with Taylor, who's a lovely guy, one of the best surfers in the world ever.
Well, I'm sure Kelly was probably in a way hoping for a quarterfinal against Taylor. Of course, Taylor surfed against Adriano, so there was the potential there for it to happen. Unfortunately, Taylor lost.
Some waves out the back here. Davidson having a sniff, as they say.
Yeah, having a sniff.
But that wave not good, so good choice.
It's been slowed up a little bit in the last 10 minutes.
It looks like they've changed in the lineup. They're not so deep. They're a little bit more on the shoulder here, and I think that, it's not that they're on the shoulder. They're just on the second peak to the left.
Yeah. Well, I think they saw those bombs that came through at the back end of the last heat with Owen and Michelle, who got caught out of position. And they figure that if they get another set like that, they want to be front and centre, right in the right spot for it.
You reckon these guys are talking to each other out there?
I reckon Davo is. I reckon Davo's trying to get inside Bede's head right now. I'd love to have him mic'd up.
I hear that's impossible.
Yeah, I know. Bede is.
Here goes Davo right
Bede's
here, though.
The Iceman. He goes Davo, drops in. Great looking little wave here. Just rips into it. Lines it up again, up and over that section. The big closeout floater. No, he's got around it. But that wave running out of juice in the channel for Chris Davidson. So, well, probably it's definitely going to be his best wave of the event. Okay. Well, wait for scores to drop in for Davo. B. Durbidge, there he is. Didn't surf the last event in Portugal. Was home back in Australia for the birth of
Yeah, he
his
had a
first
little
child.
girl named Willow.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Here goes B.
Look at this.
Oh, yeah. Check this out. Drives off the bottom. Big snap right in the hook. An uncharacteristic mistake. He come unstuck.
Yeah, he come unstuck. Doesn't happen very often with B. Durbidge. He's generally pretty well mistake-free. One of the most consistent surfers on tour, if not the most consistent.
Well, that score coming in from Davo, a 5.17. So he gets on the board now.
Yeah.
Needs a 7.83, and we look at the Mirage replay. Davo off the bottom here, rips this one back, puts a little grunt into it right there, and then he was a little late on that, but caught up, basically, and did a little lip launch.
Yeah, smaller wave, Gert, and then followed in by this one for Durbo. Now, if he sticks this turn and finishes the wave, he's going to probably 7s and 8s.
You see how he looked up right there?
Yeah, he's got one step ahead of himself.
He looked up I mean, I don't know what the measurement of time is. It's some millisecond where he looked up before the nose caught, thinking he had that one for sure, and he's like, now what am I going to do? Well, let me take a look at getting this next move in. And, you know, that's a very common mistake in surf contests. I see the best of the best make that mistake.
Getting one turn ahead of themselves.
Yeah, and here goes Davo out the back.
Oh, look at
He's
this
scratching into position. Let's see what's going on here. He needs a 7.83. This wave looks amazing. He stalls. He grabs on. He pulls in.
Barrel.
He comes out, and he rips a huge cutback and right back into the pocket there. And, well, Davo could be right back in this thing. We'll see as he's still going here on the inside. But,
oh, mate. Well, Davo's probably thought, he's seen Bede. He knows what Bede's got. Bede's got some big turns on him. Davo knows he's probably going to have to surf a smart heat.
Oh, look at that.
And he knew he wanted a barrel. He paddled out there thinking this, and he's found it straight up. Gone to the massive roundhouse, finishing it up. So, well, he's only chasing a 7.83 to move into the lead. I don't know whether the judges will give it to him, but it's definitely a score, and it really puts him back
the
into
thing
his
is
seat.
it could be better than his 5.17, and then that makes the 7.83 come down. So
okay, well, you're watching the Rip Curl Pro Search for 2010. We'll be back right after this. Okay, and welcome back, Puerto Rico. The final day here at the Rip Curl Pro Search for 2010. You're seeing there is the current heat out in the water. Fourth heat of the day, Chris Davidson from Narrabeen in the blue. B. Durbidge from North Stradbroke Island in the red.
Well, and on that last wave, Davidson getting a 7.87, and he does take the lead. So perhaps the judges taking a look at all the waves that were ridden, and they thought that wave was a little over a point better than anything else that they saw in this heat. So, with
well, Dave only he needed a 7.83 to take the lead. Got a 7.87, so he's currently leading the heat by 4/100ths of a point. So an absolute squeaker here between these two guys. Of course, the winner gets Mick Fanning in the quarters. So it'll make an All-Australian fourth quarter final later on this afternoon. A lot of stuff happening here at our little right-hander where we've been all week. really thrown up some excellent waves, and it's continuing on today. So coming up next, of course, is quarter one. Taj Burrow, Dane Reynolds.
Well, here's what's interesting is it's just under the 10-minute mark. Durbridge with a 6.33, a 6.67. Davo on a 5.17 and a 7.87. He's ahead by 0.04. And we are looking at Durbridge sitting on priority. Durbridge, one of the best competitors there is. As we see a wave coming through here, he decides, you know what, I don't want this thing. And Davo doesn't have priority and is trying to beat his 5.17. He rips a nice turn off the top there. Comes up the bottom here, gets a little bobble there, and another little snap. And the judges, they're watching replays. They see every little bobble nowadays.
Yeah, they don't miss much.
It's pretty awesome.
Yep. Okay, we're going to see a replay here of Davo's last one. It's typical Dave. Davo likes to hunt around when he doesn't have priority and just keep busy and catch a lot of waves. And, he's got into this one. It's only coming into 4, Gur.
I will say, though, that is really the case. If you don't have priority, you pretty much, if you can get a score, if you can get a score higher than a 5.17, you know what I mean? You should take it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Because you're going to build. But, Davo had a good first turn, perhaps not close enough to the pocket, to get that really high score. And then, of course, on that second turn, he had a little bit of a bobble. And the judges saw that. They gave it a 4.0. So now Davo's almost back out in the lineup, and it's almost like he didn't even catch that wave. But I'll tell you where the advantage is he's got another wave underneath his feet, which means he's more in tune with the ocean and probably more ready for the next wave that comes through. So there's lots of different things going on, and you can gain an advantage even if you don't get an advantage in the score, just because your body and your board and the waves they get married.
Yep.
They
okay,
marry
with
themselves.
8 minutes to go, let's have a look at what we've seen so far in this heat. Durbo opens strongly. This was the first wave of the heat, a 6.33 for the big guy from North Stratty. Durbo, just great rail to rail, throwing it up there. Gets a little caught up there as that thing enters the inside section, but finishes his waves as he generally does. And this is his best wave of the heat. Gets fully piped across the slab section here. The local boys calling it the triangle, that little bit of reef. And Davo took a while to get going, Gur, but he's started to look good in the back end of this heat.
Yeah, well, this is Davo's 5.17, so he started slow, and then he gets this next one here, and this is really where he takes the lead. He drags his arm for a second, but then realizes I need to get going, comes out, and then rips a cut back right back to the pocket, and the judges rewarding that with a point better than anything else that has been ridden so far. So Davo out in front by only a 0.04. Beat Durbridge on priority. Plenty of time remaining, 6 minutes and 55 seconds. And Durbo taking a look at this wave right here. He goes, nah.
Yeah, well, the big bear starting to stir out there. Durbo's just been sitting there like a statue.
The white
for 10
Fijian.
minutes. And
where's that come from, the white Fijian?
Well, he grew up on a little island called Stradbroke off the coast. So he's an island boy.
I see.
And he's got the physique of the Fijian. He's about 6'2", and he's a big lump of a lad.
Yeah, with the curly red and blonde hair.
Yeah, and he's a pretty good footballer as well.
Oh yeah.
So he's
tremendous athlete.
Yeah. So Durbo's sitting there. Of course, didn't surf for the last event, as we said. Was home back in Australia for the birth of his first child. Willow's been a little crook last couple of days. She's been in hospital, but apparently all out of the woods. So Durbo was tossing up at one stage whether to actually go home, but it looks all good back at home. I'm sure Taryn, his wife's watching on.
We said we'll get well soon there, little Willow.
Yep, well, there we go. Getting ready.
Teebs.
TB for this next heat. Quarterfinal number 1. There it is. Have a go at that.
Look at that little rock dance right there. You got to be careful in there. It's slippery. I fell twice. Looked around, was hoping somebody got it on footage, and they didn't.
I'll tell you what.
It might turn up on YouTube, though.
If you fall there today, there are no joke. There would be probably 3,000 cameras sitting here on this beach. You're going live to about 20 million people. Your dignity is really going to take a hit.
Oh, well, you just get up and take a bow.
You would. That's all you could do. You'd have to claim it, wouldn't you?
There you go. Look, there's the crowd right there.
Yeah, Puerto Rican crew.
You'd have to turn around and take a bow, and you're providing entertainment as we got a nice, cute little girl there throwing out some prizes, or whatnot.
Yeah, of course, Saturday morning, probably almost Saturday lunchtime here in Puerto Rico, in Isabela, up in the northwest of the island. There he is.
Some believe the best surfer in the world at the moment.
Yep, Kelly thinks so. Dane Reynolds high-fiving the little Puerto Rican Grom.
I sure hope I didn't just mention slipping and then...
Yeah, Dane goes over. So, amazing quarterfinal coming up next. Dane Reynolds, Taj Burrow. That'll be followed by quarterfinal 2, potentially a world title quarterfinal. Kelly Slater up against Adriano de Souza. If Kelly wins the quarter, 10 world titles.
10 world titles.
That's freaky, isn't it?
And the fact that he's even there, it's just it's testimony to how incredible an athlete Kelly is.
Did you guys cross over career-wise?
Yeah. Yep. 2-1.
Yep.
He beat me twice. I got him once.
Well, okay. Well, it's actually started really busy in this heat. It's gone a little slow here now, which ain't good news for B. Durbidge because he needs a 6.38, and we're down to just right on 4 minutes. So Bede really needs a bit of life into this come into this ocean here.
Lots of time remaining though.
He's got he's got scores. He can dial up that score quite easily. Hang on, well, here we go. Yeah, this one's going a little wide, so they've got to chase it.
Yep, and then he leaves it to Davo, and we'll see what Davo can do here as he drags arm right off the start, pulls in, and
nice little cover up.
And then he gets a big snap right at the end of that wave. Oh, that's pretty good. And we see Durbo taking a look at this as a foamy one on the outside. Is it going to double up? That's what he needs.
Yeah.
He brings it back to the center right there. He throws it straight up, blows his tail around.
Wow.
Comes off the bottom here.
Again.
Wham! Grabs rail. And right in front of Davo. So,
wow. Well, Durbo chasing a 6.38. Well, we didn't see the start of that. We'll have a look at the replay in a second. Great exchange there.
I will say, though, that I think Davo beat that 5.17.
Yeah, he might have edged out a bit further in front. So we'll wait. We'll get the replay. We're seeing there's Dane and Taj paddling out for the first quarter. That'll be starting in about 3 minutes' time. Here's the replay, Gert.
Yep, he drags his arm, pulls in. It's kind of a moderate sort of tube. You know, little chandelier. And then this is pretty good, though. Snap! It was really critical. Snap right there. So we'll see. It's really only one turn, and then Durbo with a cutback right back to the pocket. He sets this one up, and that's big turn right here. See how the nose of the board went the opposite direction, and then comes off the bottom and looks for another one right here. Vango and grabs his rail.
Yeah, grab rail's a bit of an afterthought there, but rides out at all. The whole package looked pretty good. Of course, B. Durbidge. No one, I reckon, until Lynx turns together better, it makes it look better than B. Durbidge. So really crucial time in the judges' booth with 2 minutes to go. Okay, Davo's score coming in first. It is, you're right, Gert, it's a 5.6. So B. Durbidge needs a 6.8 on that last wave, a 6.81.
I reckon he got it.
I reckon they might be giving it to him too. I reckon that first turn.
Well, yeah. It's actually the second turn because he did the cutback to set it up.
Yeah.
And the second turn was huge.
Okay.
And the third turn was pretty good too.
Yep. I reckon they might be having a look at it. We're still waiting on those scores. Both guys in the lineup.
They've got the luxury of looking at it, of being able to do the replay and really make a decision here because at a minute and a half left.
Oh, here they come. First score gives it to him. Good. Second judge gives it to him. He's got it.
It's looking good.
Yep. Okay, one more to drop, but B. Durbidge definitely will take the lead. You can see him looking in. There it is, a 7.67. So B. Durbidge takes the lead. Now means Davo chasing a 6.47. You see Davo splash in the water. So
Davo had no choice but to take that first wave. But I will say, you know how Davo took off on that wave and dragged his arm?
Yep.
He needed to drag both his arms and really, really get tubed.
And wipe some speed off.
And then finish that wave with that same kind of turn. And he should have put a 6.5 on the board there, making it hard for Durbo to come back. You know what I mean?
So B. Durbidge, into the lead now with 40 seconds. Of course, the winner of this quarter this heat gets Mick Fanning in the quarterfinals. So
there's a crowd, but I want to say too that was pure composure on Bede's part because he had priority. He gave Davo the first wave. You had a knowingness about that second wave going, I think the second one's better, and he gambled and said, I'm going to take the second one, and it turned out that it was.
It was the right one. Yep.
It was
so
right
counting
move.
down. Hang on, Davo scratching into position here. I'm not sure who's got priority.
10 seconds.
You reckon it's probably going to be Davo? No, it's Bede. Bede's got priority. So that wave won't score for Davo. So it means that Bede Durbridge will move through to the quarterfinals. And Davo, you're seeing there, will finish up with with a 13th, sorry.
Those are tough ones to lose, too.
Yeah. Okay, well, you're watching the Rip Curl Pro Search final day here in Puerto Rico. Stay with us. We'll be back right after this break.
My power balance keeps me focused and centered. It works.
Okay, here we go. Taj Burrow pulls in first wave, then he gets buried in that section. He's out. Oh, and tags. Well, what an amazing start! It's like the first 10 seconds of the heat, and TB has got an absolute stonker.
Wow. Hey, that was intense.
Unbelievable. In the opening seconds, the hooter literally blew, and TB was into that thing. Here is the replay. Look at the biggest wave we've seen all morning.
Look at that thing.
Look at his foam balling. Just parked in there and out. Not only gets barreled, then goes straight up at the lip. Taj Burrow and big floater to finish. Oh my god.
Take a look at this. Dane Reynolds out the back. Dane takes off, pulls in, gets fully barreled. Not quite as barreled as Taj.
Oh, the big gouge to finish. What? Gert, scores are in. Have you ever seen a heat open with a perfect 10?
Perfect 10.
Taj Burrow, perfect 10. And here it is. Dane Reynolds back up. Second wave. He gets fully cabined across the back of the shelf. The big drop wallet gouge. Oh my goodness.
Taj
Can you believe this?
With a 10.
He opened with a 10. Unbelievable. And Dane's just answered back with that. What are they going to give Dane for that?
I reckon they'll give it a 6.5.
There it is. Okay. And by the way, we've just started the heat. There it is. Dane Reynolds, Taj Burrow, quarterfinal number 1. An unbelievable. I can't ever recall, Gerb, first wave of heat being a 10.
Yeah, I can't recall that either.
Yep, flat 10s across the board. All 5 judges gave it a perfect 10. For Taj Burrow.
That was a 10. That was easy. That's an easy one to judge.
Yeah.
Judges just go, thanks, Taj. Okay, bang, 1-0.
Yep, they have to. The judges say in terms of 10s, it has to be the chicken skin criteria. It has to just really freak them out. And I think Taj just managed to do that with that opening wave.
He was gone.
Yeah.
He was gone. You couldn't even see him.
No,
he was on the we're going to see this replay again. And it's going to be, you're just going to see him. He's just going to be on that foam ball with the rail in the water and so much control. And just like, he's just in that thing going, oh, this is a beauty. Did you see that little smile on his face prior to the heat?
Yeah.
Do you think he knew that was going to happen?
Wow. Taj thought he's back at Rabbits there, just fully on the foam ball. Now, scores coming in for Dane. Yeah, you're right, Gerb. Probably it's going to come in around 7. So a pretty good score anyway for Dane. But TB has started quarterfinal number 1 with, technically about as well as you can start a heat. Perfect 10. Okay, there it is. A 7 for Dane on the last one. So what an amazing start.
That's still a decent start because yesterday, for one turn, Reynolds got a 9.9.
Right. Yep.
If you got a here's the replay coming up here.
Oh,
the Mirage replay. Watch this. Takes off, perfect timing, stomps on his front foot. He's got his edge in there.
He's gone through the foam ball.
Perfect timing. Comes off the bottom here, snaps it really critically in the lip there, and finishes out with
one more
big, beautiful floater.
He knows right there. I reckon he knows straight away. That is probably close to a 10. And Dane answers on the second wave of the set. Now, this was a pretty sick little barrel anyway. Takes a great high line. Sings shoulders out really quickly. and he just does a Reynolds turn all over it. Just a big drop wallet gaff. Okay, well, pretty frenetic start to this heat. We might throw down while we've got a quick break to Jody Nelson, who's got Mr. B Durbidge, winner of the last heat.
Thanks, Sean. It's such an exciting day of surfing. And Bede, you had such an exciting heat against Davo. I know both of you were super fired up, wanting to make it into the quarters. Walk us through that heat. It was kind of back and forth.
Davo's so aggressive in the water, and I am too. And I knew it was going to be a tussle to the end. And it went back and forth and needed a score at the end. And I only really had that one good section. I kind of went for that turn and made it, and got that score, and it felt good paddling out when they read it out.
There's a lot of excitement in the air. A lot of the top guys are left. I mean, Dava was the lowest rated that's left, and so now it's a battle between all you top guys. And we just heard a perfect Tim go down, and Dane and Taj are battling it. Does that help you get pumped for your next heat?
Oh, for sure. You want to be in that last bracket, and I was looking at the draw, and it's pretty much the top 8 surfers that are left in the contest. So every heat's just going to be full on, and it's Taj getting 10s, and I'm sure Dane's going to come back. He can get 10s for one turn. So it's going to be a great day of surfing, and the crowd's just going nuts down here. It's cool.
All right, well, we'll let you go get ready for your quarterfinal heat. Boys, we'll send it back to you in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Jode.
Thanks, Jody.
Yeah, well done, Durbo. Into the quarters against Mick Fanning. So, an incredible start. Here goes Dane Ger. Is he thinking left? He was thinking left there for half a second.
He was taking a look at going left. He's probably frothing on doing something different. Dane really likes to do different stuff. He wants to amuse himself, which is cool, because when he's amused, we're all amused.
He's the kind of guy who gets bored pretty easily. So an incredible
creative
start.
performance artist, and happens to be a competitor, but he's not. I would say he's more of a performance artist, and he's just so good that he can just rely on his surfing. Doesn't really do much tactics. I know that he never really fights for that first wave unless it comes right to him.
Yeah, he's not a scrapper. He's just goes out there to surf, do his own thing. Is Durbo coming up? But the whole competition thing with Dane's it's just like a secondary function. It's just there.
Well, it's a place for him to perform.
Yeah, exactly. That's a forum for him to go out there and do his stuff. Surface area there he is. Coming up next, Mr. Kelly Slater, 1 heat away potentially from a 10th world title. Just taking a bit of time out to have a chat with Bede, congratulate him on his win. So. Gert, what do you reckon? We've got a little break. Oh, yes, we do. What do you reckon Kelly's feeling right now? He's 1 win away from 10.
Well, it was interesting because he had a heat yesterday with Adriana de Souza. As we see Jordy Smith, who's been on point all event, scoring super high scores and surfing incredible. But I think with Kelly, he did have that heat with Adriana before, who was hassling. As we see Dan Reynolds taking a look at this smaller wave right here, pick up speed. I reckon he wants to do something nuts right here. Look, didn't even phase Jordy. Corey's like, I can do that.
Wow. That was a rotation on that thing. Dane knew it was a smaller wave. He knew there was only one turn in it, but absolutely threw everything in it. This big coptery, giant forehand.
As we see Taj taking a look at this. He's a little bit behind the peak. That wave's a little weird, but let's see what it does as he speeds around the section here. Big floater. Gets a lot of speed off the top. And unable to hang on.
Yeah, well, Taj is he's obviously in the box seat with a perfect 10, but he's also in a weird spot because he knows that now Dane's going to just chase Dane throws caution to the wind anyway.
I really want to see the replay because this isn't just a regular old air reverse. He put some invert on this stuff. As we see the Mirage.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Well, he's thinking one turn all along. It's looking for his spot. Speed out of the top third. Rips it around. Kind of surprised he didn't ride out. He landed it cleanly.
I think that's called, they call that, a slob or method.
It was called pretty incredible, whatever it was.
I gotta catch up with my air stuff. Joe was telling me yesterday I need to open up a skateboard mag, so I will afterwards. Fans, I promise. I'll have all the names for him.
There is the scene here looking out. Our right-hander here in Puerto Rico. We've been here for the whole event. Here at finals day, and there's a lot of stories going down. There's a real buzz.
But that
in
is
this final
just
day.
how progressive the sport is some of these things a lot of people don't even know what the names are. They're different grabs, and different grabs have different difficulty levels. So, as the sport evolves, that stuff will become more common knowledge.
Yeah, yep. Okay, Dane looking at that one, siding against it. So here we are, quarterfinal 1, and Taj Burrow opening up with a perfect 10. The first wave of the quarterfinals, and it's a 10, so please let that trend continue. We expected a bit of a shootout in the quarters, and here he is, coming up next, Kelly Slater. 1 heat win away from 10 world titles. There it is, there's his craft. His Merrick's been on all year.
Yeah, it's very interesting. He's got those. He could ride it as a 4-fin if he liked, or a 3-fin. So there's Stephen Bell, the Quicksilver guy that takes care of the team.
Yep, looks after Kelly. Travelled with him all year. He's been on the ride with Kelly for a lot of years, Belly. And there's some good waves coming through right now, buddy. Yep.
Take a look at this.
Yeah, a couple of lines coming through. Looks like Dane's paddling.
Oh, it's a nugget right here.
He got to get around the wedge in it. Now he gets section up and into it. Just throws it into. Just attacked that section. Couldn't bring it around. That was the turn he did yesterday for the 993.
But it's got to be nerve-wracking for Taj, because every single time he takes off, you're like, oh, he's like a loaded gun. Look at this Taj on a wedgy little one right here, looking to try to put down a second good score. Comes off
the barrel.
He pulls in right in front of Dane. Comes out.
Yeah,
huge cutback. That wave a little on the flat side. That wave's going to be it's going to be better than this 2.93.
Yeah. Well, the hard thing with being Taj at the moment is he's got a 10, but he knows probably a backup score of a 6 may not be enough. If Dane lands two things, like Dane can easily pull a 19-point heat score out of this.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets a 9, he'll have a total of a 16.
So Taj is thinking he needs to kind of go ballistic on. So he needs an 8. He really needs to kind of try and finish it. A 6 as a 5 as a backup score may not be enough, even with a perfect 10.
Well, we'll see. There's plenty of time left. Here's the Mirage replay as Dane takes off on this one. He sets up, drives up the bottom here, blasts the top with as much power as we've ever seen. And perhaps just his timing a tiny bit off as we see Taj here pulls in and threads the needle here, comes cleanly out of this barrel. The wave really flattens out here, though, and he gets a little stuck as we see Dane Reynolds right here on the inside, pulls in, completely shacked, comes out, and giant air and unable to make it.
Yeah.
So,
well, Dane got that one straight after Taj. Got barreled across the back of the slab reef. Here we go. This is a replay. Just parks it, just wipes off a bit of speed, pops out, and wants to finish it. Just launches, big front side grab.
There it is. You were just talking about it. I mean, had he made that right there, that's going to be
that's his 8 or 9 right there.
Yeah.
And he's right back in he's got the heat lead.
For sure.
So that wave for Taj, probably going to come in that last barrel, 4-5, around a 5-point ride. So, Taj knows that's probably not going to be enough. He wants an 8.
He doesn't know if it's going to be enough or not. Yeah. He doesn't want to bank on it.
He wants some insurance.
Yep, for sure.
There's the big guy, Geordie Smith, the only other guy in the field who can potentially win the world title. He's got to have a lot of things go right for him, but he's doing it as well as he can at the moment, just winning heats. He's been looking incredible in the last couple of events. Geordie really kind of really grown as a surfer this year on the tour, and looking Kelly Slater coming up next. 1 heat win away from 10 world titles. Okay, Dane Reynolds a 5.83 for his last one. So Dane only chasing a 7.5 at the moment, which if you're Dane Reynolds and you're in the form you are at the moment, you can do that in your sleep.
Well, I can assure you that Dane Reynolds is not going to be looking for a 7.5.
he doesn't do 7.5s. Yeah, well, we saw Dane yesterday. Dane had a 9.93, and that's what Taj knows. Taj surfed against him yesterday in that 3-man round, and watched up close as Dane dropped a 9.93 for one turn, and he knows Dane's got, and the way Dane's surfing at the moment, Dane's got those he's got those points in him. So it's a pretty anxious time for Taj, even with a perfect 10 in his score bag. So there it is. Finals day here at Middles.
The Rip Curl search.
Yeah. Great little
Pro search, and somewhere in Puerto Rico.
Yep, no, it's been a really, well, it's been a strange week on a lot of levels. It's been a very sad week on a lot of levels. And, here we are. It's, it's a real convergence here,
Well, I think the boys feel, as we see Slater stretching out here, I think the boys feel like the best way to honor Andy is to surf and do what he loved the most and what they love the most. And
it's fueling the whole lot of them at the moment. They're all, they're all kind of riding on it a bit. And it's, you imagine with Kelly, it'd be a strange time for Kelly. Potentially the culmination of a career right here. But it happens in the same week that your greatest rival passes away. So Kelly Slater coming up next. You're watching the Rip Curl Pro Search for 2010. We'll be back right after this break. Okay, and welcome back. The Rip Curl Pro Search for 2010. Finals day here in Puerto Rico. And we've just seen, this thing looked pretty amazing on paper. And the first quarter-final, Taj Burrow, Dane Reynolds, it has not disappointed one little bit. We've saw a couple of wave ridden while we were at the break. Taj Burrow just getting another one. He's chasing a backup score, of course, sitting on a perfect 10. And here is the wave we saw, Gert.
Yeah, he comes off the bottom here, snaps it really quickly in the lip, comes off here. The wave flattens out a bit. He cuts it right back to the pocket, rips this last turn back to the pocket here. And he goes for a little chopski hop. And as we see, Reynolds in position on a bowly-looking wave here.
What's this?
Look at this. And he goes around the tube, comes off the bottom, and huge layback. It's like a layback hack blowtail. That, I mean, he's so explosive. It is so exciting to watch.
Yeah, of course, there's such a focus on what Dane can do above the lip, but the stuff he's doing on the face, it's he just draws lines that no one else draws. Blows the tail leg, whips it around. Made one of them yesterday. One turn for a 993, and he's figured while he's on a good thing, he's going to try and stick to it.
He has fallen on his last 3 waves, I think, and.
It's sitting on a 7 and a 5.83, but Dane's he's had the last couple haven't been so great.
I mean, his last one he fell doing that air and got a 5.83. He fell on that last wave. He fell on the one before, and those waves were big enough to and good enough for him to get large scores had he completed them. So, you're only given so much opportunity here. In a 30-minute heat, there is. Just under 12 minutes remaining, so there is like lots and lots of time.
Yeah. Okay, well, that last wave for Taj at 5.33 puts him out of the lead a little further. We might throw down to Jody Nelson, who's got Kelly's brother down there.
Thanks, Sean. Down here with Steven Slater. Steven, it's so cool that you guys are all able to come down here. Saw your mom, Judy. It's so close to Florida. I mean, you guys have got to be amped that this 10th world title possibly might go down in the next heat here, so close to home.
Yeah, we're very excited, and it is great that it's down here. It's so close to home. It's like our Hawaii, but closer. Wow, that's a good barrel. It's definitely one of the more important heats of Kelly's career. We're proud of him, so proud of him, no matter how it pans out today, but we're all excited for the next heat.
I was talking to your mom earlier, and she says she watches every single heat online, and she's just an absolute nervous wreck. How do you think she's going to be during this next heat?
I don't know. She might turn away, so she's not watching. But there's a TV screen right behind her, so she won't be able to hide from it.
And we see your brother getting ready for his heat right now, and what is friends and family are so important, and what's his mood been, just being able to be surrounded with so many of his friends and family.
I think it shows in the way he's been surfing. Very loose, very relaxed, confident, just at ease.
All right, well, I know there's a big heat coming up, but we got a great heat out in the water right now, so we're going to send it back to the boys in the booth. Sean?
Yeah, thanks, Jode. And, while we were chatting to Stephen, we had a couple of waves ridden, and first of which, this thing, talk me through it.
Yeah, well, Dane eyeing the lip here. Huge air, perfect right landing right there, and then he dug rail off the bottom and unfortunately couldn't get another turn. But Taj, look at this. Not only does he pull in, but he drags his arm and he slows down. This is what I've been talking about. He slowed himself down in there, so he extended his tube time, which increases the score quite a bit.
Yeah, both guys,
but timing a little bit off on that last turn.
Well, both guys falling victim to that deep little channel-y section at the end. So, it should be pretty interesting to see what the judges do with this. We haven't seen scores yet with 9.5 to go.
It's a great little tube from Taj. I think completing that move would have made it given him a better deal. But now he's really, really barreled on that web.
Yep. Okay. Well, yeah. Scores just starting to drop at the moment. We're seeing Kelly getting ready. Of course, if you've just joined us on Fuel TV or on ripcurl.com or any of our affiliates throughout the world, Kelly Slater 1 heat away from 10th world title. He's coming up next against Adriano de Souza. If he wins it, he's got 10. So it's a...
well, take a look outside. There are waves coming through. Dane in position with priority. He opts to shine the first one. There is another one behind it. Looks like he's in position. Will this thing have a good enough wall? He paddles into it. So this is what Dane has been looking for. He pulls in right off the start. He's completely barreled there. Comes out of that. Rips his turn back to the pocket. Catches a little bit of rail. Air.
Can't bring around.
Just not able to hang on.
Yeah, that end section really tricky. A lot of water moving back out through there at the moment.
You mean heaps of water?
Heaps of water, mate. Yeah, no, it's gushing back out through there. But no, all the guys having a little bit of trouble with their closing manoeuvres in the channel there. So great barrel there for Dane Reynolds. It's a bit hard to give you a situation with the scores because we're waiting on scores. Here's the replay. Great setup though. Fade, drags the hand, perfectly cabined through the slab section. Rips into the big cutty and goes the huge frontside punt on the end section. Unfortunately can't handle it. Potts, who's been doing a bit of work with the crew, Dane and Kelly. A bit upset that he didn't make it. There he goes. Biggest, probably, he's surfed a lot of big heats in his life. This might be potentially the biggest right here. Kelly Slater making his way down.
The pressure is firmly on Kelly. So Adriano can just have a heyday out there, do whatever he wants, and I'll tell you what, if he takes Kelly out right here, the entire surfing world is watching this heat right here. So, I mean, if you don't know who Adriano de Souza is, you will now.
Yeah, of course, Kelly and Adriano surfed a three-man heat yesterday, and with Jeremy Flores. Had a little run in. Adriano really put some heat on Kelly yesterday.
Actually, Adriano beat him and then made a tactical error in the last maybe 20 seconds and lost the heat.
And lost the heat.
Otherwise, Kelly would have had to surf this morning against Taylor.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, so there he is. And you wonder what's going through his head at the moment. Okay, well, here we go. Dane Reynolds into this section. This one's a little flatter, though. He's got to try and hope it's going to stand up and do something. And Dane kicking out. Okay, let's score in for the last one. For that big forehand punt for the barrel, actually, for Dane Reynolds, a 7-1-7. Wait on, there's one more score to drop. Well, and Taj has got some numbers coming as well. So we'll wait for those scores to drop. There is Kelly getting ready to paddle out. 6 minutes till his heat starts. The biggest heat, you'd reckon, of his 20-year career.
Taj extends his lead, gets a 6.50 on that last wave. So, and then Reynolds with that was his best wave of the event right there. I mean, best wave of the heat right there with a 7.17, but he fell on that last move.
Yeah, Dane's got another score to drop in here. So situation-wise, Taj is leading. Dane needs a 9.34. But Dane's got a score to drop in. We're still waiting on. So
no, that's it right there. It's a 7.17.
Okay. I'm trusting you on this, Gert. I think there's one more. When you're right, Gert. There it is. But it doesn't look like it's going to change the situation anyway. So
there is another score.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm out of it.
Yeah, there's two more scores. But it's not. Neither of them are going to change the situation. Dane still needs a 9.34. Most of the time, if you were the guy in the lead, you'd be pretty comfortable, you'd think, if your opponent needed a 9.34. Not so against Dane Reynolds.
Yeah, well, 5 minutes remaining, and sorry about that, Doherty. You were right, and I was wrong. And it doesn't really matter because we're watching the best surfers in the world here. We're having fun. We're enjoying it here at the Rip Curl Pro. And, I'm so excited to be witnessing this. And we're going to get a break on the next heat. We're going to sit tight and watch the action.
Okay, well, this is what we've seen so far in the heat. That was the first wave in the first 10 seconds of the heat. Taj Burrow into that thing, perfect 10. And I don't think Gurr or I have ever seen a perfect 10 dropped on the first wave of a heat.
No, and then Dane answers back right here with not as deep of a tube. And look at this, power gouge back to the pocket right there. Got a 7.70 on that.
Yeah, just ripped a hole in that thing. And, this is Dane's backup score here at the moment. The huge forehand punt, rides out of it. And unfortunately doesn't nail a second turn, but it still comes in at a 7.17. Now this is Taj's backup at the moment, a 6.5. He's been hunting around trying to find this thing, sitting on a perfect 10. But the harder he's been chasing these backup scores, the kind of further they've been getting away from him. He's doing it all right at the moment. He's hanging on, but you always worry with a guy like Dane. Dane got a 9.93 yesterday on one turn. Not on one wave, on one turn. So it's, Taj is still, he's a cat on a
which
hot
means
tin
he could
roof there at the
virtually
moment.
take off on a closeout.
Yep, he could quite easily. Yep.
And there is more waves coming through it. We're at the 3.5 minute mark. So Taj is going to have to play. He's got to pick the right wave here, as he is sitting on priority.
Yep. It's going to be a little bit of cat and mouse. You'd reckon TB will stick to Dane Reynolds like super glue out there.
Yeah, he'll be paying attention to everything Dane's doing, and Dane's going to try to grab whatever Taj is not going to take.
Yep. And of course, it plays into Taj's hands a little bit. Of course, Taj, a veteran, been on the tour now for for over a decade. And he's got gnarly heat strategy. He knows how to surf heats, and that is, certainly a Taj Burrow strength. So he's going to use that here in the last 2.5 minutes. There's the big guy, Geordie Smith. Geordie, of course, up against... he's got Michelle Perez in quarterfinal number 3. And the fourth quarterfinal, Mick Fanning beat Durbridge. So all the top seeds here as we head into the quarters. And it is not disappointing us. Quarterfinal number 1 has been a smoker. Taj Burrow hanging on to the lead at the moment, courtesy of a perfect 10. We're down to 2 minutes. And Dane's just hanging out there. Just being Dane. Not too worried about the whole situation.
Not too worried. Gets paid to surf.
Yeah. Oh well.
He's a hero to many.
Yeah, there is.
I think he's riding a new board, and I know it's a concept that one of my friends has put together, Connor Coffin. So he's experimenting around with Connor's concept. Connor is a red hot surfer out of Santa Barbara.
Yep.
His little brother here, Parker, winning the
Grom Search.
The Grom Search,
Yep.
the 1400 Grom Search. So
we've had a bit of rain overnight. I'll tell you what, the car park here, it's like quicksand. We've lost about 4 hire cars.
Hey, Doherty, minute and 20 seconds left. Plenty of waves coming through. Taj and Dane moving around the lineup here. This is crucial right here. It all could change.
He's going to be edgy here, and there's something standing up on the reef with a minute to go. Taj with priority. Dane's looking. Is Taj going to block? Dane takes off. No, Taj gives it to him because it's a closeout.
Yeah,
that's why.
But a closeout that didn't offer any opportunity for Dane to really go nuts as we're sitting on 55 minutes remaining. Taj in position
Here we
here.
go.
He paddles forward. Is
Oh,
he going to get a...
He's trying to ice it.
It looks like he's just going to get a huge cavern right here.
Look at this thing
Look
across
at
the back of the
that.
reef.
Oh.
Kind of almost outran it a little bit.
Yeah.
And falls on the in the
30
closeout section. So Dane's got 30 seconds in the lineup on his own, chasing a 9.34. Great way for Taj, just outran the barrel a little bit. I don't think it's going to change his scores. So
Well, yeah, in Taj's defense, I mean, that wave looked like a closeout. It looked like he was going to
he
run.
had to go, yeah.
Yeah, but didn't read it right. But looks like he... Oh, there's 15 seconds left. There is a bump.
Yeah, okay.
We'll see here if Dane's going to be in position, if this thing's going to be steep
He's
enough.
got to go this. Nope, no. They're counting it in next door, so that's it. So
Taj.
it's going to be Taj.
Taj
through.
into the semis.
Into the semis. So there it is. Taj Burrow. He's pretty happy with it. Okay, coming up next, the world title heat potentially. Kelly Slater. You're watching the Rip Curl Pro Search from Puerto Rico. We'll be right back.
Thanks, Sean.
Every heat live on ASPWorldTour.com.
My power balance keeps me focused and centered. It works.
Welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro Search somewhere in Puerto Rico. I'm Joe Turpel, now joined with former World Tour competitor Shea Lopez, as an insane heat just came to a close with Taj Burrow opening up with a perfect wave.
No, he got the wave of the event. Perfect 10, perfect barrel. Dane served a great heat. It wasn't like the wheels came completely off. He got some good waves, got some sevens, but Taj, that was the performance of the event. Barreling everywhere.
Everyone's on their feet because we're transitioning into another amazing, possibly historical heat in the lineup. 9-time world champion Kelly Slater is looking to possibly get his 10th world title in this heat. As we look on the screen, we see Dane Reynolds coming in. Amazing watching that kid surf.
Yeah, he performed well, and that was a great contest for him, great event. That heat he surfed well. Just Taj, he found the two best waves to come in all day.
And now looking at possibly Adriano de Souza being the guy that could upset Kelly.
He's been upsetting him the whole event. That three-man round, he definitely got inside Kelly's head. And
what was going on in that heat?
There's no priority rules, so it's kind of deepest man, and Adriano kept paddling him deep on the point, and Kelly wasn't able to get some of the waves that he wanted, and it's what you have to do against Kelly. You got to get in his head. He gets in everyone else's.
Adriano had a couple of sevens and had the lead in that entire three-man matchup, and then he got the paddling interference, dropped him into second. As we see the opening wave here, ooh, I got a little too excited. Kelly Slater is going to hold back on that one. So he's got a lot on his plate here, thinking about 10. And he's
come down to this heat. If he can win it, it's over.
Thinking about some of those world titles he won. He's pretty much dominated the sport for the last 2 decades, Shea.
Yeah, in 92, he came on, won a world title. He's won them every couple of years since then, retired, came back, won, battled those epic battles. I remember so many great memories with him and Andy, and him getting second in the world to Andy winning, and Andy winning those 3 world titles in a row was just amazing. And then Kelly, just came back, and he's won a couple titles after that.
And yeah, focusing on the last decade, it was pretty much Kelly and Andy, the names going 1-2 for so many years. Mick Fanning has filtered in the last couple, and it's been making surfing so amazing to watch. You have those battles when you have guys with so much talent going for it. They put everything on the line.
This thing's doubling up nicely on the reef. He's going to backdoor this section. This looks like backdoor, actually. This is a great tube. Unbelievable stuff from Kelly Slater. He just finds these waves underneath Adriano. That was insane.
Unbelievable start for Kelly Slater. He found this thing, took off just behind the bowl, and came up with an insane tube ride. Let's take a look at the Mirage replay.
See how he sets it up from behind that wedge, and the lineup, that was just like a wave at backdoor. He's just so deep and comes out flying.
Able to make the exit on the inside and just throws up a little hack in that closeout section, but he got a huge score for that, or probably a huge score for that.
Yeah,
Amazing
that's looking
tube
good.
ride.
That was fast and deep.
And looking out the back, he's going to get out to position. And Adriano is probably thinking about what happened on the inside there, Shay.
Yeah, you can't give Kelly an inch. He was just inside of him, picked up that wave, and Andrew out in position.
And at the moment, while we get him back out to the lineup, I think Jody Nelson is standing by with winner of the last heat, Taj Burrow. Jody?
Thanks, Joe, Shay. Taj, I mean, I was doing the post-heat interview, straight into a 10-point ride. That never happens. How do you feel about that one?
That's exactly what I said to Dane. I said, that doesn't happen very often. It's never happened to me. I saw the wave coming, and I knew it was a bomb, and I heard them counting down, and everything kind of goes silent when a good wave comes to you, or to me anyway. So I didn't know if it was in time or not, but I was pretty happy when they read out of 10. I basically just had to ride the wave. I slid into the barrel, and it was really nice and clean. And yeah, I just had to finish it. So it felt pretty good.
Now, going up against someone like Dane, I mean, you have to pull out all the stops. You knew that going into the heat.
It's so scary surfing against someone like Dane. You just see him take off on these smaller ones. You know he's going to go for broke. And every single time I'd see the back of the wave, his whole board would come flying out, and I'm just like, oh, God, what's he done now? But it's awesome the way he surfs. It's so good for the crowd. It's scary when you're in my position, but hats off to him for how good he's been surfing. It's unbelievable.
We saw you pointing to your board out there, and I was like, Johnny, go chase down and get him a board. But what was going on out there?
Well, I've had like a bit of cancer on the tail where it's kind of broken, and it just got worse and worse. And whoa, oh God, that's 10 world titles right there. Holy shit! You know he's feeling it right now. That number 10 just dropped in. That was mental.
You're going to be facing up against Kelly in this next heat if he wins.
I hope he does. I hope he's still celebrating with his family and friends, and I'm out there on my own.
All right, Taj, well, we know you got a heat coming up, so we'll get you get ready for that. All right, boys, we'll send it back to you in the booth.
Thank you, Jody. And amazing to see Kelly Slater just getting that barrel at the end there. Shay's already getting ready here in the booth.
I just got the trophy. Give it to him. That was incredible surfing. He's found two of the best waves. Just took out Taj's last performance with that wave. Underneath Adriana's priority even. You can see this.
Let's take a look at the Mirage replay.
Straight into the barrel. And what's really special is he comes flying out into another section as it clears, pumping. And that's going to be a 10. It has to be. It's already one judge gave it a 10. Give him the title. 10 titles.
Unbelievable. How special would that be to get a perfect 10
It all came down to this heat, and he's got sitting on a score of 19 out of 20, and we're only 5 minutes into this heat.
That is unbelievable. Look at the emotion from Kelly Slater. Couldn't have asked for a better start to this quarterfinal matchup against Adriano de Souza. Look at this angle from straight on. You see him just go right into the barrel.
Sun even kind of came out for this. It's been raining and dark all day. Now we got a perfectly green wave. Hands up. He knows that was going to score big.
There's a little carve on the inside. He's got to be feeling amazing at the moment. He opened up with a 9 on the inside. That thing opened up so big through that second tube section, and he came flying out. Still 23 minutes and 28 seconds remaining. As you see Kelly already heading out the back. And
you could head into the beach and sign some autographs. Let's get this party started here.
Complete domination over the past 2 decades. He has 44 wins on the top stage. Unbelievable stats. His winning percentage is crazy. He has never won the search event, though, Shay, so that would be pretty special for him to make that happen. As Shay, I think Shay's already made his decision.
Here you go, Kelly. It's all you. 10. I'll never get one of these, but you got 10 of these. Here it is. Come in, get it. We'll see you in the booth in a minute.
That second wave, a 9.87. So he has one of the biggest totals we've had so far. We have this World Title Cup with us in the booth here. We're not going to have it for long because this guy on your screen is just having a ball out there. Third ride here for Kelly Slater in this quarter against Adriano de Souza. Just running down the line, going for a huge air reverse no grab.
He can't do anything wrong.
Flawless.
Yeah, this event, the whole event he's been on, you know, the highlights every wave he catches, and this heat's unbelievable. I haven't seen anything like this. I can't remember.
We always talk about quick starts and trying to get a good wave at the beginning. He's gotten 3. He opened with a 9, then a 9.87. Here he goes, free from the tube now, going for the air.
Yeah, if anyone was wondering if he's not the best surfer in the world, he can do it all. I mean, that's a full rotation above the lip. Clean, no grab, comes out smooth, no layback, just perfect surfing in the barrel above the lip. He does it all.
his ability over the years to raise his game and to be inspired by guys like Dane Reynolds and Jordy Smith, and to be able to win for all these years is unbelievable. He beat our contest director Damian Hardman back in 1992. He was runner-up to Kelly in his first one. You look at, way back when he was just coming onto the scene, and it's amazing to see him in 2010, one of the oldest guys on tour.
At 38 years old, he's still on top of the world, surfing as good as he ever has, probably better. That was one of the best maneuvers I've ever seen him complete. It's just the alley-oop at the Rip Curl event in Portugal. He's still breaking boundaries. At 38, it's unheard of.
So that third score for Kelly Slater yet to come in for that amazing rotation, tail high air reverse, and no grab on that, which is pretty difficult to do. He didn't even touch his rail. It's an 8.10, so he's tossing that one out. 18.87 combined total before Adriano has even caught a wave, Shay.
Yeah, he's severely comboed Adriano. The backup wave, an 8.1, one maneuver. This has been, I hope you're watching at home and realize how special this moment is that we're getting to see and witness here in Puerto Rico. This is incredible. This could, most likely never be duplicated.
And look at him. He might have another look here. Watch Kelly, his fourth wave of this quarterfinal, down to the bottom. Watch her first turn. Big windup for the carving 3. And just going down his first fall in the first few waves of this heat, so that'll go incomplete. But he is looking insane. Adriano, he's going to have to fight back, but there's all the momentum in the world for Kelly Slater.
Yeah, I just feeling he must be feeling on top of the world right now. Adriano's out there. He knows he only can take off on 9s or 10s, and Kelly's going to be having the pick of the lineup right now on the smaller fun waves, and this is going to be so much fun the rest of this heat to watch him surf.
Back in 1994, he won his second world title, and runner-up that year was Shane Powell. Sonny Garcia was third, so some of those names that were in the mix from way back when, he was able to get his second, but that was what started. He won 5 in a row after that and would set a record by getting those consecutive world titles, as you see him on the screen. Look at that combined score, 18.87 total in first, a near perfect 10. He had a 9.87. A couple judges went 10 on that, Shay.
Yeah, it had to be a 10. Just give it. Is there really a difference? 0.13. 0.13. What is that? Give it a 10. He's got 10 titles. 2 of the judges gave him 10. I like you guys.
Shay was in agreement with the 10s that were thrown on that. Let's go to a quick recap. What started in the first few minutes of this quarterfinal. This is Kelly Slater preparing for this one of the most historical heats of his life. Look at him drive through the tube shot.
That thing drained out on the reef. It hit that shallow spot perfectly, and he was so deep, set it up right from behind the wedge. And then here again, right underneath the lip. His positioning is perfect. Threw that foam ball into another section, double section barrel, claiming it for everyone. Can't believe his luck. Can't believe Adriano let him have it underneath priority.
And it's, you look back in history, you look at that open up right there, that second tube section, he read it perfectly, came out with a spit. But it's rare to see Kelly really claim a wave. He's probably just thinking, I can't believe I've started this heat like this. It's a pretty nerve-wracking heat you could expect, but he's looking absolutely picture perfect.
The emotions going through him this week are just, unequaled. Excitement of the 10 titles, the unfortunate loss of everyone's dear friend Andy Irons, and now to go out and dial these waves in and to have the heat like this is amazing.
Here goes Adriano de Souza on his opener. Quick jam off the top. And he's going to look to fight back after it's been all Kelly throughout the start. Look for him to go for the air here and not seeing what he liked there, so he'll hop out and look for a better one there. He needs to really try to get something amazing to break that combo. He's got to get at least a 9, so that one's not going to change anything. Still going to be in that combo position with now 18 minutes to go.
Yeah, we're going back to talking about Andy won 3 titles in a row, and then the very 2 following years, he was second to Kelly. So it's just been, those guys have so many memories together, and I'm sure out there in the water, Kelly's remembering a lot of those times, and it's a special place.
Very special place. Our hearts go out to Andy Irons, his entire family and friends that are at home in Kauai and all over the world. They've been doing paddle outs. There's one in Australia that was really successful, but an inspiration for Kelly as well through that latter part of his career.
He pushed him hard. Andy was there. He was the one surfer that never gave Kelly an inch, and he won 3 titles in a row.
Kelly did take that little hiatus, and Andy was probably the reason why he wanted to come back and see if he could battle it out. Andy had his number for 3 years, and there wasn't anyone else that could say that. And then the last couple years, they had those amazing historical battles, and it was such a beautiful thing.
That was probably the greatest rivalry in surfing.
By far.
Yes.
And so this historical one here for Kelly Slater, looking to get his 10th now. a 9.87, and a 9.0 start. 8.10, and almost wasn't really an air reverse. It was pretty much full rotation with that tail high. Amazing rotation to get in this position now with 16 minutes and 45 seconds to go. He won a title in 95 where Rob Machado was runner-up in that one. They had those amazing pipe memories together. He finished over Shane Beshin in 96. He kept on going 97, finished over Mark Occhilupo, and Shane Powell was third that year. And 98, he won again. Mick Campbell was second. Danny Wills was third
He had
in
to
the
come
world.
from way back to win that event. Pretty much had to win the final. Those guys had to lose early, and it all, history proves what happened. Kelly won everything that year as well.
Shay, you had a couple years where you're finishing 11th in the world. What was it like, Kelly, in those younger years? You're from Florida
He was such
too.
an inspiration. Even for as long as I can remember, my first memories of competition was watching Kelly win every contest at home and being 10, 12 years old and beating the pros at home in the Pro-Am events, and then getting on tour and he was winning world titles. Like, man, this guy's just from Cocoa Beach. I can push myself, and he pushed all of us. Surfing wouldn't be where it is today without Kelly Slater.
As you see him in the lineup, as Adriano is looking just to get a showing in this one. Just a 2.03 so far with 15.5 to go. They're sitting tight out the back. Kelly opened up amazingly. He got one of his waves without priority as we're in one of the biggest heats of this event. We're going to take a short break. More to come right after this.
It was the best beach break I think I've ever surfed, and there was no sort of little area of the beach that was like sort of like swelling the ground in the water. We were both like, how fucking good's this? It's the last one! So fun. It felt like, I don't know, it was the best ever or something.
You don't surf waves like that with no one else.
And now the search is in your hands.
And welcome right back into live action. Adriano de Souza on his second wave of the heat, going for the air reverse, nails it on the takeoff shift.
Really clean, perfect transition into a big closeout lipper. He's a great surfer. The whole event he's been getting big scores, and that was his high performance surfing at his best right there. Good to see him. He's severely comboed, but he's still out there pushing it and giving us something to watch.
It's been amazing so far throughout these days of competition. Seeing these guys battle yesterday was just such a huge day. It was glassy conditions. And now today they're going barrel for barrel. Taj Barrel had a perfect 10 in his last heat. Kelly Slater, as he's going for his 10th world title, started with a 9 and a 9.87 as you're looking at quarterfinal number 2. In Puerto Rico, I think we're loving it. What a great search destination. I know, Shay, you've got probably a number of places that you'd like to see the search go to in the next couple of years. We want to hear from you guys at home. If you go to Rip Curl's photo page on Facebook and click on Where Would You Like to Search page, once you're there, there's going to be continents around the world. Like the continent that you would like to see the next search go to, tag yourself on that continent and tell us why. So Facebook.com/Rip Curl. We want to hear from you. Here goes Adriano de Souza.
He's got a nice little bowl in front of him. He's going to get a great tube ride right here. Really wide open. Punches through that closeout. Unfortunately, comes down on 1 foot. If you would have got a big move on that last, you could have got the 9 to get him out of the combo.
Would have been
It's not over.
It's not over.
Adriano is not a person to give up. He will fight to the end to try and get this back under control.
Well, that's a good point, Shay. There's someone on the beach, Jordy Smith, who is rooting for Adriano, trying to will him some momentum in this one because it's been pretty lopsided throughout the start with Kelly just looking absolutely flawless on his first 3 waves. So Adriano, even though he got a 6.33 on this, as we take a look at the Mirage replay, he actually got it on the wave before. Here's
really
his third
bottomed
ride.
out right there on the reef. He came just perfectly. Saw Kelly do that as well, coming from behind it in the barrel. Cut that little rail out. He could have just smashed that turn and got a huge score.
So unfortunately for Adriano, didn't capitalize on all the scoring potential there. Started with the 2.03, got a 6.33 for the reverse. And now another one coming through. Just has to get a rhythm and break free of the combo. Here he goes again, Shea.
Yeah, he's catching a lot of waves now. He sat out there a long time with priority and saw Kelly get all those scores, and now he's going out there and, oh, that was a big move. Pushing it, and you can see what he's capable of. We're going to see him for a long time on tour doing similar moves.
Always such a tough draw, especially in the last couple of years. It always impresses me when he puts in the time. He had the freakish talent coming off the QS and dominating when he got on the World Tour at such a young age. And now you see him just going to events early. He's become a mentor to Jadson Andre and some of the younger guys coming out of Brazil.
Yeah, they have a bright future in Brazil. There's so much talent down there. With someone like Adriano leading the way, there's going to be some great years ahead of, Gabriel Medina. That guy is just so explosive. He's got every maneuver in the book and pulls off multiple airs on every wave, it seems like, in competition.
It was scary to see him. I think he took out CJ Hobgood at Bells as a wild card, so Gabriel Medina, pretty frightening wild card draw at such a young age. As we see, everyone is here. As you see the helicopter way out the back, we have all the news channels here from around the globe. It's pretty busy through the media area because they want to get a piece of history in the making. So far, it is looking like we could be handing off that trophy, so Shea, enjoy it while you can up here in the booth, because that guy in red has been putting on an amazing display the past 2 decades. Unbelievable to see this guy surf. Who knows what's going to be next for Kelly? Well, there's still 10.5 to go. Let's give Adriano a chance here to break that combination spot.
Yeah, he got a big score on that barrel. He got the 8-point ride, and like I said, if he would have nailed that last lip, he was out of the combo situation.
So missing that just by a bit. It's rare to see 8.03 scores not quite factor into your total. As we look at Kelly Slater.
Yeah, his heat total is 14.36. That's a great heat total. Could have won many heats. And fortunately, this one he had Kelly Slater. And he's beat a lot of people with huge heat totals.
Unbelievable heat totals. Looking back to 06 when Kelly wasn't able to win one. Andy had those 3 in a row. He got back on top, just finishing above Andy Irons in 2006, and he kept it going and won in 2008. It's going to be amazing. All these people on the beach come here. The big point of them
Everyone's
making the drive
standing.
out here.
They want to see Kelly catch another wave. They can't wait for him to come up the beach. This is going to just be utter pandemonium when he reaches the beach.
He gets mobbed as it is. I can't believe what's going to happen when he wins his 10th, or if he wins his 10th. Adriano's been surfing well. He needs to get at least a 9 to break free of the combo with the next 9 minutes and 20 seconds. We've seen some heroics throughout the past couple of days with guys just finding their rhythm in the last 5. Today, it's a little more spaced out, Shea, so time definitely not on
it's
Adriano's
coming
side.
in. We have more of his dominant long period northeast swell coming from far away. Bigger gap between sets, but the conditions and when they come in, they're perfect. We got the southerly wind starting to blow now. It's cleaned up the conditions and the tides dropped. This morning we had that rain come through that bumped things up, and the tide was full, so it was really lumpy and bumpy. Now you see the waves these guys are getting now.
Flawless conditions here somewhere in Puerto Rico, and I'm curious to see what some people are going to kind of vote for the search. Your spots, Shea, that you might want to be a possible venue in the future?
Do I get to compete?
I think so. I mean, I'd
I'll
vote
let you
for
know
you.
when I can
I'd
compete.
vote for you. You might not want to share your secrets if you're not getting the jersey there. But still 8 minutes, 25 seconds. Kelly Slater, this has been his second home here for you guys from Florida. Such an easy trip down here. Kelly, when he found out that this is where the location would be, he couldn't imagine not being a part of it. And now it could be a pretty huge one for him as he takes off.
Yeah, a little wedge coming in. He's going to fly around, and he's riding a different board than he's rode, most of the events this year, and he was able to pull that off somehow. And that's been the key to a lot of his success, is his ability to make maneuvers that he shouldn't come out of.
And kicking out on the inside, I think he high-fived Jordy Smith out there. So Jordy, just giving a congratulations to Kelly Slater. Let's check out this replay here, Shea.
Yeah, a 38-year-old man should not be able to do maneuvers like this and come out. Just so flexible still, in such good shape, and he's just there it is. We got the slow-mo. Yeah, Jordy. Jordy's such a good sport. He's been putting on this unbelievable performances every heat, and he's going to go out there and he's going to have fun in this next heat. There's no pressure.
As you see Kelly Slater paddling back right next to Jordy Smith, and Jordy you know, is probably starting to see, hey, okay, I'm not going to send this thing to pipe. Kelly Slater is amazing. Probably one of his favorite surfers when he was growing up over, you know, the past few years. When Kelly won his first world title, we didn't even know who Jordy Smith was.
Was he born?
I don't think so. Here he goes, away from Adriano de Souza, trying to get back in this one somehow. He's been surfing really well. Here he goes.
Oh, that was a full rotation. He landed hard.
That would have been gigantic. He actually was floating away. Let's look at the Mirage replay. Look at all the speed he gets.
Yeah, he always goes fast, and this one he went especially fast and whipped it so hard. He's out in front of the flats. Just it comes down a little off the actually the tail.
It's pretty amazing to see him go for it on that inside section. Those are some of the kind of moves that the young Jadson is doing when your board's facing the beach. Looked like he almost started getting higher with that spin. So 6.5 to go. Adriano is not laying down. Here's Kelly.
Just keeps having fun. Nice little inside tube. Waves doubling up on the reef perfectly. Tide's going out. He just keeps fitting himself in there.
Having a blast. He's not going to make that one. So that'll be a throwaway score. He's got a lot of people here that have been waiting for this moment. We have boats getting closer in the lineup, a helicopter flying overhead to see each and every one of Kelly's waves in this historical moment of our sport of surfing. Let's check out a heat recap. Kelly, on the road to 10.
Yes, right off the bat, underneath Adriano gets this drainer, and then another one underneath Adriano with just one of the waves of the event. Great read, read it perfectly, and you can see how excited he was. He can't believe it. I mean, if you ask Kelly if he thought he was going to get 10 world titles, come on.
As he slips into another tube. Look at this one from the beach as he sped through that second section and came out. And Sal Masakela and the boys were throwing the 10s up. A couple of judges went 10 on this one. Came out at a 9.87.
And back to how fortunate. We're right here. We're a 2-hour flight from his home. Closest event he's ever had on his 20 years on tour to his home, and he gets to claim the most unbelievable 10 world titles right here in Puerto Rico. This is amazing.
Here goes Adriano de Souza. He was able to get out of that tube ride and then kind of missed an opportunity on a finish. He did get an 8.03, and then we see Kelly be able to pull off the impossible.
And then right there with Jordy. Jordy loves it. Jordy's a fan still. He's such a kid. He's got so many years ahead of him. We're going to see many world titles from Jordy Smith in the future.
And now with 5 minutes to go, we have a pretty solid wave coming through. You see him scrapping out the back to get into position. Just have that one floating by. Looks like they might be out there now and have to wait for another one. But look at the beach here in Puerto Rico. It is completely maxed out as we have
so many fun waves coming in. Just barrel after barrel. Conditions couldn't be better here today. Perfect final day. Damien Hybrid called it. It was just bumpy and wumpy, and now we've got this just clean groom, low tide, nice swell coming in. This has been a great day for Puerto Rico, great day for the ASP, great day for Rip Curl.
And Adriano also still getting barreled out in the lineup. He would like to continue on in this event, but a quarterfinal finish. He's been having a blast. He's going to get another score in. Let's see if he's going to get close to that 9. He had a pretty good section on the inside to try to navigate through. He was able to exit out. So he's not going to lay down. He wants to fight through this one. You see the score on the screen, that massive score that Adriano needs.
It's been the best day for Kelly Slater, though.
It's been all time, and he couldn't have painted a better picture. You know, it's kind of tough the night before when you're like, I just have to make one more heat.
More waves coming through the lineup. It's really turning on in the afternoon here.
Quick check off the top,
Another
going for
big
the
air.
rotation.
Oh. And Kelly on a bomb. So critical in the pocket as the air drops down from that turn and looking for another tube. Every wave is opening up right now.
And Kelly Slater just getting stuck on that exit. A rare fall there in this heat. He's been absolutely flawless. A lot of these waves you imagine in those final parts of those Taylor Steele movies, and it's coming out in the lineup now at the Rip Curl Pro Search somewhere in Puerto Rico. Still 3 minutes and 18 seconds on the clock as everybody is standing by to witness a piece of history. Will Kelly be able to hang on for a few minutes? It's looking like he's getting closer and closer, Shay.
The sun's getting closer and closer. It's coming out. It couldn't be a better moment. They were calling for rain and clouds all day. That was one of the deciding factors we were kind of weighing on. Like, what if the weather just rains and pours all day? But Kelly Slater's out there, sun comes out.
And things happen. And some of these guys, you talk about Tom Curran, people used to say waves just can come to you. He got his waves under priority on Adriano de Souza, and they turned into absolute perfection. So a guy like Kelly, with that rhythm with the ocean, is second to none. His ability to improve with the talent on tour, and with guys like Jordy and Dane taking a lot of the headlines for those futuristic maneuvers, and he continues to reinvent himself and find a way to win. Scores on the screen now, 2 minutes, 25 seconds. closer to getting his 10th world title.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into surfing, and overall, he is still by far and away the best overall surfer in the world, and that's what the world title proves. In all conditions, all around the world, 10 events, everywhere we go, is a different lineup, different wave. He knows them the best, and he surfs them the best, and that's why he's number one in the world.
As you see him on the screen, our next heat is standing by, ready to go. Jordy Smith and Michelle Perez are going to be out there in just a couple of minutes. And they're starting to kind of move in the lineup. Everyone's starting to congratulate Kelly Slater on his performance this year, as we have 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining. A little panned out shot there of our entire lineup, and there's going to be some celebrations on the beach in just a matter of moments, Shay.
Definitely, this is going to be so cool to watch. We're so lucky to be here to see this go down, and he's catching another wave for us. And another barrel. Can't remember how many barrels he's had this heat. This is probably his 9th wave, and almost every one he's been in the barrel.
Sitting in the tube as he hits that one shut on the inside. His 9th wave ridden in this heat, as Adriano de Souza is just casually looking for a way to finish off this heat. Pretty exciting for him to be in that historical heat with Kelly and just floating his way through on the inside.
Adriano's looking really sharp. He's been in the top 5. He's been so high in the rankings for years, and he's going to stay there for a long, long time.
And now 1 minute to go. Well, it's a little too much for Adriano to get that 18.88 total now. So
Kelly wants to catch another wave. He's going back out. He's having so much fun. This has been a great heat to watch.
He left competition for a few years, and sometimes when you keep winning, you might want to think about something else. But with his ability to win, you almost think, like, is he going to leave?
I've been thinking that a lot lately, and he's just in such a good time in his life right now, a place in his heart. It's what he knows. What he does best in the world, and it's been so fun for him. And you see the change over the years and how he's matured and grown as an adult. And this is what he loves to do, and this is what he does so well. And it'd be hard to walk away from that at your top. He's at the top of his game right now.
And much more amazing waves to come for Kelly Slater throughout the rest of career, however short or long it may be. We're looking forward to see him continue on through this event. He has not won a Rip Curl Pro Search before.
This is going to decide it right here. We're down to the last seconds, and we have our 10-time world champion, Kelly Slater.
Kelly Slater does the impossible, 10 world titles, an historic moment for all of Puerto Rico and the entire surfing world. Unbelievable. You never would have guessed this could have happened. He's won 10. You talk about some of the big names in sports, Tiger Woods, the Michael Jordans. We've got Kelly Slater in ours, and he's...
Yeah, there's an argument that he is the best athlete of all time. He's just dominated through so many generations, and surfing's so hard. It's not just about your skills. It's about reading the ocean. So much depends on the ocean, and he's been able to just get the best waves, get the best conditions, and perform the best on those waves.
And Kelly's going to take it in there, showing 10 titles to the camera out the back. Amazing performance in that heat. 9.87 and a 9.0 to start. He couldn't have written it any better. And Kelly Slater is your 2010 ASP World Champion, as Jordy Smith is getting a little ride here on the inside, and we're waiting for Kelly to come into the beach. The celebrations
we're going to take a break.
Start.
We're going to crown Kelly Slater 10-time world champion. We'll get back to this heat in a moment. But for now, it's all about Kelly and this 10th world title.
So they're going to be taking a little break, giving some time for Jordy Smith and Michelle Perez to sit tight in the lineup. We're going to take a short break. The Rip Curl Pro Search somewhere in Puerto Rico continues right after this.
Every heat live on ASPWorldTour.com.
And welcome back. Watching Kelly Slater just about to get to the beach.
Yes.
And
he's so excited. He loves it. The crowd loves it. This is such a good crowd. They've been a great crowd. They're just swarming the beach right now. Arms up. Everyone's screaming. Couldn't be a better place for Kelly. He's got so many friends, his family. I saw his brother Steven was here. Flew in last night to witness this moment. I got goosebumps right now. I feel great.
It feels amazing to witness this as he gets into the beach. He did a pretty big punt on that wave when he just took it in, so he is looking absolutely flawless. He's got, I can't imagine what the adrenaline must feel like going for that 10th world title and actually seeing it through. here at the Rip Curl Pro Search somewhere in Puerto Rico. He had the tube rides, he had the air reverses, every single thing in his act here.
That's the way you want to win it. You put on an ultimate performance with all kinds of maneuvers. Showed that he's the best.
He's seen it all, too. He's had to wait for people to lose for his world titles. He's been holding his breath on the beach. He's won all over the map. And now he's just coming to the beach there. Everyone is getting right at the water's edge.
This will be the last time he's quiet and alone for a while here. This is his last breath to take before he just gets mobbed. You can see everyone vying for position. You got Woody there in security, make sure he's okay.
And just getting into it, everyone wants to just give him a high five and congratulate him. He's been an inspiration to us.
Woody's
all.
been there for so many of his wins. That's just that's one of his friends. It might be security, but that guy travels with us all year. He's around. He's seen it all.
So a great moment for everyone, even behind the scenes, remembering all of his world titles, and now his 10th here. He is going to be pretty busy for quite some time. So Jordy Smith, Michelle Perez, all the guys that are coming up next, they're going to have a little time in the lineup as they prepare. There's Jordy out the back, Shay.
Yeah, I believe the heat's been put on hold. We've got no time on our screen, but hopefully he just gets to have a nice warm-up and have fun. And we're going to deal with 10 world titles right now, and Kelly Slater getting his way up the beach. He's surrounded by love. He's got the U.S. flag. He's on somebody's shoulders. They've got hats already made. Hooks over 10.
And there he comes. He lets out a yell. It was pretty tough for him to commit those last couple of years, Shay, if he was going to do it full time, because it takes a lot to focus on a world title. You give up a lot of things. You have to focus on each and every event, your surfboards, you spend time away from family, and he's dedicated so much to this sport.
It's 12 months a year. As soon as you get off right before Christmas at Pipeline, you're getting ready for Snapper already.
It's a constant mindset that you have to be in, the will to win, the ability to win in all kinds of conditions. You think about small waves to gigantic surf, and Kelly has the entire package.
Winning the Eddie. Unbelievable stuff. Kid from Florida wins the Eddie.
Yes. No one would believe it unless they saw a guy like Kelly.
Look at that crowd. He's just getting mobbed. Everyone's so excited here. This is, being from, here in Puerto Rico, it's so close to Florida, they feel like he's one of their own.
And getting chaired up the beach, they're not going to let his feet touch the sand. A sea of people here in Puerto Rico, and you see Kelly Slater, your 10-time world champion, and Jordy looks on. He just missed out, and he's going to have many to come. But Kelly, unbelievable domination over the years. We're talking about Damian Hardman and talking about the Andy Irons era, and now taking out a guy like Jordy Smith, who's supposed to be one of the best on the planet.
Yeah. Jordy and Andy Jordy and Dane, they came onto the scene and rewrote what progressive surfing was all about, and they've been pushing it in the heats, and now Kelly's been doing it in his heats as well. You see what he's able to just put his mind to, focus, and he's accomplished it. He's accomplished every stage of the way. He's accomplished his goals.
As we pan back, and you can kind of see what's going on down here. It is Saturday in Puerto Rico, a perfect climatic moment for this.
The sun's out, the wind's offshore. We couldn't have a better day. This is a great moment in surfing. We'll remember this forever.
It's almost like the waves came together for Kelly. It's been a little bit quiet out the back as those guys are sitting there. It just completely turned on for his heat. He surfed the tube insanely well, full rotation air reverse on the inside section with no grab to get that 10th world title. He's still going to go, so his hopes of winning this event, he's won just about everywhere, Shay, except for the Rip Curl Pro Search. So that might be,
that's
you
a
think
little
about
added
goals
bonus, 75 grand. How's
right.
that bonus? That's a great one, motivation.
Goals for a guy who has won just about everything. You'd think he's done it all, and it would be pretty impressive if he was able to continue on and win this one. He will have a matchup with Taj Burrow when this one continues on.
And out in the water, we are running this heat. We're down to 23 minutes. We got a time back on, and Jordy Smith has a 4.67. So I believe we're going to go straight into this heat, and hopefully we'll get some good surfing for Jordy to watch, because that guy, the surfing he's capable of, the surf he's been doing every heat in the free surfs. One of the waves in the free surf the other night was the most unbelievable wave I've ever witnessed.
And now, without worrying about a world title, you saw him give Kelly Slater the high five in the last heat. He might just be ready to show his stuff. He doesn't have to worry about a title as we look out the back and we see.
Yeah, Perez, though, he's got something to say about that. He's got a draining little barrel through here. Runs away from him, but he's capable of big scores as well, and he's going to put Jordy to the test right here.
Also coming up after this, we'll get Mick Fanning and Chris Davidson in the lineup as we see
Back
probably
to
one of the happiest guys on earth right now. Kelly Slater is just Filled with
There's
emotion.
a great friend, Taylor Knox, there. First one to hug him, one of his best friends on tour, best friends in life. He's been there for so many of these big moments.
And it's pretty tough to congratulate him because Kelly's been beating Taylor for quite some time now. He's
been beating all of us.
He's been beating everybody for so long, and just his name's been on top for many, many years. It's unbelievable to witness this right here in perfect conditions somewhere in Puerto Rico. He's just getting up to the stage to that massive crowd here on the beach, and we'll probably be getting a couple of words from him as this one continues out the back. Michel Perez looking to keep his campaign going for his first World Tour victory. Jordy Smith trying to go for his second World Tour win, and now free to roam without world title hopes, trying to really stay in that second position.
Yeah, no, definitely. It was a huge win for Jordy at his home country of South Africa at Jeffreys Bay in front of just so many friends and family. And out here, the performance he's putting on, it looks similar to the momentum he was gaining through J Bay.
Do you see him sitting there right there as you might have
catch a wave right here for Jordy? It's a nice little bowl and straight in. Yeah, he went a little too hard in that section that bottomed out on him.
So just going down the inside, there's Kelly, his girlfriend Kalani.
There's a lot of emotion going through Kelly right now. I don't know if this is an unbelievable moment for Kelly Slater.
So he's just getting to the stage. We'll be waiting to see what is going through his head right now.
Yeah, then we're going to go to an interview here with the 10-time world champ Kelly Slater any minute.
So stand by for... And actually, let's toss to Jody Nelson. She is with our new ASP world champ. Jody?
Thanks, boys. Kelly, what inspired this performance today?
I don't know, it just happened, you know. I mean, you know, look at the heat. Adriano passed one up and let me have it, and it was a good wave, and that was pretty much it with a few minutes in the heat. Just want to send my condolences to Andy's family. You know, if it wasn't for Andy, there's no way I'd be here in this position right now, and so I don't really know what else to say. I'm a little overwhelmed right now, but so I want to dedicate this to Andy and to my family. I don't know what to say. It just kind of hit me right now.
Now, you know, I know there's been a lot of media hype and everything around the 10th title and just you winning titles in general. When did you decide that you wanted to go after the 10?
When a friend asked me if I decided to win 10 yet, after a couple of contests into this year, and I told him, yeah, okay. And that was right before Brazil. So at that point, you know, I knew I could do it, but it was gonna. I mean, with the way that you know, Taj obviously looked good to end the year and to start the year, but it, you know, to me it looked like Jordy was the guy pretty early on. Mick started having a lot of nights, and you know, I think Mick knows as well as anyone you're not going to get nights and win a title. So you know, Jordy was quarterfinals. I mean, besides the 17th, his worst results at quarter. So I knew that I was gonna, you know, there was no room for error, and these last 5 events have really, you know, I don't know how it all came together the way it did, but you know, the third at Chopu when Jordy got the 17th. You know, at the time I really wanted to win that event and try to pull in the lead, but you know, having had Andy win that contest, it's really special to have surfed you know, a last heat with him this year, and then, you know, to get past everybody at Trestles, I know that the level's just going through the roof every year, and the stuff that Dane and Jordy pull off pretty much every heat, and everyone else is kind of getting, you know, trying to catch on and catch what they're doing, and you know, but their strike rate is so high, their consistency is so high, but you know, when I got in the lead after Trestles and we went to France, I didn't feel very confident at first. The waves were really tough. It was a wave catching contest that first couple rounds, and then when it got big on that last day, I felt like, okay, this is my zone. You know, this is where I do good at, and this is what I love. And you know, and Mick was able to put a stop to that day. But it was nice for me and Mick. You know, he put Jordy out, and the points all started kind of coming together just right for me. And you know, Portugal has been a tough tough venue for me historically. I've never done better than ninth there, and that was only one time, I think. So I've lost the wild cards there a bunch of times, and I came up against Bruno, and it was going to be offshore 4-foot super tubes and mostly left, so it's going well. I got the toughest guy right now, So, to win those heats and, to be able to get past Jordy in that final, to have all those things come together, I knew something special was happening. And then, it was probably fitting to have that heat with Adriano. We got in that tussle yesterday, and, I was a little bit, I was a little on fire after the heat and stuff, and, but I left the beach and just said, that's how it goes, and that's people are out here to win. So, to give us a clean slate and have a heat with priority and just try to surf it out was nice. But he gave me that second wave, and that was it.
And just lastly, what's it mean for you to win this in Puerto Rico, 2 hours away from home with all your family and friends here?
It's nice. It's great. I haven't been surfing here in this part of the island since about '88. And I used to come here a lot. This was like a second home to me. This is like my little Hawaii. I'd come here in the winter and come here for contests. And I have a lot of good friends from Puerto Rico, mostly from San Juan, who are here at the contest. And it's the closest event ever to my home, so it feels like home. My brother and my mom and her husband came down on a flight. It's just 2 hours, so you can kind of come last second and make it. If it had held off a couple more days, my other brother was going to come down and. But it just, Damien asked me this morning, what do you want to do? We want to surf it through. And I was like, is there even an option? The waves look fun. Let's go. So I almost don't like when it's in my corner like that. I just go, let's go with what everyone else does, because I just like to, I was already focused to go out there, and I knew what to do.
Well, congratulations, Kelly. 10 world titles. It's going to go down in history. Congratulations. Boys, we're going to send it back to you in the booth.
Thanks, Jody. Kelly Slater, just tons of emotion pouring out from that 10th world title, talking about Andy Irons inspiring him over the years to make it happen, to give him that motivation.
He dedicated that win to Andy Irons to, so much. He said it, he proved right there, he wouldn't be in his position without Andy Irons. He pushed him so hard for so many years to just push his own surfing, and Andy did that with all of us, and so has Kelly, and those two, they've been the most influential surfers of our time.
So a huge dedication there for Andy Irons, as we also send our love and support to his family at this time. We look out the back and see Jordy Smith punch out of the barrel, little over-the-top climbing maneuver, taps it shut, and he's onto the inside. So these guys...
Yeah, we have a good heat out there right now. We've seen a nice tube ride by Michelle for 7.67. Jordy Smith had 3 major turns for 7.43, and then just caught another good wave. So, got a good heat. Michelle needed a 5.4 before this, and that's probably going to score a little higher than Jordy's previous second wave.
And at the moment, we are going to wait for more waves to come. We'll get you caught up with what's been happening in this quarterfinal 3. We're going to take a short break. Rip Curl Pro Search somewhere in Puerto Rico continues right after this.
Was able to pull that off some.
World title just to go. That was the lean touch right there from that punt on his way back in.
We'll see Mick Fanning against Pete Dervish.
Welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro Search. Somewhere in Puerto Rico, we just crowned 10-time world champ just down at the beach. The crowd is still down there rumbling. I think our whole scaffolding just moved in the booth. Did you feel that? We've got an insane heat also following up in quarterfinal number 3 with Jordy Smith and Michelle Perez. Let's check out a heat recap so you guys can get caught up of what's been happening so far. Jordy has been on a roll.
He's in the lead. He's in the lead. He's had a couple nice waves. The one wave was critical. We got the 3 big turns, and we see Michelle got a nice tube. And Michelle's not far off this heat. He only needs a 5.4, and he has priority with 12 minutes to go in this heat still. A lot of time, a lot of options for Michelle and Jordy.
Also, big heat coming up right after this with Mick Fanning and Bede Durbridge. So now the race on the line for the Rip Curl Pro Search title. Kelly hasn't had that one yet. That would be pretty amazing to get that 10th world title and win an event you haven't won before. So Jordy's going to go, everyone with that goal now, though. So we have a lot of big heats to come in this event, the final day, with all-time conditions here out in the lineup.
Yeah, we still have a winner. We're going to crown a Rip Curl Pro Search winner today, 75 grand check. We've already, Kelly Slater. That interview was amazing with Kelly.
Oh, it felt so good to hear from him.
So pure and raw and so in the moment.
He just poured his heart out for us and showed what it means to win 10. As let's check out a heat recap, what's been happening in the lineup. Here's Michelle Perez.
Michelle's tube. He came from so deep and just the Spartan powered his way through. Finn sliding out, held on. Big hack right there in the pocket. That was a big score. 7.67, some great surfing. Here's that wave from Jordy. So powerful. 5.67 right here. Nice combo. Didn't finish it the strongest, but he's just able to milk everything out of this wave.
And what a feeling that might be as Jordy Smith got another wave on the inside. Big float. He went into the flats, hacked it right there.
The difference from that last wave. He's finished it really strong over the bowl.
So Jordy still looking in amazing form. Kelly Slater getting a big hug from 89 world champ Martin Potter. There's Travis Lee from Channel Islands. Everyone's just going to be all about there's wow, he's got a lot.
They're all here.
Everyone's here. Everyone came out. All of his sponsors are here. They're just waiting, holding their breath. And you don't want to jinx anyone when they have a huge event like this on the line. So I think a lot of these guys are actually hiding the last couple of days. Kelly didn't even know they were here.
No, they've been definitely see Garth, and everyone's there. Tarlo, Taylor Knox, Mick Fanning, Chris Davidson, the area. Tom Curran's back there. It's been a great event. There's been so much love and support for everyone here.
All the legends of our sport in that competitors area right now, giving a big congratulations to Kelly Slater as we go to live action. Michelle Perez,
beautiful hook under the bowl. He's flying across this thing. Wow, that was some great surfing. Unfortunately, his board just slid out away from it and left him on his belly.
And now Kelly getting there. Steve Sherman, one of his good friends, has been covering his road to 10. He's going to be pretty busy in there for a while. Michelle Perez and Jordy Smith going off at the moment. Just talking about what it's like. It's starting to look like it's really starting to sink in now, Shay.
Definitely. He's enjoying this moment now that he's there with all these people that just came out, flew down here to Puerto Rico to share in this experience.
And this is that magic time. He's been there 10 times, so I think he's going to let it all sink in.
This one's special,
and he's going to know how to enjoy it.
It's pretty funny. He's having fun with the camera now.
Love to hear from Kelly again in this one. He's still a big threat for this title. Looking in the lineup, we have Jordy Smith with a 5.67 and a 7.43, 13.10 total.
Yeah, we just saw Michelle just come so close to coming through that tube. He was going so fast across that section, and that was unfortunate fall because that was going to be another big score and put some pressure on Jordy.
I love the way he did that turn to kind of set up the barrel, and he traveled.
Was already barreling over him when he did that turn.
Pretty amazing stuff going in the lineup. Taylor Knox again, just talking it over with Kelly and seeing how he's feeling. Talking about that amazing performance. He surfed flawlessly in that victory over Adriano de Souza, and he's just letting it all out now. He's not even thinking about that semi yet because
no. That's the last thing on his mind is going back out in the water right now. This has been a moment in his life that's it's been coming to a climax here in Puerto Rico for a while.
And so now 8 minutes and 40 seconds still remaining in quarter 3, and Kelly talking to Owen right there, and just photos from every single person in this.
Tony Ray, he's been doing water patrol at Bells. He surfed against Tony Ray years ago and events in France at Sunset. Tony Ray was a great competitor.
And yeah, so he's going to be handling that stuff for a while. We've got ESPN here. There's so many people packed behind us. They're waiting for this exact moment as Jordy Smith is sitting out the back there in red. And Michel Perez got a 3.6 on his last wave, needs a 5.43 to make the switch into first. So still 8 minutes to go in quarterfinal number 3.
He just got to his girlfriend, or she just got through the crowd. That's a special moment. She's been so important to his life in the last couple of years and really centered him and focused him, and he's enjoying his life. He's happy. He's in love.
You can see how that comfort can transfer to the lineup. He talks about some of the years he came up short, and he said there's a lot of distractions in his life. And when you find that good headspace, it seems like everything
good girl
can
create
follow.
that good headspace, and we all know about that.
That's true, Shay. 7.5 to go, and Jordy Smith just listening to everything what's happening behind him on the beach as history has been made with Kelly's 10th world title. Jordy now is still looking sharp in this one. They haven't had a ton of waves come through. They've kind of had to scrap around a little bit more and get those ones and create some good scores. 7.43 is the high from Jordy, but the best wave belongs to Michel Perez, a 7.67, as you see him paddle over the top of that wave. So Michel right in the game, just needing a 5.43 to make it into the semis.
7 minutes to go. They should definitely catch a few more waves, and Jordy's probably going to need another wave to stay in the lead.
So if Michel makes this heat and moves on to the semis, it would be his best result ever on the World Tour. He's made the quarters before, but he's yet to get past that quarterfinal finish. So Michel, with his probably personal goal to make those last couple of heats as he looks out the back, and
he wants
he's in
this
position
wave.
for this
This
one.
is a good little wave wedging off the reef. It's got some size. Unfortunately, it backs off.
So a quick up and out. Jordy Smith will now have priority, and there's a couple of world champs on your screen.
Yeah, Tom's been here the whole time. He's been here for so many of Kelly's world titles. And
Such
it's
a
great
big
to see him
inspiration
hanging
for
out.
Kelly Slater when he was a Grom, and he used to like look up to Tom
He had
Curran.
the same sponsors. He followed in his path for a while with all the same sponsors, the regular footers. He was emulating Tom's path.
And it's got to be a special moment for Tom to be present for the 10th. And Tom, you probably never dreamed anyone would get 10 world titles.
No, at 4 from Mark Richards was just, no one's ever going to get 4 again.
And now looking out there, you see Michel Perez just kind of getting a little bit of space from Jordy Smith now. They've just got 5 minutes, 50 seconds to go. Michel might just try to run with this one to the inside
Yeah, it
shape.
doesn't take much with these guys, the way they're surfing they're capable of. If he gets this wedge through here, we can see a big air. He's flying down the line. It's going to stand up in front of him? No. Fattened out in the channel.
You could see the frustration in the body language from Michel Perez. He's such a powerful surfer. Just loves to drive down the line as fast as he can and just tear this thing to pieces. That one didn't line up the way he wanted. Only needs a 5.43 you see on the screen. Jordy Smith just has that backup of 5.67. That's keeping him in first place. Now 5 minutes and 15 seconds remaining.
No, definitely. And Michel, you can see he doesn't need the best wave. He's looking at smaller waves, and he's looking for airs. Next heat, we got Mick Fanning and Beat Durbridge, and this is going to be a real battle between these guys. They both surf so well out here.
Mick Fanning's been putting on some amazing performances. He's coming in 3rd in the world. Beat Durbridge, 8th in the world, making for a huge quarterfinal matchup coming up in just a few minutes. We've got Jordy way out the back, and the celebration continues on the scaffolding for Kelly Slater. Just getting to the top there. It's not that far of a distance from the beach, but every single person is really appreciative of what he just did.
Looking for, almost caught that wave in the lip, the board in the lip. But yeah, Michel's such a good surfer, and he can beat the world's best. He's been beating the world's best. He's sitting here at 10th in the ratings, and he'd love to move up into that top 10 to finish the year.
Started off with a little bit of a slip, getting a 33rd on the Gold Coast, improved to a 9th at Bells, and then he got his 5th place result in Brazil, which first, off the top of you see someone from Tahiti, you wouldn't really be thinking, Brazil's going to be the place where he gets it done, but Michel's got a lot to his surfing. He can create speed in real small sections. At J Bay, we saw him able to pack in so many different turns in such a small space. He's got so much power, and then guys like Mick Fanning will also add that he's one of the best tube riders in the world.
He's right there with anybody in the world at Chopu or Pipeline or big barreling beach breaks like Hasagor. And I can't wait to see him surf Pipeline in backdoor. The guy just commits to anything.
And now where he's looking to get a little bit of what Kelly got in that last heat, those tubes. We had Taj Burrow in the heat before get a perfect 10 on an amazing frontside barrel, and he got a couple more after that. So this one we haven't seen these guys making him. Michel had an attempt, but he wasn't able to exit out. Had a lot of travel time, a little inconsistent between sets at the moment.
I saw so many waves in that last heat, and you can almost you can almost sense something from above in some of those heats. It's like extra waves are coming in. Does Andy have something to do with that? Will of waves, and
definitely.
I'm sure Andy was out there with him the whole time.
I can feel it too, Shay. The energy is amazing here in this lineup, and they're just a little calm after that flurry of action and one of the biggest heats we've had in our sport. 2 minutes, 50 seconds remaining.
Yeah, not much time left for Michelle, but there should be a few more waves. And then back to the relationship that Kelly and Andy developed over the years. They pretty much hated each other for years, and there was so much tension. And in this last year, they communicated on the phone a lot, and neither of those, it's just like to come through that, and all of a sudden you're getting calls. Andy and Kelly are going back and forth talking about what they're doing with their families. Shows where they went.
And shows Andy's character and Kelly's character to be able to battle like that and be neck and neck at their throats for all those battles, which we appreciated because it made for the best surfing ever. And for them to kind of put that aside and kind of look at each other as actually true friends, and it's a beautiful thing. And probably that's why Kelly being so emotional getting that 10th, probably so proud of that relationship, and seeing Andy win in Tahiti.
All of us had a great relationship with Andy on tour, and it was cool that Kelly was able to experience that well, because they were battled so hard for world titles that they didn't have the relationship that most of us had.
So Kelly dedicating that 10th world title to Andy Irons, a very historical year in our sport. 1 minute 44 seconds on the clock now for quarter three, Shay.
And they're a little too deep on the reef, but that was a fun little runner. Yeah, it's gotten really slow, like you're saying, and there's a couple waves, and Jordy with priority, this is going to be critical because there's a wave coming down the point, and you can't let someone go with only needing a 5.9, and here goes Michelle wanting to catch this. Yeah, Jordy's looking at him with priority, lets him go by him. If he finished with a big air, he could get the score. That was a critical call by Jordy to let him ride that. It wasn't the biggest air, but it was really clean, and he had a nice first turn. Jordy had a big decision there to let him go by him with priority.
You just kind of watched him go by, Shay, and he surfed it well. He did get that air that you kind of saw coming and landed it really clean. So 55 seconds now to go. Only needed a 5.43 to turn this heat. Jordy might get a chance to answer back.
I wouldn't be surprised if that comes in above a 5.5. That was a good, well-surfed wave on a clean face.
So maybe a priority error from Jordy Smith, who's been not making too many mistakes this year.
He's actually been using priority to his advantage in many situations.
35 seconds to go. Michelle Perez is...
The judges are watching this replay closely. They've got it. They're calling for it. They want to make sure they make the right choice, right decision, get these scores in properly.
And you see
a lot of drama here at the end.
And it looks like Michelle's calling it a heat, so Jordy will be all alone out the back. The other jersey was...
a huge upset. Jordy's been so strong this entire event. Yep, so... Yeah, we haven't seen one score drop on the screen. This is going to be big. This is at the end of the heat here for Jordy, and he could better score with this.
And trying to throw the big nose pick reverse, he ends up going down. Now scores are starting to show up for Michelle Perez, a 5.83.
We have our heat winner, Michelle Perez, with a huge upset over Jordy Smith. That was an incredible finish, and unfortunately for Jordy, we won't be seeing him again this event. Great job, great surfing. Yeah, here's that replay. You can see Jordy Smith right there in the lip with priority. Could have elected to paddle into that wave and keep him from even having a chance at this aerial, and it was great surfing from Michelle in the critical time of the heat.
Amazing performance for Michelle Perez. He moves on to semifinal number 2. As you see him coming in, probably a very relieved Michelle Perez with a tough task, taking out Jordy Smith. We've got a big heat coming up right after this, a quarterfinal 4 matchup with Mick Fanning and Bede Dervidge, one of the big ones to make out that semi-2. We'll be back right after this.
Well, here we are coming to you live with, the 4th quarterfinal.
And Bede Dervidge up and running right here, Reggae. Huge snap right off the start. Comes off the bottom, a little speed carve right there. What's he going to do with this end section? And throws the old school layback down, and variety is a big part of the criteria. But here we go out the back here, and it's like Fanning with a big snap and goes down.
Yeah, well, straight into it, of course. Putting the focus back on the Rip Curl Pro Search in Puerto Rico. We got some killer heats coming up. Of course, that first semi-final. Kelly Slater up against Taj Burrow, 2 form surfers in the top heat. There's the current heat. Mick Fanning and B. Durbidge, an All-Australian or Queensland final, of course. Mick Fanning currently ranked number 3 in the world. B. Durbidge sitting at number 8. And a good result here for Bede. Nevertheless, he took the last event off due to the birth of his new daughter Willow, and he had a 25th prior to that in the Quicksilver Pro in France. So he'll be pretty stoked to be back up here in the quarterfinals of the Rip Curl Pro Search.
That's right. And he had to go through that 5th round.
That's right. Yep, and he had a win against Chris Davidson in that. Of course, well, Geordie Smith bowing out of the event there. Michelle Perez, could say that's one of the major upsets. Michelle just charging all the way through into the semi-finals, and I'm pretty sure that is going to be Michelle Perez's best result of the year. Yep, that's first time he's got past the quarters. He's currently sitting at number 10, and so the Tahitian surfer, what a year he's having, moving in. This will put him way up in the top 10.
Yeah, and with all the pandemonium with Kelly Slater winning his 10th world title, let me tell you, it is electric here at the Rip Curl Search Pro, and what a great way to win the 10th world title. Just barrel after barrel. He looks so comfortable. That's where he loves it best, and I'm sure that he's, was thinking about what's happened this week. And, and
dedicated that to Andy. And I think
very gracious champion, and but I'll say with that last heat, with all this crazy stuff going on, I didn't see that, but apparently it looked like Jordy had priority and let Michelle go on that wave.
Oh, really?
And
I didn't see that either.
Yeah, I didn't see that, but that's what Shay just said as we walked in here. So I saw Jordy not too happy at the end of that.
Mate, that's probably the first mistake he's made for a long, long time. And because he's had an amazing year, Jordy. Oh, here we go. B. Durbidge. Good looking wave off the bottom. Big carving turn out of top. Plenty of speed out of that one. Pulls in a little cover up. Barrels his way out. Big burly bloke that he is, and just forced his way through that lip. And
he pulled in really low. As we see out the back, there is a large set coming through here.
Look at these
and in
waves,
position.
Brad.
But Fanning elects not to take it. Thinks it's
choosy.
little too flat. That wave was a little flat. So,
well, Mick, defending champion here at the Rip Curl Pro Search course, won last year's event in Portugal, and it's the winner of this going into the semi-final against Michelle Perez. So sensational surfing. The waves have really turned on. Like, we weren't anticipating this. Like this morning, we thought, we were hedging our bets a little bit. Sitting on the fence was Damien Harbin's quote when I asked him about 7 a.m. But things have kicked into gear. Beautiful sunny weather. The forecast was even for like 200 millimetre or 8 inches of rain in Puerto Rico today. So we've missed everything, and bang, we've got sunshine.
You said 200 millimeters, and nobody in America would
No,
understand
that's what I said. I thought it would change 8 inches. That's right. So that's what I thought. We forgot which hemisphere I'm in, but now.
Well, I think it's good. You're an Aussie, I'm an American, so we've got same language but different accents, and of course we do have there's the crowd that we're all very, very excited. Different language there.
Yeah,
lots of Spanish around here, which is awesome. An international group.
At that crowd. Wes Todd, the local surfer, he said to me, he's classic, I've never seen the beach this crowded. We wouldn't even get this many people here if the governor was here. And I said, the governor doesn't surf. So, and Wes, he couldn't believe it. There's people all the way up the beach for probably at least a kilometre, and it's just they've sort of been lucky. They've witnessed surfing history today with Kelly Slater winning his 10th world title in fine fashion. He had probably looked like he was just having so much fun out there. It was sort of jealous watching someone.
It was really interesting, too, because his first wave, he got a 9 on it. And then the second wave, he had that,
Double
Adriano had priority, could have taken that wave from him. And
pretty bizarre. Adriano hassled the hell out of him yesterday.
I didn't think, and Kelly had words with him about it.
Yeah.
And so, I know Kelly's very calculated, and perhaps he knew that if he said something to Adriano, it might rattle him a bit and get him to lay off.
Yeah, well, it's all happening here, of course, and there's Kelly. Oh, look out. He's
He's right behind us.
He's right behind us. I think he's going to knock on the door. I don't know if I'm going to let him in, though. Oh, I know what he wants. He wants his. He wants his trophy. So, well, plenty of action coming here. And out there in the water at the moment, we've got Beat Dirge with a 5.6 and a 5-point ride. Mick Fanning with a 1.07. So
lots of time left, Reggae, though.
It is.
Fanning really yet to sink his teeth into a wave as he takes a look at this right here.
Yep, well, here he goes. Mick Fanning up and riding. Big snap out of the top. Driving off the bottom. Hooks it around. Little jigging floater there. Comes off again. Nice roundhouse cutback. So Mick improving on that last wave. He had a 1.07, of course, and he has really done that well. So Mick Fanning just making his way all the way through. And kaboom. So there, Mick Fanning just finishing off his second wave. And, well, there he is, finishing off.
Here's the Mirage replay as we see Fanning off the bottom. Textbook snack from Mick Fanning. A lot of drive here. Speed float over this, looking for another section to blow up right here. That way flattening out, but able to wrap it back to the pocket. But really, when you want the high scores, you've got to be surfing in the very steepest part of the wave. So that's what these guys are looking for. So we'll see. This will be an average score. Frothed out as he brought it all the way into the urchin zone there. But there are still plenty of waves coming through.
Yeah, some beautiful waves, and the conditions looking pretty good. The wind swung a little bit round to the west.
Here we go. Beat Derby's right here. Off the bottom, lots of drive. Beautiful carve right in the top. Another beautiful carve. Lots of spray being thrown. And Beat's got a lot of projection. And sometimes you can't see that on the TV. You can't see how much drive and power and the surfing, what's happening there. And let me tell you what, there was a lot of power coming off.
A lot of power indeed, of course. Those turns out of the top. When we see the replay, you'll really see what Brad's talking about. Talk us through, Brad.
Okay, so he sets it up, comes off the bottom here, puts his whole weight into it, drives that one down the face. Had to stop a little bit there, and then this one, just huge spray. Holds onto that rail as he, so that the board doesn't, if the board does end up sliding, he can pull it back up underneath him. But the replay didn't do that as much justice as you see it live here.
Yeah, but some great scores are going to come through for Bede, and still waiting on Mick's second wave to come through. 21 minutes and 13 seconds remaining in this. You are watching quarterfinal number 4 here at the Rip Curl Pro Search in Puerto Rico. We're going to be crowning the champions today. Whether or not it's one person, we don't know. Kelly Slater coming up in the next heat against in the semi-final number 1 with Taj Barra. That is going to be a killer heat. Interesting to see Kelly put his game back on and refocusing for the competition at hand.
I
mean, a bit difficult. What do you reckon? Anyone can refocus,
No, I mean, it's all about confidence and being in tune with the ocean, and if anybody's in tune with the ocean, it's Kelly Slater. But Taj looked very comfortable and in tune with this break as well. So hopefully it's a blow-for-blow affair.
Yeah, well, anyway, going to see some great surfing, and of course crowning that champion for the Rip Curl Pro Search later on here today. And Mick Fanning, he's the defending champ. He's won it twice, and Andy Irons won it twice, and Bruce Irons. So only 2 surnames on the Rip Curl Pro Search trophy, Irons and Fanning, and I'm sure Mick would love to keep it that way. We'll be seeing, of course, Taj and Kelly in that next semi-final coming up next. Hope you've enjoyed the pictures coming to you live from somewhere in Puerto Rico. We're broadcasting to a huge audience on the web via ripcurl.com and also Fuel TV. People, you have seen history in the making here today, and some sensational surfing. And with those scores coming through, Bede had a 5 and waiting on Mick's last wave to come through. Looks like another takeoff out there. Beat Durbridge.
Yeah, Beat Durbridge with a peakier one here. Rips it back around to the pocket. Comes up the bottom and blasts the lip right there. Looking to maybe get his tail out, but didn't. So we'll see. But Beat is the form in rhythm with the ocean here.
Well, here's the replay. Big driving turn once again, Brad. There's that carving turn. As you said, he really powers through that back foot.
Almost pearled right there.
Pearled,
yeah.
I heard that one for a while.
Yeah, sorry, California.
Old school.
America, we use pearled.
Pearl.
Meaning nosedive.
Yes. And of course, this is the replay of last year's final. Bede and Mick battled it out at Super Tubes in Portugal last year with Mick getting that one. That gave that win, of course, in Portugal, gave him a 2-heat advantage over Joel Parkinson for Mick to go on and win his second world title. So Bede, I remember talking to Bede after that event, he said he really wanted that win, you know. And no doubt Bede would love to get his own back on Mick Fanning. And we've got that last exchange coming through, Mick's second wave and Bede's third wave. And a 6.17 for Mick Fanning and a 7.37 for Bede Durbridge. So
yeah, those were those two big hacks. I mean, very big turns, lots of spray being thrown around, and a lot of speed going into those turns. So that is why he is getting such a high score on that wave.
Well, with that, I mean, we've seen some great surfing here. It's going to continue as the day goes on. Still got another couple of hours of surfing. We're going to crown the Rip Curl Pro Search Puerto Rico champion around about 4:30 this afternoon. We've got a low tide coming through just after 4:15, so we should hopefully see the best waves of the day with that tide running out. The wind's still hanging in there, and we still have plenty of swell. So it's shaping up pretty nicely here for the rest of the day. So Bede Durbridge at 7.37 and 5.6. Mick Fanning with a 6.17 and 1.07. Mick needs a 6.81, and here goes Bede, and just cutting off there. And as Bede just finishes off, welcome Kelly Slater to the thing. Shall we sit him down? Brad, do you want to do this?
Oh, yeah, Kelly. So the first wave, just 9-point ride right off the start. Must have been feeling good. And then you caught right back out there, and Adriano didn't want that next one. You didn't see it. What was going through your mind there?
Do I got to close talk you right now?
I don't know what that thing on your lip. How about that thing on your lip? I don't know.
Yeah, I was. No, I'll just stand up for a second here, guys. It's cool. I got to run out and surf for heat, but I want to say hi to Sean. I'm sure he's at home checking it out. So
yeah, Sean.
All right, Sean. Love you, buddy.
Yeah, he didn't take that second wave.
I was baffled. I was baffled, to be honest with you. Here goes Mick. Look at this thing. Nice float. A little behind it, though. Yeah, I was baffled because I knew I'd been sitting too deep all week, but I was waiting for those bigger sets and trying to get that wedge corner and get the slingshot in. And that heat, I'd watched the waves all morning, and I knew that a lot of the best waves are right there at the end bowl, those double-ups.
The thing I saw that was amazing was how early you saw that very first wave.
Yeah.
You saw it so early, you started moving over. If you didn't move right when you did, because you were...
I barely got it.
Yeah,
and
I know,
I stood
that
up
was
on,
insane.
I was like, I was just going, this is one of those Aints waves that backdoor at the very end.
Oh.
And that's the second one.
And that was the one that Adriano gave you.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
Well, I know yesterday...
Come on, you can claim when you get a 10.
You can claim when you get a 10 and you win your 10th world title. I think you qualify.
But no, I was just I'm completely baffled. Afterwards, I said, I don't know why you gave me that wave or whatever you did. I think, you know what I think was that, here we go, Bede. Oh, nice link right there. That was pretty good extension. Nice whack there.
Bede's out in front here.
So, yeah, but I think that he thought it was going to be a bumpy wave because it had a little chunk on it.
It did.
And it looked like it might kind of whitewater through the inside section. And right as I stood up, I was baffled. I was like, he just gave me the 10th world title right there.
Oh, my.
I mean, that's how it felt when I saw it. I went, how did he paddle over? Because I saw it when I came over the way before. I was like, oh, God, I didn't want to even look at it. And I tried to pretend like I, wasn't that excited.
Yeah.
You've done that.
Yeah, no, yeah,
like
yeah, for
looking
sure.
out the back, like paddle, like I'm gonna paddle out the back.
Yeah.
No, he was just like cussing and just going, oh my God. But I stood up. When I stood up, I could not believe my luck that somehow he must have thought there was a cleaner one behind it, and he must have thought that thing was gonna hit the inside reef better and just do its thing. But
yeah, that was one of the best waves we saw all week.
Yeah, it was such a good wave, and it started slow, and then it opened up, and then it let me through, and then another section came through.
Where he was sitting, though, you were sitting like right here,
and I could stand up in the barrel, and he couldn't have.
Exactly, and he might have missed that section.
Yeah, he wouldn't have got as good a score probably because he wouldn't have taken off in the tube.
Right,
I was just 4 or 5 feet behind him. There it is, right there. See.
Yeah, and then you're like, oh, yeah,
And then
baby.
I couldn't believe right there. It finally ledged out.
That was an 8's wave.
Oh, thank you.
That was an 8's wave right there. Huh?
It was.
But you know what I want to say is you had a couple words with him yesterday. He was hassling you quite a bit.
Yeah, we had words. You know, I mean, look,
You know,
you have
maybe-
words. I seen you and Potts poke holes in each other's boards before in Japan. It was 1 foot, you know?
Yeah, well, the heat of the battle, we all want to win, right?
Yeah, well, look, here's the interference, and I was bummed about it afterwards, but I said, look, I had 2 choices: either let him get away from me or paddle over
Well,
him
no,
and give him
and
interference.
what he could have done is he could have just ducked under the wave, but instead he kind of turned a bit,
No, he
which
was-
gave you the opportunity to actually run
He did
into
it on
him.
my very first wave, and it threw me off. And so, I mean, good on him as a competitor, you know, because it flustered me and it threw me out of my game a little bit for sure. So,
But you look like speaking of game, you look like you're on your game today. Are you going to go out there and just give us an expression session, or do you want to win this thing?
You know,
is that a rhetorical question for you?
one and the same. You know, no, it was, yeah, I mean, look, we try to leave those things in the water, and I just said, look, when I leave the beach, I don't want to have any weird beef about this. But, I mean, look, Adriano's an intense competitor, and I had, what I did say about that is I had a lot of the same feelings in that heat with him yesterday, like me and Andy had, where we were just going at each other, and
I guess you have to go for your heat.
Oh, I got 13 minutes. I'm cool.
I want to keep talking with you.
I got 13 minutes. No, I'm good.
You want a chip?
No, but
you want a chip?
But oh, is that? Oh, there goes Mick. That's a little nugget.
Oh, Mick's come back, huh? Wham!
But
how good is this wave? How good
so
is Puerto
fun,
Rico?
so
How close
fun.
is it to Florida and growing up
Yeah.
there and just and all that
I mean,
stuff?
I didn't.
What a
I
wonderful-
honestly, I haven't surfed here in 20 years. About because I just started going to Hawaii so much, and our contest never came here after I turned pro. You know.
Yeah.
But I surfed a bunch of amateur events here as a teenager, and you know, all my buddies I met when I was like 13, they're all here at the beach with me
That's
now.
so
and,
cool.
You know, Rafael Yompard and Alberto Licha, Juan Ashton.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
You know, and then obviously Otto and all the other guys are here.
They're really happy.
So
They're
it's
really
pretty
happy.
cool, you know. I know they wanted to see Dylan go further in the event, but they also, you know, I felt like Dylan was supported number 1, and I felt like a sort of distant number 2, but I was up there still with the fans, you know.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It was nice, but you know, just to clip that thing with Adriano, honestly, it was like one of those battles I'd had with Andy where we were just like yelling at each other in each other's faces in the water, you know, and it's that amount of intensity that you get in contests. And, you know, I think that's a healthy thing to fuel people to know when I have this guy, he's not going to back down. And
Yeah, these
Adriano,
guys are yelling at us over here that you have to
Yeah,
go now.
I'm good.
And I want to tell him.
I'm all right. Yeah. So,
keeps saying he's fine.
I'll walk real casually out here. I got 11 minutes.
Yeah.
But you know,
11's
that's
a
a
good
good thing.
number, isn't it?
That's a thing that really helps fuel competition. So you know, when you see me and Adriano in the heat next time, we're going to go at each other's throats. You know.
Yeah.
And so I thought that was fitting that he and I had another heat
No,
today.
and that's entertainment, showbiz, and
that's
sports
fine.
entertainment for sure.
You know, we're all cool. We're all like Mick put it best on the web the other day. We're a traveling surfing family, you know, and you know, we are all friends at the end of the day, and you know, I've been a supporter of Adriano for years. I thought as an amateur when he got on the tour, I said he's going to win a contest and he's going to be a force to reckon with. So
yeah, for sure.
Bye, guys. Is that mine? What happened there?
That's my my phone's in there. All right, Kelly, love you, man. Great champion.
Hey, we've got to do that. We've got to do that officially, mate.
Hey.
You can't just steal it.
Hey, light it up for us.
Yep.
You know what?
You want me to
I
write?
know this is the dummy.
That's not the real one. You'll get that. We guarantee you'll get the real one very, very soon. All right. Good luck.
Okay, have
Thank
fun
you,
out
Kelly.
there.
So there you go.
That was funny.
He's chatty, isn't he?
The
He's like,
security
"He's gotta
was telling us, he's got to go. He's fine, I'm fine.
Yeah,
I've seen him paddle out right at the buzzer and nail a wave right off the start. Like we were talking about confidence before, I mean, definitely a lot of confidence.
Yeah, well, he does feel comfortable. He's got to battle his way out. It's probably taking more than 10 minutes to get there. I
He's
think
at
that's
home,
the concern.
though. He's at home. He's by the beach, and that's where he feels the most comfortable, as all of us do.
Yeah.
And so that was pretty fun.
Yeah,
So
that was
fun
cool.
to be here, but there was lots of action went on
I
while Kelly was in the booth here with Mick.
Yeah,
And
I'll give you the recap of the situation. So B. Durbridge in the lead while Kelly was here, caught that 6.6 as his second scoring wave, and with that 7.37, he has a two-wave total of 13.97. And this is the 6.3 that Mick Fanning caught just a few moments ago. Came off the bottom, And this big hooking just threw that snap out.
Yeah, well.
And a little foam climb. See, that didn't finish that wave cleanly. That probably cost him half a point. Could have been looking at 7. So Mick with a 6.3 and a 6.17 is now chasing down a 7.67.
I'll tell you what. You come out of the tube like that, and then you go up. You got to. The bar has been set so high now with what Jordy and Dane are doing that you come out of the tube. You want a high score. You got to throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at the lip. And disappear and come out.
That's what we've been. As you said, the standard surfing we've seen over the last.
What's great about the standard surfing is it's raised so high, and for the folks at home, they get to see it no matter where they are in the world, as long as they got an internet connection. And some people got the technology and with the phones and everything. It's so awesome. Everybody can be a fan of surfing and be right there with them as we go to a break.
Welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro Search in Puerto Rico. There's a scene down on the beach. These people have been very lucky today. They've seen some amazing surfing performances from the best surfers in the world. Fun waves out here at their local beach, and of course they had it topped up by witnessing history firsthand with Kelly Slater winning his 10th world title. And they're also going to see the Rip Curl Pro Search champion for 2010 crowned this afternoon as well. Some fun little waves still coming through, and we'll show the heat recap as we've got about 6.5 minutes left to go. Here's the E3 E-Bomb recap. So Mick Fanning opening out with a 6.17 and a little rock and roll floater there. Comes off the bottom. Swooping turn, just beautifully drawing his turns together, and all that flow he's got in his surfing, Brad, and the speed, like he just sort of puts together.
Well, that's right, and this wave wasn't a very great wave, as we see Beat Durbridge, huge carve right there, threw tons of spray, and this one as well with a lot of drive and commitment in the turn.
Yeah, that was his 7.37.
And then this is the 6.6. Beat with a double grab air right there, comes up, snaps the board back around the other way, and a little layback hack right in the corner there. So lots of variety. Bede knowing the criteria, as we see Fanning with a barrel and a huge snap right there.
Yeah, this is Mick's 6.3, and just not finishing off that. So there's the overview, and the situation is still as it stands with Mick Fanning in second place, needing a 7.67. So Bede Durbridge has really taken it to Mick, the defending Pro Search Rip Curl Pro Search champion, in the red, needing that 7.67. And these guys have surfed against each other a number of times. They surf with each other all the time, both living down there on the Gold Coast. Of course, Bede originally from North Stradbroke Island.
Yep.
Yeah. You ever been there? Amazing
I haven't been
place.
to the I haven't been to North Straddy. I've been to South Straddy, but
North Straddy goes off, except for the Sharks.
No, that's what I heard. And first time I went over there, they were like, "Yeah, there's some really great waves over there." And there's some great surfers from over there too, huh?
Yeah, really good surfers.
Peacock?
No, he's from Sunshine Coast.
Sunny Coast, okay.
Yeah, one of their juniors, League
Russell,
Specky, Russell Speck.
Yeah,
he's a man. He's a king of North Straddy.
Yeah. So I had heard, and but I just want to remark, back to Kelly, he had to win that heat to the quarterfinal heat to win the world title here.
Yeah.
And what a way to win it!
In
championship form. I mean, incredible stuff. There's Dane Reynolds.
He inspires Kelly. He says that regularly in interviews. Kelly cites Dane Reynolds and Geordie Smith as the guys, the performance surfers, and he says, they're so consistent. They just land it all the time, and that's who he's trying to surf up to.
Well, that's the job of the young guns, right?
That's right. You got to come on board
get
and
in
give the
there
old blokes kick up the bum.
Whack the stick around, and wake up the old guys, make the old guys perform to their potential. And boy, I'll tell you what, it has been exciting here this week.
I know it's pretty amazing watching this level of surfing. We were talking about it yesterday. We were watching that Dane and Wilco heat yesterday. And said, how cool is it? Watching surfing, it makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up, and that's what we're seeing regularly here.
Yeah, I got full chicken skin, by the way, when Kelly got that second, that 10.
Yeah.
I mean, they actually gave it a 9.8 or something. I thought it was a 10 all the way across. I don't know.
Would have sounded good. We could have been going a 10 for a 10 in 2010. But we can't say that. Which is a bummer, because I would have liked that. I would have had plenty to say all afternoon.
Well, speaking of 10s, you got 3 minutes and...
yeah, they thought it was a 10.
10. Oh, yeah, look at Sal.
Sal thought it was a 10.
Sal's the biggest sports fan in the world, by the way. Ever been to a basketball game with Sal?
No. It's a frightening thing.
Sal's one of my buds. He's one of Kelly's good buds, too, and I know he is so stoked to be here, as Kelly's got a lot of support here.
Yeah, well, he'll be coming up in the next heat. Matter of minutes. He's got 2.5 minutes left in this heat, so Kelly needs to get a move on.
And so does Mick Fanning.
Yeah, Mick Fanning does. He's looking at 7.67. He really wants to make that semi-final. What can he do on this way?
There he goes right here. Building up a lot of speed. Big air, double grab, and...
Well, I'll tell you what, though, it's not looking like it. 2.5 minutes to go. Bede Durbidge out there with priority. Bede doesn't make mistakes. Remember last year in the semi-finals when he defeated... Joel Parks, and Parko said, Bede's the most adaptable surfer on the tour, because it was nice sunny offshore. All of a sudden, this howling onshore came through. The right's to the left. First thing Bede does is paddle 10 metres and catch a 8-point left.
Yeah,
and so
that's why he's one of the best.
That is why he's one of the best. And, of course, looking for a good result here. There's Kelly Slater paddling up his next tee against Taj Burrow. Wind's turned a little bit onshore from the west. It's sort of cross-shore, really. So we may not see those perfect barrels we saw earlier on, but we may see a bit of airtime heading our way. And with 1 minute and 48 seconds remaining, the next heat is about to start. So we've got about an hour and a half. So it means in 2 hours we'll be crowning the Rip Curl Pro Search champion Puerto Rico here in Puerto Rico. We'll also be crowning Kelly. Did he leave that? He did leave that trophy here. And Kelly Slater.
Here comes a wave out the back.
Oh, who's got it?
Fanning in position. Durbidge with priority. Tide kind of high. Fanning's going to make Durbidge paddle for it. He doesn't do it. Fanning's got a chance here. He's got to do something crazy to get the score. He's getting a lot of speed. Huge.
Oh, watch it, Mick.
Huge alley-oop, but unable to stick it. But that's something that Dane Reynolds is.
They've been sticking
all kinds of crazy unnamed maneuvers. But that's where the level is. And with 50 seconds left, it looks like Bede Durbidge sitting out the back with priority. Fanning's still on the inside, and Bede Durbidge very aware of where Fanning is. And 30 seconds left.
Well, will we see another wave of Reed and Bede just paddling over that shoulder? Not interested in that one for obvious reasons. 30 seconds to go in the fourth quarter final. So Bede Durbidge looks like he is safely through to semi-final number 2. Well, he'll be up against Michel Perez. So there'll be a lot of spray thrown in that heat. Two of the most powerful surfers on tour. Here they go. Bede Durbidge up and riding on. Has a little look over his shoulder. Knows he's safe with 8 seconds to go. 7, 6. There it goes. It is all over. So Bede Durbidge through to the semi-finals. And we'll be back with semi-final number 1, Kelly and Taj, right after this.
My power balance keeps me focused and centered. It works.
And welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro Search somewhere in Puerto Rico. I'm Joe Turpel, now joined with Shea Lopez for semifinal number 1. Just had a huge heat there for Bede Durbridge, taking out last year's world champ Mick Fanning.
Now, Bede's an amazing surfer, great competitor, and we saw it. He just put up big scores on great waves. And he never seems to not do that.
Always making big performances. Consistent is always next to his name, and a lot of people wonder, why does he always get that consistent name? Kind of always the dark horse making heats. He's so smart, and it just shows his ability to always create at least 7s every time he's out in the water. And sometimes that's what it takes. So he'll be in a big matchup in Semi 2, but we have one getting going now that we've been waiting for. Taj Burrow getting the first wave here.
He started that last heat on a 10, and he means business in this heat as well. Really sharp, precise surfing from Taj.
Now, with these guys, too, in the draw, Kelly Slater was having the most amazing tube performance when he got his 10th world title. I'm really excited to see them get a little tube exchange. At the moment, I think Jody Nelson is standing by with Bede Durbridge. Jody?
Thanks, Joe. Bede, it's been a crazy day. Lots of ups today with Kelly, distractions, and how you staying focused going up against Mick. That was a great heat.
Yeah, kind of. It's awesome that Kelly's won his 10th world title. It's just amazing for surfing, and he's just a freak. Like, he's 10 years older than me, and he's still winning world titles. It's pretty wild, and yeah, well done, Kelly. And I just see a little window there for me. It's just I don't have any pressure, so I can go out and surf and do what I do, and I got through. So yeah, I just want to keep the ball rolling.
Yeah, you've been doing great this year. A lot of great results. In the next semifinal, you'll be facing either Taj or Kelly.
Oh, no, I got to surf against Michelle.
Thank you. I knew that. But surfing up against Michelle, he's actually been surfing pretty good this event. His board's looking good under his feet, finding little barrels. What are your thoughts facing up against him?
Yeah, he's such a good competitor, and he's really finding his feet on the tour. And he took down Geordie, so yeah, it's going to be a big heat. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the challenge.
All right. Well, congratulations. While you get ready for your heat, boys, we'll send it back to you.
Thanks, Jody. Bede Durbridge is going to have his hands full with Michel Perez in the very next heat, so he's going to try to take this next half hour or so to keep his momentum going and to hopefully make the final. He's won a couple events in the past. He could do it again. Michel's looking for his first win as we transition back to what's been going on in Semi 1. Taj Burrow opened with a 4.33 at the start of this one. Kelly Slater had a wave during that interview that you guys all saw. Came in at a 2.57. As we see Kelly, he's looking like he just wants to get this thing going, Shea.
No, definitely. And there's not going to be as many barrels now with this wind switching over to a westerly direction. And he's going to be looking for airs. Wind caught his board on that one, but this is going to be a fun heat to watch. Kelly and Taj, they're both capable of huge airs, and with this wind, it's out of a perfect direction to just stick the board to your feet, no grabs needed, and just fly.
That alley-oop, but he attempted one right there. It's been pretty critical in his road to this world title this year. He had the one where he completely disappeared at Bells Beach to get the win against Mick Fanning. He did a couple insane ones in Brazil. He made the final there and lost to Jadson Andre. You see the matchup right there. A huge one. Taj Burrow out of that world title talk, but he has been so dominant, and especially this past year, ending with that Pipe Masters victory, and then he won a couple QSs, won the first event of the season, and he's looking stronger than ever. Some of those slow motion replays we saw of that perfect 10 was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, not even that. Just the smaller waves, the critical surfing above the lip with his tail, so precise on a rail, carves through his turns, and still manages to get his tail at the back.
Some of the other days when he was getting his wins too, Shea, he was going to the inside and just banging out 7s with 2 maneuver waves, just quick 7s while the other competitor's sitting out the back wondering what's going on.
Yeah, he's not known for it, but he's a very powerful surfer that surfs on rail, and he trains a lot. He's got his trainer here and his coach with him, and he's one of the fittest guys on tour.
Yeah, Johnny is a force to be reckoned with as he hangs out in the competitors area. Travels all over the world with Taj, and it's really helped him throughout this kind of latter part of his career as his hopes we'll see next year for a world title possibly. Here's Kelly Slater.
Yeah, late takeoff, and he's going to come around and go straight up through the lip. And it's funny, Taj was just telling me, even amongst all the chaos in the 10th world titles, and they had a moment where Kelly and Taj were right next to each other, and Taj goes, "This is going to be fun." He goes, "Oh yeah, there's still some fun ones."
There's still a couple fun ones out there. Kelly still has his mind on winning this search title, and he's not going to just fly home happy with just his 10 world titles. That's what kind of competitor Kelly Slater is.
He blew Taj away because Taj kind of was joking around like, yeah, we're having fun. And but Kelly was dead serious.
Ready to win. He absolutely got mobbed on his way up the beach. I'm surprised Kelly was able to make it back in time for this heat right now. He got escorted all the way to the booth up here, all the way back. There's kids screaming his name, and he's back right out in the lineup looking to make the final here. He has 44 victories. He had his 44th at the last event in Portugal over Jordy Smith. And he had a little slip, I think, at J-Bay, got a 17th when he lost to Sean Holmes. But he's been making
Sean
fun.
Holmes has really caused some trouble for the guys there.
One of those wild card stories.
Yeah, Andy and Kelly especially, it seems. He really had some great heats with them and pushed those guys and sent them home early.
And thinking about Dylan Graves in this one, he was able to get that big matchup with Kelly. Kelly got the best of him, though, to make it this point, as we see Mick Fanning there with Neil Ridgway. As he just got into the beach, he didn't have the best heat there against Speed Durbridge, but it looks like he's relieved, and he's going to head back into the area and relax and see the rest of this event from the stands as everyone's applauding Mick Fanning as he gets back into the area.
Put on a great show this event. It was a difficult time to compete through and to be here, and he did his best, and he surfed unbelievable through so many heats and pushed Speed to the finish there.
As they're talking it over, talking about how that heat went, and it's love to hear what they're talking about there, Shay. It was just seeing Bede Durbridge get that 7 in the beginning. Mick had a couple of 6s. He had a couple opportunities at the end, went for that Hail Mary air on the inside, but Bede was able to hang on. As we look out the back, it's still Taj Burrow with his 4.33. Kelly, not the start that he had in his quarter, but he needs a 1.77, so far from over.
Yeah, a lot of time, 23 minutes to go. You know, Taj is going to get some good waves. Kelly, you know what he's going to do. So I'm looking forward to some sets coming through, and I think we're going to see quite a few airs before this heat's over.
That's what I'm counting on. I'd love to see them both go for it. Taj, he's been using his power like you're saying, but he hasn't had a ton of opportunity to go for big air reverses. He had that insane just fin waft reverse in that 3-man heat. Here goes Kelly taking off
really
the whitewater.
deep whitewater takeoff. Yeah, he couldn't come around that section. But you can see his urgency to just get riding some waves. He caught a lot of waves that last heat. He wants to catch a lot of waves this heat. And it's been, it's probably going to be a little hard for him to recoup after so much emotion poured out in that interview. It's just, you don't see Kelly like that too often.
Not at all. And he was just handled it so well. He had so many questions to answer and get right back out in the water for this heat. Here's Taj Burrow now. Nice wind up off the bottom. Quick opening snap.
Yeah, this is a good wave. He's throwing, that was a beautiful turn. He threw the tail all the way to the beach. And if you look, you kind of can almost compare this to a WA wave, like Gas Bay or something. He feels comfortable out there.
Those little inside wedges that he can reform that he became famous in a lot of his movies. Here's the Mirage replay of what just happened. Nice bottom turn. There's that opening snap. Hacks it.
Throws that tail around so easy, and this could almost be a video clip. Definitely, if that was me, I'd be happy with that one.
Big throw tail finish on the closeout section. He's been using similar waves like that to get to this point in Semi 1. As we look out the back, and we see Kelly just glancing at one.
On that one.
He's going to keep that priority out there. So Todd, we were talking, opened up with a win. He got a semi in Bells. He was pretty much in the world title conversation. He got a 17th, little slip in Brazil. He was back in the semis in J-Bay, and here goes Kelly, live action.
Yeah, he's flying down the line. Oh, he did find a little tube. It was a clean one. You can see the whitewash on the face, and powers himself through. Really low center of gravity, really strong. He's still looking for the air. Finishes off with a little turn. And you can tell he wants to win this heat. He's milking it all the way through into the beach almost, and he's not happy with just 10 titles. He wants a search title to go home with as well.
For sure. Not a lot of people would be able to cover that ground. Here's the Mirage replay. Watch him travel through this small inside tube. He just gets pretty low. Look at that line he picked, Shay.
Yeah, and what's most impressive is he doesn't get knocked off, but that little, it closes out completely around him, explodes, and he's still going down the line. Finish off with the, he's going to get a good score. It hasn't been much, only 4.33 from Taj, and his last score, obviously, to come in for Taj was well above that. But Kelly's still in this heat.
Sometimes Kelly talks about what it takes to win a world title. You at least have to have 3 wins. He's looking to make his 4th win here before heading into Pipeline, where his record is pretty much flawless.
Yeah, no, at Pipeline he's been the most dominant surfer ever, and he's had so many big wins there and so many great performances, and I hope the conditions allow for more of the same this year.
20 minutes remaining in semifinal number 1 here at the Rip Curl Pro Search somewhere in Puerto Rico. That last wave for Taj Burrow comes in at a 6.60. So 2 explosive turns to the inside, able to create that score. 10.93 total in first. Kelly needs an 8.36. He still has his little tube coming into the screen. Do you think he'll be able to take the lead with that barrel, Shay?
No, he's not taking the lead, but that's going to be his first score to go into his top 2 total, and he'll stay in the heat. You want to at least be in the heat, not comboed. As
we see the crowd on the beach here, it is completely packed. Definitely the most people we've seen here throughout our days of competition. We had a lot of people here for Steph's world title as well when she won her 4th consecutive, making history in that one as well. But today, I'd say, Shay, it is completely maxed out.
No, definitely. And we've been fortunate enough the competition's been running on weekends. Everyone's been able to come out and experience this event, and everyone from San Juan's been driving out. It's been great support by the local Puerto Ricans. I want to thank you for allowing us to use your beach, use your island.
It's been amazing. SeePuertoRico.com. You can check out all the amazing things they have on this island, besides the good surf, which is our favorite part.
Yeah.
But there's underground caves and river systems. There's
waterfalls,
the El Yunque
fishing,
rainforest.
some of the best fishing. I've never gotten a chance to really fish here, but I love fishing, and I've heard so much about the great fishing here.
Amazing food and a lot of friendly people that will, let you have their lineups for a little bit and share some waves. So pretty excited that they've let the world's best put on a show. Kelly Slater won his 10th world title in the quarterfinal. You see him on your screen. He now needs a 5.11. He scored a 5.83 on that barrel on the inside. Taj Burrow out the back.
Yeah, Taj just found a clean little wave, and he's in the barrel. I don't know if he's going to be able to come through this. He did.
Wow.
He disappeared for so long inside that and just powered his way through. That was some great surfing. Unfortunately, he slipped off at the end, but the wave was over. The work was done.
He completely disappeared. The wave completely shut, and he was able to come out. Here's the Mirage replay. Last wave for Taj Burrow.
See, it's still opening up on the reef. The wind's not as favorable as before, and he's so deep on this section. You can see that jersey. It's the only thing you can see, and he powered through that. That was great. Great by Taj. You can see that training's paying off. He's gotten strong on his board and able to maintain the speed through that whole wave. I thought he was trying to do a little sneaky reverse there or something, a little slide, and slipped off the tail.
Ends up going down, but you can tell those last couple of tubes, they're shutting down, but they're able to find some exits there. So Kelly got a 5.83 for his. Taj had a nice travel through the inside. Comparing the 2 tubes, Shay, pretty similar.
Yeah, no, definitely. They're still finding tubes, and the reef's still allowing them, even with this wind. And the guys, he was too deep to really do any turns, so you got to go to the barrel.
So looking a little panned out shot of the lineup, but now back into Kelly Slater. He's listening to see what Taj Burrow got on that last tube. He's looking to better a 4.33. Kelly would love to make this final take home a win here. The second to the last event on the ASP World Tour. He doesn't have the world title to worry about now. He's enjoying it. You can see in his surfing, even the couple small scores he's gotten so far, you can tell he's really fired up. He's got so much support. His family's here, so many friends from coming here in Puerto Rico, all over from since he was such a young grom. I think one of the amazing things he said earlier was he hadn't really surfed this side of the island since the late 80s.
Yeah, and that's similar to me. When we got on tour, and a lot of guys, you get on tour and you start traveling these contests, you don't go to the spots you went to as kids and really develop your surfing. It's like our Hawaii, he said, and we all get down here and get a chance to surf in the powerful waves and reef breaks and get away from the mushy beach breaks at home. It's a great place, and it holds a special place in his heart from his childhood.
Nothing like surfing your home breaks. Almost a second home here for Kelly Slater in the lineup wearing the blue jersey. A score's coming in for Taj Burrow. The Australian is not making it easy for him right now. Looks like he will be improving on that 4.33, so Kelly's going to need a little bit more. He's going to need an 8.54 because last of Taj Burrow, a 7.77. So now he's got a 14.37 total. Kelly needs an 8.54. Much more to come in Semi 1. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro Search. We have Kelly Slater and Taj Burrow going wave for wave in this one, looking to earn a spot into the final. We just had a pretty classic exchange with Kelly on the first one and Taj on the second one, so we're going to bring that right up for you so you can see what happened. Kelly is in the position where he needed an 8.54 after Taj Burrow got that barrel, somehow found an exit. He got a 7.77. Here's the Mirage replay of what just happened.
Yeah, it's a smaller wave, and Kelly just true to form, just perfect surfing, straight up to the lip, tail out the back. And then here's where he's so deadly. He can power his way up over the lip and above it and wrap it so hard. Still has those layback recoveries so smooth, and that's going to be a big score. But then on the following wave, a much larger wave, Taj goes for a huge air. He landed a little far out the back, but he was able to spin it around and stick with it and pull it off.
A pretty tough section for Taj Burrow. You have all that turbulence. They like when you land it nice and clean, and they don't want you to take a few seconds to ride it out. So he got stuck for a little bit, but amazing composure off the top. He's trying to better a 6.6 and strengthen that lead over Kelly Slater. Now 13 minutes, 44 seconds
More waves
to
are
go.
coming in
Live
every
action.
second. And here's Kelly on a bomb. Of course, he finds another perfect barrel. Sneaks in and out of that thing, and he's going to finish it strong with this section. Another section coming up. It's going to close out on him and bash the lip. Still surfing such a good. And Taj on another wave. It's back-to-back action here. Wow, that was a great exchange. These guys have been going back and forth every wave this heat.
Two of the world's best going wave for wave and battling it out. Kelly Slater, when he pulled into that barrel, everybody on the beach was screaming. He's turned into the new local favorite since Dylan Graves is out of the event. Everyone on Kelly's side as he's making his way back out to the lineup. A few waves for the judges to get caught up on. Let's get caught up as well. Here's the Mirage replay.
Yeah, Kelly's caught 2 waves in probably the last minute and a half, and this was a bomb. Then he's able to snap in the lip, pull into a nice barrel before it fattens out in the channel here. And then he's crossing this flat section with a beautiful carve, maintains his speed into the closeout with a big jam to finish it off really strongly. He's going to get a great score.
Everybody at home, all of us here are so lucky to be in the generation of Kelly Slater throughout the last 2 decades. So watch this. Here's Taj Burrow, who's been battling. Look at that first snap off the
Great turn,
top.
so fast, nice release, fins drifting. Boom, big blast to finish it. It doesn't get much better than that.
So judges have their work cut out for them. They have 2 amazing surfers exchanging wave for wave. Both are throwing up amazing turns. How would you compare those, Shay?
It's really difficult. I mean, they're all really good. Kelly's first wave of that exchange, the 3 maneuver wave, finished it with the big layback hack where he put everything. That just came in at 8.17. So Kelly's putting pressure on Taj. Taj has scores coming in as well. So we're gonna have to wait and see. Taj's aerial's gonna come in, and that last wave of the 2 big moves.
The last wave for Taj Burrow and the big frontside air reverse that he was able to ride out of came in at a 6.93. So he increased his lead.
Out there on another one. It's just been wave after wave. He catches a little rail in that layback snap.
So nothing changing for Taj on that last wave. He still has 1 more to come in for those 2 big blasts on his
Kelly's
forehead.
in a paddle battle, scraping off the back right now. He's such a competitive freak, and that's how you get the 10 world titles.
You know, he's about 5'8", but he's probably one of the strongest paddlers. He could probably out-paddle Jordy Smith, some of the bigger guys, too.
No, definitely. He's as fit as they come, and it shows. He keeps it all together through long days, and a lot of times guys are backing off in the final, and he's still going strong.
So scores still to come in from the last of Taj Burrow. Now with 11 minutes remaining, they had a battle out the back to try to get priority. We'll see how critical that is towards the end of this heat, too. Veterans, they know the rules, they know every move that each other has. They know each other surfing so well.
They've had a lot of heats together.
Over the years, it's been amazing from both of these guys. We have a huge semi coming up next.
Look at the huge crowd on the beach. They're loving it. It's been so good to be back in Puerto Rico. It's been a long time since this contest of this caliber, ever, and it came back in fine form, and everyone's been stoked.
As we have a paddle right out front, here goes Taj Burrow trying to create something under priorities, getting some speed down the line and nothing on offer, so he has to kick out. So Kelly's going to have that priority. He's going to wait for the best wave to come through, and now scores.
More scores. They've been looking at a lot of replays. A lot of action happened right here, and Kelly's going to get another excellent score when it drops. 7 7s, 8 8s coming on the board, 8-3. So we're going to see Kelly jump to the lead potentially. Taj's score still to come in, but he's going to need a big score to overcome Kelly's 2 8s.
And what the judges are doing, they're looking at the waves they've seen so far, and they're kind of placeholders. So You see a 7-7 come up. It's not coming out from anywhere. They have their scale, their individual scales on the 5-judge panel, and they're looking back to Taj's opener. They're saying, was this wave better than that one? Live action. Here's Kelly out the back.
Yeah, we can't keep up with all the action. Neither can the judges. Kelly's a little deep on that one. He's in and out.
So Taj Burrow will get priority now as he's just out the back, and score still coming in from the last couple of waves for Kelly Slater. We have Michelle Perez and Beat Durbridge will be coming up in about 9.5 minutes in semi 2. So no matter what, we're going to have an insane final. You see Taj Burrow waving his hands. He wants to know what's been happening.
We do too. We want to know what's happening. Okay, there's a few scores starting to drop for Taj's wave as well. 2.65s. It's not going to be what he needs. He needs much higher than that. He will need, potentially a high 8. Maybe even a 9 after Kelly's wave drops.
So just starting to flood in the screen. Taj Burrow, his wave previous where he got those 2 critical hacks in the pocket, came in at a 7.10. The wave before for Kelly Slater, though, with those insane pocket turns, the layback finish comes in at an 8.17. So he's got a pair of those now with that last one coming in, another 8.17.
Those were within a minute. He got both those waves where he got the barrel, the big closeout hit, all those 3 snaps with the finishing layback. So Kelly, in 1 minute's time, just able to put so much pressure, and he's up above 16 points now.
Unbelievable seeing Kelly over Taj in second with a high combined total, 14.87. Now in the position where he needs an 8.57 to take the lead. We do have waves on the way. You see that bump on your screen, both of them being very selective. A little bit bigger one right behind this one,
this next one could be good if it hits the reef right. We'll see who's going to make a move on this wave. And it's Kelly Slater. Nope.
But he does lose priority. Taj has it out the back, so he's going to be able to decide which one he wants now. There's a lot of energy on the beach. We have a maxed out crowd here somewhere in Puerto Rico. As we take a look at a heat recap, what's happened so far in Semi 1? This is the opener for Taj Burrow, Shay.
Yeah, he's been finding these barrels all day. He's been coming out of them, and this is a big score.
7.77 for Taj getting out of the barrel. Carved his way through, got slipped up a little bit there, so maybe could have got a little bit more, but they really love that barrel ride. Here goes Kelly Slater, set up that big bottom turn and cracked it, 8.17.
He just maintains such a good flow top to bottom, and these are really difficult turns, and his recovery right here is impressive.
So able to recover that layback finish, got him back into
I like
this
the way
heat.
he took off on that, where he stood straight up. He knew this was going to be a good wave from the start, and just gets that cool barrel and comes out. And these carves are really difficult to maintain your speed through and line up this finishing turn. Oh, great surfing. And that was all within a minute.
And slams it shut, and now we have Taj Burrow trying to answer back. He smashes it right here. Is able to unload again off the top, and a pretty tough section to pull those moves off.
He fit those in such a tight area, probably 10 feet, and it's so steep on that last one. He was able to not pull that nose up and finish the maneuver.
He was awarded a 7.10 for that last one, but now he's not thinking about that 7 anymore because he needs an 8.57 to make the final. 6.5 to go. And not a whole lot of energy out there. Speaking of energy, we've had so many boards, completely in half through this event. From on the screen, it could just look like a mushy little wave, but Shay, this wave packs a lot of power.
Yeah, there's a shallow, sharp, urchin-infested reef right below the surface, and when those waves hit that reef properly, they barrel out. We're seeing so many good barrels and so many big sections. The guys really like these big sections coming at them. A lot of waves look pretty from the beach. You get out there and they're soft on the lip, and you can't get the height, the extension, the explosiveness that we've seen throughout this event.
We see the crowd there for a bit. They're standing strong on the beach there. They've got a lot to do behind the scenes. There's the Rip Curl store, which is on site, where you can get the special limited edition event tee that Tyler Warren and John Frank, the Smith brothers, got together to create. They also have food from all over Puerto Rico, a lot of local vendors here. They've been rocking out on the stage every night. There's music playing as we leave this event, so unbelievable. Rip Curl doing an amazing job through each and every heat. There's 5.5 to go in Semi 1. And Kelly Slater has taken the lead over Taj Burrow. Back-to-back 8.17s quickly got him the lead. Taj Burrow in that position needing an 8.57. He has the highest single score of the event with that perfect 10.
And he has priority right now. And he's going to use that priority wisely to pick the wave that he knows can score up in that 8.5 range.
And now just 5 on the clock. We have this bump right here.
Little movement. Taj is paddling pretty hard right here. Yeah, he's going to take off on this wave. Let's see what he's got here. This is lining up beautifully across the reef with a big jam. Yeah. You knew he had to do something big when it was closing out right there, and he went for the complete rotation, and he couldn't quite get that grab and stay over his board.
It seems like with that air reverse, if you think of one guy on tour that has it down more than anyone as far as completions go, Taj has it. So kind of a tough section as he tried to force it. Here's what happened on the Mirage replay.
You can see how this wave hit the reef and stood up really nice, and able to get this big first move. Kind of backwashed him a little there, and it might have, yeah, he got up to the lip just a little late and didn't have as much speed or as much control as he would have hoped for.
So he ends up incomplete. It's not going to change anything. Kelly Slater is now sitting with priority, getting that much closer to making the final. Michelle Perez and Bede Durbridge standing by for semi number 2. And just a little bit of a wait here, but an amazing decision to run today. There was that movement towards the end of the waiting period, and for someone like me looking at maps, I was thinking, oh, maybe we should wait, Shay. But these guys have been doing a great job. We've got a lot of support with Surfline. Sean Collins been here, and it's been an amazing show from sun up.
No, definitely. And it's just, you see the highlights, and you see what's been going down. And there's no reason to wait for anything. This is as good as it gets. High-performance surfing at its best here in Puerto Rico.
If you've missed anything, check out the Heats on Demand on the Rip Curl site, and you can get caught up with everything that's been happening. If you're watching Fuel TV in Australia, welcome, and you can get your laptop out and watch everything as it comes through. You're watching Kelly Slater and Taj Burrow sitting shoulder to shoulder in this lineup. Kelly has the lead. Taj Burrow needs an 8.57 and 3 minutes and 15 seconds still to go.
Yep, Kelly's holding priority. It'd be interesting to see if he's that competitive. He's going to hunt and just stay right on top of Taj for this final 3 minutes.
A lot of these guys would have gone into this heat thinking, hey, we're just going to have some fun, Kelly. You just won your 10th world title. But pretty classic Kelly, ready to fight from the get-go. He wants to win every single event. He's a pretty smart guy. He keeps track of all the ratings. He probably
remembers so many details, his stats. His mind is just like a computer. And, I'm sure he's rewriting the history books with every heat, and his win percentage goes up. He's concerned about that. His, 45 event titles, just another search, globe. That trophy's amazing. I'm sure he's seen that trophy that Steph has and wants to take it home.
Here goes Kelly, live action, going for the carving 3. He gets bobbled up on that one and goes down. When he disappears in the whitewater, you don't look away because you never know with Kelly. But that carving 360, there's not too many guys that can do it as good as Kelly.
Not the way he does it. He's really revolutionized that maneuver and used it in competition for some huge scores. And he pushes so far up the lip that he actually does a backside tail out lipper at the completion. You'll see that tail come all the way around with power, and a lot of times most guys just go up and they kind of hit it off the lip and they come back down with the wave, but he comes all the way around with that.
I just had a flashback to Huntington Beach where he did that carving 3 in huge conditions and actually got a perfect 10 for it. So you can get it done with any move. If you do it in a critical manner, the judges will award you for it. There's 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. He was incomplete on that last one, so nothing changed. Taj still needs an 8.57, and now time is against him, Shay.
No, definitely, but he does have priority. It's surprising to see Kelly take off and even do that. I thought he would sit on him the entire time, but he's still having fun out there, I guess, and he went out and tried to do the carving 3.
And he's sitting really close to him out there, so Taj is trying to get a little bit of room to set up this
There we go. Taj has
here.
A chance here with just over a minute to go. He's got a good wave. Really clean face, and big air coming up. I can already tell he's telegraphing it. Here it is. Oh, that could have possibly been the score, most likely the score. And he doesn't fall much in those. Maybe a little nerves going against the 10-time world champ.
He always has those. You can see the frustration from Taj Burrow slapping
He knows
the
that was
water.
the wave, the score. He might have even cut himself or hurt himself. Is he? Hope he's okay.
I think just a little frustrated.
Yeah, he's frustrated.
You can see him hitting the board. Let's take a look what went wrong on this air reverse. Taj Burrow on the Mirage replay.
See how clean the face was, and he gets the nice jam again, similar to his last wave, with a nice first turn, keeping so much speed across this section. And here he lined it up with a perfect. This was much better than the air before. It was so clean. He came down on top of the explosion, and his body just over-rotated a little bit ahead of his board.
It looked like he had it, and he just unfortunately goes down, and that would be the difference as he's laying low in the inside. He still has 30 seconds to go, but he's going to call it a heat. Looks like he was checking out his foot on the inside there, too, Shay. Some of those landings you can...
Yeah, he could have twisted an ankle as he rolled, as he over-rotated, his board stayed behind. He could have just flipped over and cut it on the fin. Hopefully it's just a cut. Those ankle sprains can take a while.
So we'll keep you updated on Taj Burrow, how he's feeling on the inside as he's coming.
We'll see how he stands up here. Yeah, he looks fine. He just has probably a little cut, and he's more frustrated. He knows he had 2 chances there at the end to get the score. Both was his trademark air reverse, and he was unable to pull either of them.
Tough one for Taj Burrow, but we enjoyed his performance. He has the only perfect 10 in the Rip Curl Pro Search somewhere in Puerto Rico, and our 10-time world champ victorious into the final.
See you in the final,
Semi 2 coming up next. We're going to take a short break. Right back after this.
Every heat live on ASPWorldTour.com.
Okay, and welcome back to Puerto Rico. Semi-final number 2 here at the Rip Curl Pro Search. We've just seen Kelly's dream run roll on into the final. Sean Doherty here joining me, Brad Gerlach. Been an interesting couple of hours, Ger.
Yeah, definitely. What was pretty incredible about that last, as we see, it's Bede Durbridge against Michelle Perez here in the second semifinal at the Rip Curl Search event somewhere in Puerto Rico. And yeah, that air that Taj just did, he just missed it. And that was, you could see the frustration. He was pretty pissed off. But Kelly into the final, and waves still pouring through here. Also, I think Perez with a last-minute wave in his heat to make the semi. It is his best result, as we see Kelly walking up. It's a very awesome atmosphere down here in Puerto Rico. Everybody's really happy for Kelly. There's Potts, there's Bob McKnight, there's Pin, Craig Stevenson, Shelby Mead, Taylor Knox. Everybody's around.
He's had the entourage here for the past few days. His brother, his mum, the whole crew are here. And, so they've got something to celebrate tonight. They might have 2 things. The way he's going, he's a pretty good chance to take this thing out. He's into the final.
Yeah, that's for sure. And, he'll go up against one of these 2 guys, Bede Durbridge or Michelle Perez. And what do you think?
It's interesting heat, actually. Both guys, of course, full-on power surfers.
Has Perez made a final?
Perez has not made a final. He's made, I'm just pulling this out of thin air here. I'm pretty sure, I'm definitely quarters. I'm trying to think back for a semi, but I'm not seeing it. So he definitely a career best result for Michelle Perez. He's having a career best year, currently sitting 10th in the ratings. And, pretty interesting. Both kind of similar styles. Both guys, big back foot surfers, a lot of rail work. You're going to see a lot of big, heavy turns. And, both big, strong surfers. And luckily, the swell's kind of hung in. There's still a bit of juice in it. And we just hope we get a few ways for these guys to play around in.
Yeah, I would have to say that Perez is a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah.
And perhaps a little less polished.
Yeah, Bede's a little silkier, for sure.
And Bede is a competitive machine. He knows how to compete, find the waves, find a way to win. So we are going to throw down to Jody here with the champ.
Gerlach, Kelly Slater. I mean, everything's going your way today, this year, and just out in the water, the ocean's just right behind you. I mean, what do you think is going on in the world right now?
I don't know. I think that was payback for Taj smashing me at Pipe last year. I don't know. First off, I want to say hi to Mo Daddy in Vegas. Don't drink too much. Don't waste your money. And hi to Jason Miller. Happy birthday. Hi Miller fans, Miller family, and the whole clan's at home watching. So, Jason, have a good birthday party. All of Jason's friends, make sure you buy him some gifts and stuff. All right, that's about it. I don't know. Anyways, good heat. It just it all came together. I felt a little bit like I knew I could almost feel Potts on the beach going, "Come on, surf this heat," Because he told me before the heat, just get focused. Come on, you still got a contest. And I went out and I kind of messed up my first 3 waves, but they weren't good waves anyways. And then I went, all right, let's settle down here. Got 17 minutes left, and then bang, bang, got this 2 in a row, and that was kind of it.
Well, now Taj is, you and Taj have gone back and forth, and I know he really wanted to get you in that one. What was the tension like out in the water?
No, it was cool. I mean, you know, to me, it's just a cherry on top at this point. But I know Taj wanted to get me. We always have pretty good battles, and you know. But then I got back in the heat and got myself focused, and you know, never want your competitors to get one over on you. So we got you know, after about 10 minutes, I got focused again and got back into it. But we'll see. It'll be fun to get in this final with either of these guys. You know, Michelle's never made a final, and Bede and I have had a few good ones, like I think 3 finals now. And you know, he just had a kid, and so I want to say hi to his wife and daughter back home. I don't know, they're probably watching, but so you know, Bede, I'm sure Bede's gonna be happy coming all the way on the other side of the world 2 weeks after his daughter's born, get a good result.
Now, I know Steph Gilmore won her fourth world title and then went on to win the event. Does that like kind of fire you up to do the same?
Yeah, somewhat. You know, I did dwell on that earlier. I thought, well, you know, everything just sort of fell in place for her, and it seems to be happening for me right now. So, you know, not get ahead of myself. I still got a final to surf, but I'm stoked. You know, either way, I'm really happy.
All right. Well, congratulations, Kelly.
All right.
Boys, back to you in the booth.
Okay, thanks, Jode, and well done, Kelly Slater, through to the final. As if he hasn't won enough already today. Taking out his 10th world title and through to the Rip Curl Pro Search final, where he'll meet the winner of this semi we're seeing out there right now between Mr. Bede Durbidge and Michelle Perez from Tahiti. It has been a strange old day. Yeah?
Yeah, and just to bring you up to speed, Bede had an in and out wave. He took off, went down the line, it didn't produce much, so he kicked out. So Perez is sitting on priority right now, and that is that's where we're at here at the Rip Curl.
This wave it's been pretty good to us, good, over the past week.
There's Davo.
Oh, the salute, the general.
Yeah.
Of course, made that salute famous in France and in Portugal at his heat against Kelly. Here goes Bede. Durbo just lining it up off the bottom. It's a smaller wave, but he's absolutely just, taking it apart. He's ripped some limbs off it. A couple of huge hacks.
And I think that's a pretty consistent thing you're going to see. Burrell's got, Burrell, my buddy. Hope he's watching. You! Borez has got priority. So Bede figures, hey, I'll jump on a smaller one, build some rhythm, and feel my rails on the wave and stuff like that. And that, you know, I don't think that's going to be a terribly high score, but it's also it's not going to be just a throwaway either.
Yeah, well, the thing with Bede that Bede knows, like Bede, of course, is he's one of the iciest competitors in the whole field. He knows he can probably get a lead on Michelle. Michelle, as Kelly said, this is the furthest he's been in an event. He'll probably feel the pressure.
Speaking of that right now, here goes Bede. Here, this is down the way a little bit, off the bottom. Nice rip right in the pocket there. Another crack right there, and goes down.
Yeah, over the handlebars there for Durbo, but good bit of strategy.
I think when you see the replay too, you'll see that wave had a lot of twists and bumps and stuff in it, and perhaps once again looking too far down the line.
Yeah, he got it. He picked it up pretty wide there, where that rip runs back through the lineup.
Pretty common mistake.
Yeah, but I reckon Durbo probably has gone out with that in mind to if he can get a couple of early waves, put some scoreboard pressure on Michelle. Michelle hasn't been this far in an event before. He might figure he might crumble a little bit as the semi goes on.
Well, I know he's sponsored by Nike 6.0 and Red Bull and Andy King here.
Kingy, just sitting with Kingy right there,
looking after his boy here. We'll see what he's done very well with Michelle.
Mate, he's had an incredible year. Michelle Perez, of course, was a rookie last year on tour. A former runner-up in the World Junior Championships. Came on a tour last year. Had a few, you saw glimpses of it last year. I remember he beat Mick Fanning at J-Bay in a smoking heat. I think he got a 10, dropped a 10 in that heat from memory. But this year he's started to surf smart heats. He's won a lot of heats this year that last year he would have lost. He's got a bit of strategy about him. Like, he's obviously, he's got the turns and he's got the power. This year he's been able to put it into a heat format.
Well, taking out Jordy Smith, the number 2 surfer in the world at the moment, and certainly looking like a bit of heir to the throne there, huh?
Yeah, for sure. Yep. So there they are. There are two surfers. Bede in the lead at the moment. Just a 4-5 and a 3-3-3. Nothing doing yet on the scoreboard.
What's been your favorite moment? Few moments here of this rip curl.
Where do you start? It's been a full-on event. I think history's going to, when you look back on this event in the next 2 or 3 years' time, it's going to be remembered. There's so many huge happenings. Both tragic and kind of euphoric and mixed up together. I was just chatting to Mick actually about that whole thing and how they've had to deal with Andy passing, and at the other end Kelly's winning, and the two meeting in the middle, and they've kind of used, like, the surfing has been kind of therapy for them.
Yes, definitely.
He actually said it was kind of, they had those 2 days where the contest was off and most of them were in a pretty dark place.
Yeah.
They thought the paddle out was step one to kind of dealing with it. And then getting the contest going again was the real thing that kind of lifted everyone a little bit. And
definitely.
Instead of kind of mourning Andy, all of a sudden they were surfing for Andy,
celebrating it.
Yeah. But the surfing, mate, has been unbelievable. That heat with Dane, Taj. Oh, it escapes me. Who was the third
Taylor.
person? Then
As
Taylor.
we see, take a look. Here goes Bede Durbridge on his fourth wave. Comes off the bottom here, throws it up, not super critical. Huge floater here, building a lot of speed. Comes into this one and throws the tail around there. So Bede Durbridge really building up his scores. Borez yet to ride a wave.
Yeah, but Michelle's been doing this the past few heats. Definitely, he made his round 5 heat this morning against Owen Wright with only 2 waves.
Perez taking a look out the back here. This wave pretty peaky. We'll see what he does here. Sets it up, comes up the bottom, and that wave just not panning out at all.
Nothing. He's cashed his priority in there for not much.
Not sure if he's cashed his priority in because he is out the back.
He's gonna get it back. Okay, here's a replay of Durbo's last one. Another inside up. He's been picking these up really well, up and over that section. Staying in the pocket. Little roller coaster floater here. Keeps his speed. Finds his end section. And whips it around, grab rail, throws the tail, and as we've been saying all event, it's just the transition between those big turns for Bede Durbridge that just makes him such a incredible guy to watch. He's just easy on the eye to watch.
Yes, definitely. I think with Bede Durbridge, what I've seen from him is he's gotten a lot more power, and he's mixed up his repertoire. He's got more moves in his bag. And he's aware enough to know not to do the same turn from start to finish. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that's that's just like a common sense thing. Like when you're watching somebody surf, you don't want to see them do the same. Even if they're good turns, you don't want to see them do the same turn all the way. You want to see them mix it up. You want them to be spontaneous.
Yeah.
Like Reynolds is just a classic for that. He's just so spontaneous, and you just don't know what's coming next. You got to keep your eyes peeled. If you turn your head for a second, someone's just like, he just did the best turn I've ever seen. He's just did the best move I've ever seen. So
okay, well we'll just go there. Last to Bede at 5.5. We might throw down quickly to Jody, who's got Ramon from Puerto Rico Tourism. Very happy man, I imagine, today. Go, Jode.
Ramon, this has been a for Puerto Rico and a big week for Puerto Rico Tourism Company. I mean, what has it been like for you guys to crown 2 world champions here in Puerto Rico?
No, this has been a very special and magic week. Even if we have planned it, there's no way we could have dreamed that it was going to be this special. The weather has been beautiful. There's been a lot of people coming to the beach, a lot of people watching all over the world. There's not even words to describe how special it has been, the event.
Now, the crowds on the beach have been so passionate and just huge, massive numbers of people out here. Have you guys ever seen a surf event get this big in Puerto Rico?
Yeah, for being a rookie event in the tour and for being the first time the world's best surfers are here, it has been amazing. The competition has been great. The waves have been there. God has supported us with the waves. The crowd has been here. I think everybody has come to see and discover why Puerto Rico does it better.
So what you're saying is Puerto Rico Tourism Company is going to make it happen next year as a permanent event?
We'll try. I think we have shown the world and many people that this island is special, and we can do it, and definitely we have the ways, the infrastructure, and the people to do it here.
All right. Well, on behalf of the surfers and ASP and Rip Curl, we really appreciate you guys opening your arms and bringing all the surfers here. Boys, we'll send it back to you in the booth.
Okay, thanks, Joe. And well, while we are chatting to Ramon, there, we saw a little action.
Yeah, this is Michelle Perez staying high right here. Speed float, stays well positioned, and then comes off the bottom here, and well, does a little air. I don't think that's what he totally wanted to do right there, but was probably after he come off that floater, hadn't been able to transition back on his heels quick enough. So the option there was to go for the air. And probably not getting as high as he would have liked it.
Yeah, he rode out, but didn't rode out super cleanly. The judges kind of saw that, a 4.93. But definitely seen a shift in the wind in the past hour or so. I was chatting to local surfer here, Juan Ashton, and he said, with the storm, Hurricane Tomas, just to our, going up through the channel between here and Haiti, changed the wind round to the southwest. You're watching the Rip Curl Pro Search from Puerto Rico, semi-final number 2. We'll be back right after this.
It was the best beach break I think I've ever surfed, and there was no sort of one little area of the beach that was like sucking close to the swell. I looked around in the lineup. We were probably like, how fucking good is it? Everybody's around the last one! So fun. We felt like, I don't know, it was the best ever or something.
You don't surf waves like that with no one else.
And now the search is in your hands.
Okay, welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro Search. Pete Dervich drops in straight up and over that section. Got a clean little wall here in front of him, just sinks the fins into it, lines it up again. It's only a smaller wave, but it has, it stood up right up to that point anyway. And here goes Michelle Perez.
Yeah, well, comes off the bottom right here and throws an alley-oop. Looked like he got a little hung up on that wave. He was stuck at the bottom. That's why he was doing those sort of pump hops to get around it. I think he was thinking that when he took off on that wave that he might pull in the barrel, as even though the wind is onshore, as you saw in that last heat with Kelly and Taj, they both got shacked.
Yeah, for sure. Well, score in the last one for Pete Dervich. Actually, no, we're still waiting on it. Still waiting on a couple of scores. There is the crew down on the beach. Here it's about 3:30 Saturday afternoon in Puerto Rico. And I'll tell you what, I just had a look out the back here at the car park. It looks like you and I are here till about 10 o'clock tonight. It took us an hour to get into here. It's going to take us about 5 hours to get out. There is, I reckon, 3/4 of the island's population. There's a lot of people actually on Puerto Rico. It's 4 million.
Yeah, well, Puerto Rico is a very proud place with lots of culture, lots of music, celebrities. And a wonderful place to come.
It's been a cool place to hang out for sure. Okay, here are the back-to-back Mirage replays.
So Beat comes off the bottom here, throws it up, blows his fins out. He's right in the pocket here, comes off the bottom here and rips this turn back. And then this wave just setting up really nice. Little bowly wave is what you're looking for. Won't be a terribly high score, though. And then we see Brett. See how he's hopping down at the bottom, trying to get around that hollow section. He probably felt right there he'd already made a misjudgment.
Yeah, he did a lot of chasing on that wave. He was behind the whole way and eventually got back through an alley-oop, made it. Okay, we dropped to 6.07 for Bede's last one. We're still waiting on Michelle's. But it's been a pretty slow start to the heat, just starting to come to life now. And here goes the Spartan again, Michelle Perez. Got to get around this one again. The foam climb Rio. That wave just running wide of the reef and fading out. Seeing Pete Dervich may look at this, he may not. No, so we're on Jesus, it's been pretty quick. There is the the road. Of course, the one thing with living on an island, there's generally one road that does a loop around the outside. So there's no highway here, and as a result, it's going to take us a little while to get out.
You want to know a fun fact?
What's that, mate?
I came here in 1986, and one of the guys says to me, "You were here before there was a road." I was like, oh, wow.
How old are you feeling right about now, Gur?
Well, sometimes I refer to things like, yeah, that was, back before the internet, and it feels like, jeez. Somebody's saying, like, back before electricity, but...
Back before the wheel. Yeah, but it's it's quite a busy little stretch of coast here, very reminiscent of the North Shore of Oahu, just in terms of breaks and the whole feel of the place. Quick in and out there for Michelle, just a little bit deep on that one. But the one thing is that the crew here, they love their surfing. Here we go, Durbo. Again, a bowling little wave, a great face. Just kicks the tail, releases it, hangs on, up and over that section. Just perfect linking of turns for Pete Durbidge. He is looking really good. And with, what do you got, just 9.5 to go, I'm starting to sense the Pete Durbidge-Kelly Slater final.
Yeah, he's building and building. There are sets out the back. Don't count the Spartan out, as he is capable of big stuff. As we look at this Mirage replay, there's Durbidge off the bottom. Snap right up in the top. Almost loses it. Comes out of this one, throws it up again, crack right there, and this one up there just before the breaking lip. And so, that first turn was pretty sick, but that whole wave wasn't like spectacular to be. To be critical, which is what the job is of the judges, and it really is my job here. I got to be critical.
Yeah.
And I think it'll be an average score, probably a 6, right in the 6 mark.
It was a really rippable little wave. And, Durbo got 3 turns, but we've seen, today the big scores have been on the bigger waves.
And speaking of that, that's what Perez needs to do right now.
He needs a bomb.
He needs to surf with that spectacular stuff going on. He is sitting on a 4.93, so he only needs a 5.27 as he goes right here. Let's see what he can do. The Spartan driving, big snap right there. Another floater. Is he going to come around the section? Yes, it looks like he's going to make it. And another snap, but looks very concerned about what's going on down the line. And that can be an issue with a lot of the surfers. If you're too concerned with what's going on down the line, then here's the Mirage replay.
You can see just getting moving on this one, sinking the fins there up and over this section, trying to keep some down the line speed. Finally gets his section here, just whips the tail around, but then goes into his final turn, just overextends and goes down. You can see when he comes back up, Michelle wasn't real happy with the fact that he hadn't finished. He knows that was a pretty crucial.
That will probably be his best wave, though.
Yep, there it is, go. Yep, 5.43. So it was his best wave, but he's kind of ruining the fact that it probably could have been a 1.5 better if he had have finished that last wave off. So
also when you go and look at that first turn, it's a critical turn, but he didn't turn the nose back around the opposite way, which is a highly difficult thing to do when the wave's running away from you. Your tendency is like, I can't slow my speed down too much here. However, if you accelerate through it, you can do it, as we've seen. Jordy's very good at that.
Okay, well, here is a recap of what we've seen so far in Semi 2. Durbo started off with this is a 5.5 for Bede. He's just been picking up a lot of these mid-sized ones on the inside and just gradually building on them. This is a 6.07, so he's got a 5, then he's got a 6, and you see each one just progressively, he's got a little bit more rhythm. They're better waves, and he finally ends up with this one. So he's gone from a 5 to a 6 to a 7.17. This is his best wave, and the score just came in. We loved it. It was a really rippable little wave, that one. That had Smash Me written all over it. Yeah, and it took the Spartan a little longer to get going, Gur.
That's right, and I think when looking at that recap, if you take a look at Bede's last wave, he got a 7.17. The scores off of the very first turn was how he got that big score. As we see right now, Bede Durbidge holding the Spartan off that wave straight up, cracks, blows his fins around, comes out, wraps it back into the pocket, and his wave's still going. He's slowing down, but he kicks out.
Yep, and Bede Durbidge out of there. So Durbo looking pretty good at the moment for a spot in the final.
But this by no means is no means is out of reach. The Spartan only needs a 7.81.
Yep, well, Bede used his priority there, cashed it in straight up into the pocket of that one, whipped the tail around. He's got great control when he releases those fins. Great roundhouse cutting, but this wave kind of just shouldered out.
Yep.
And left him really nothing to play with on the inside. B deciding to kick out. So I want to put a shout out back home to the crew on Fuel TV, taking the broadcast around Australia. I know, early morning, but I'll tell you, I know he'll be watching Ger.
Yeah, for sure.
No, do you know who Bede's coach is?
Pardon me?
Do you know who Bede's coach is?
Yeah, I do. It's Gary Elkerton, Kong, and
your old sparring
But he likes
partner.
to sleep in. Not really.
He's generally up at about
Kong.
2 in the morning. Yeah, so there'll be a lot of interest back home in this whole day. It's probably been a long night for a few crew on Fuel TV.
Well, there's a big set moving in right now, and on the 5-minute mark, and it's pretty much anybody's game here. As the Spartan is one of the top surfers in the world, a 7.81 to win.
Yeah, you're right.
He's
in
not
range.
out of reach.
No, he's
not
in
out
range,
of reach.
mate, for sure.
Look at this set.
Considering the scores we've seen today, like we've seen a perfect 10, we've seen 9s all over the place. So, you would not write the Spartans' chances off. I'm sure there's a lot of crew in Tahiti cheering him on. Of course, Michelle.
he's taking a look at
this. Here he goes. He's got the outboard motor on. He really wants a piece of it. Here he goes. And it's a rank closeout.
Well, what was really interesting right there is that wave moved to there. The wave before it was on the other peak that was over there. It was a perfect wave. It was a set. Had he been in position for that, and he delivered what he is capable of delivering, he might have gotten a real high score on that. But he's out of position, and that is a big a factor in the sport of surfing, is being in position to catch those waves that allow you to unleash the beast.
Yeah, for sure. We've seen
Speaking of beast, when we were just talking of Kong.
You got beast on the mind. Yeah, we've seen it with the break. It's kind of got a split thing. We've seen some bigger ones rolling in deeper up the reef, but a lot of them have kind of been going a little wide where the boys are sitting here. And Michelle, you can see he's starting with 3.5 to go. It's starting to get a little desperate for him, chasing that 7-8. There's, some of the crew down on the beach.
Some of the crew, huh? I didn't see her as part of the crew, but...
No, well... They've got us kept away from the general public with good reason.
Well, the Spartan on the inside here is looking to build a rhythm here, get something going. He comes off the bottom here, snaps it back in the pocket, and this wave going to close out, but...
He's not feeling it there on that one.
I know that feeling right there.
But, yeah, and we've seen that the turnaround between waves is really quick here because the rip, there's a conveyor belt rip that basically takes the guys straight back out. We've seen guys get 2 waves in a minute. It's quite easy to do. So with 2.5 to go, Michelle is probably still a chance to have another crack at it.
Beautiful beaches and beautiful women. Puerto Rico.
Can we come back to Puerto Rico?
What's that?
Can we come back to Puerto Rico?
Yeah, please.
Let's see what Ramon can do about getting us back here next year. But there it is. We're down to the last 2.5 minutes of semi number 2 here at the Rip Curl Pro Search. A huge day here at our little break in Isabela.
And with this 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes remaining, this is where Bede's gonna get real cozy with Perez. Huh? He's gonna get all cozy,
snuggle right up.
He's gonna snuggle right in there.
Yeah, with priority, Bede is going to keep a very close eye, you reckon, on Michelle Perez. Michelle needing a 7.81. And Bede leading it at the moment.
And Perez knows all about that because that's what he did to Owen Wright.
Exactly. Yeah, we did to Owen and he did to Geordie as well. He's had a great run through this event, Michelle. If you look down, who he's taken out. There are some guys that were really in form. Owen was in form all event. There's the priority disc just on the left of screen there. It says priority blue. So Bede Durbidge will get the next wave.
They should run a smiley face on the priority buoy because if you look up there and you have priority and there's a big smiley face on it, it's kind of in how you feel, right? You like that idea?
Yeah, yeah.
Everybody's happy down here, man.
Well,
you may as well make the priority buoy happy.
Unless you're the guy who doesn't have priority.
Oh, yeah. Well, then you're not even looking at the buoy, are you?
No, probably not. Okay, well, it's gone a little quiet at the back end here. Bede Durbidge can smell a spot in the final.
Look at how cozy they are too.
Yeah, look at Bede.
Real close.
Super glued to him here at the moment. So Bede can sense another final against Kelly Slater. He's had some absolute rippers against Kelly over the years. Bede's first win in a tour event was against Kelly, actually at Trestles back in 2006, I think it was.
See that there's a couple waves out there on that second peak over, and perhaps in retrospect, here goes Michelle. He's going, and Bede has priority and goes, sorry, mate.
So am I.
Oh, look at this wave, too. Bede, huge snap out the back. Look at that thing. Really hollow right here. Another one. And
one more.
Oh, this could be the best wave of the heat right here.
By far.
Snap.
Durbo has just torched that thing. Mate, he's looking really good. This is going to be a great final.
That's
Bede Durbidge just keeping an eye, making sure Michelle doesn't get another wave. It's not going to matter. Because with the when this score comes in, Bede's going to ice this thing.
Crack, blows the fins out, off the bottom here, throws it up. That's kind of a rhythm move. And then this one, little floater, and then watch this right here. Big snap right there.
Wow.
Zango.
There is the nail in the coffin. An 8.6 for Bede
Yeah,
Durbidge.
Kong's over there jumping around, going crazy. Woo.
Okay, so Bede Durbidge, Kelly Slater in the final of the Rip Curl Pro Search. Coming up next. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Power balance keeps me focused and centered. It works.
Well, here we are back at the coming to you live from somewhere in Puerto Rico. We just saw the second semi-final of the Rip Curl Pro Search Portugal, and winning that one, Bede Durbidge, and there he is on screen. He's going to be pretty happy. Joining me here in the commentary box is a very, 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 very special person, none other than four-time world champ and Rip Curl Pro Search winner, Stephanie Gilmore.
Reggae and I have a little battle going with our middle names.
Yes.
Reggae. I'm going to start calling you John Heavy Metal Ellis.
It doesn't quite suit, but if you call me John at least once, my mother will be very happy because she doesn't like my nickname. Okay, so Steph, here we are. It's been an amazing day here, just amazing. And of course, it isn't finished yet. Kelly Slater, do you think he'll be able to emulate you and go on to win the event? You know, you won the world title at the same stage, quarterfinal stage, went in and won your semi and the final. Kelly, he says Stephanie can do it because you're his inspiration, of course, and going to do you. And, well, we'll see if that happens. And some great, well, what do you reckon?
Well, I think we saw him today just on fire. A minute ago he was losing pretty bad to Taj, and then he just turned around and started ripping, as we see some highlights of today. But
Taj is, it's a bummer Taj didn't make the final because I really think he has been definitely one of the form surfers of this event, as we can see.
This is his first wave, which was a 7, and this is Jeremy Flores actually.
Yep.
Going on here, but I feel like when you win the world title, you feel so. You literally feel invincible. It's kind of like a whole new emotional feeling that nobody else in that competitor's area has.
Yeah.
So.
I see. I think you're sort of.
You're
better than everyone.
well,
you are. Actually, you're the world champion.
Level, so I feel like Kelly won't lose today.
Yeah.
But who knows? Bede is being extremely consistent, and he's. Yeah, he likes these conditions.
Well, you think about Bede made the final. Look at this as we see.
That's Taylor Knox.
Taylor Knox, yeah, he was unlucky. Surfed really well.
Look at these waves of pumping. We've got a little interference here.
He knew that. He did it on purpose.
Taylor's trying to start a fight out there.
I think he was. I think he's having a go, and there we see Michelle Perez, of course, and Owen Wright had an unusual loss against Michelle Perez because he actually let a wave go. He showed hesitation, which isn't a common thing.
Yeah, Owen's got an incredible wave knowledge, but I guess Michelle's such a feisty competitor, and every single time he does, he just attacks these things, and he's got legs like tree trunks. They kind of make Owen look pretty skinny.
Owen let that. He could have caught that wave easily.
Got barreled.
Yeah, man, of course. Well, didn't quite make it, Owen Wright, but finished it off with a nice.
Sometimes we're out of rhythm.
Nice happy. Don't see Owen chuck a tanty that often.
No, but we're all human, I guess. And
Yep.
that's still a pretty decent result for him. And then as you see Bede, oh my God, the waves have just got so good today, just so glassy and barrels. This is just like the perfect conditions because it's not completely perfect, so it's still exciting. Every single wave is different, and you don't really know what to expect. But
that's right. This is good heat. Chris Davidson, he caught that wave right there, and he had Bede had priority. He thought, well, I just got to go this first one. And he reckons he knew there was a better one behind it, and Davo got off, and then saw Bede get the killer wave. So Bede Dervish, of course, he's gone on to make the final, and there he is having a chat.
There they are.
Taj, of course, who didn't make it, and then Dane Reynolds, who's been on fire throughout the event. Look at this, Taj opening up with a 10.
That was an incredible barrel, and followed up with that kind of a turn, and then a huge floater. Look how deep he was, just sitting on the foam ball.
Yeah, amazing.
Doesn't
wave
hesitate, straight into a huge turn. Throws so much spray. Like, he's one of the smaller guys on tour, but he definitely doesn't lose that extra spray.
And Dane, of course, this is his first wave. He got a 7 on this one. And
I love those cutties.
Yeah, they're awesome. He's been doing some of the best cutbacks, if not. This is pretty cool.
Look at that. Just, in offshore winds, it's pretty difficult to sort of land those airs, and he just does them and with reckless abandon.
Reckless.
It makes him look so rad.
Look at this. Like Taj is threading the needle again. And yeah, it's sensational surfing. It's just been spectacular here today. And, after that one, everyone was pretty psyched. And, plenty of big moments, of course, happening today. And
lots
that was
of
probably
hugs.
the biggest.
Kelly's had a few hugs today.
He has.
A couple.
I mean, it'd be horribly.
High
You
fives.
want too many. He's pretty sweaty in that tent.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got Martin Potter, big sweaty, hairy Martin
Get
Potter
some
coming
creepy
in.
skin disease.
That's what Shay Lopez was saying. He's just been going to give him the fist pump. Look at this.
Oh.
Opening wave for Kelly. Got a 9, I think, on his first wave. This one is a 9.37. Claimed it. And I
That was a
actually,
10.
when he was in the commentary box, I said,
Sal Masakela thought it was a 10.
yeah. Well, I said to Kelly, you claimed it. He goes, hey, I knew I'd won my 10th world title. I can claim something, can't I? And look at that. Just sensational. He came out of that and he did know. And he said he was almost shocked that he got that wave. He thought, well, Adriano obviously thought there's a little bit of lumpiness. So Adriano must have thought there's a better one behind it. And Kelly said, well, that's it. I knew then I'd won the world title.
And then he just decides to throw that in.
That's his throwaway.
Because he can.
Yeah,
and,
8.1.
Yeah, Adriano he kind of struggled in this final just to even get off to a start, and he was a little bit wobbly, but
Yeah, it was a good barrel though.
yeah, he definitely found his form towards the end there.
Yeah. Well, it was pretty tough, I suppose. Adriano hearing
Little
those
high
scores,
five.
and there's a little high five. Not sure if they connected, but that's sort of, Geordie Smith, of course, he's going to finish number 2, and again, Kelly.
Maybe I wanted Geordie to sort of give Kelly's head a little rub, like a Buddha belly for next
Yeah,
year.
like that. Well, he's probably
Good luck.
tall enough to do it, so that would be pretty funny. And there, of course, they were the chaotic scenes. Kelly, pretty well, not overwhelmed, but he said it was an overwhelming moment winning this, and a sea of people like how, the people in Puerto Rico on the beach, the envy of surf fans around the world, just having that unique opportunity, and there he goes.
That's one of the things. Just to everybody here was so excited to experience that, and to see Kelly win it in real life, and just getting hugs from all his peers, I guess, that's one of the better feelings to come in and have all the guys that you compete against, guys and girls who you compete against, to be happy for you to win. It really makes it all worth it.
Yeah, they win. Of course, these guys went out in the next heat, Geordie Smith and Michelle Perez, and the focus was sort of still on the beach, and but they did go out, and the judges, of course, their focus was still on the water. Geordie looked like he had this one pretty well in the bag, but Michelle came back with a good solid wave in about 2/3 of the way, and Geordie was only chasing, I think it was a 5.8 or something at the end. Just couldn't find it. What's going on there, you reckon?
Well, yeah, that's the funny. I mean, everyone's trying to be really, really innovative, and sometimes a section you think it's going to come and it just doesn't. So that kind of lose your momentum and rhythm, and just do a funny little hand drive.
And of course,
It's
well,
cool.
this is a great heat. Mick Fanning and Bede Dervish. Bede, look at that turn, and the next one, like full on. That was the highest scoring wave of the heat for good reason. Just power out of those top turns.
Power, and he released most of the tail there. And kind of looks like North Stradbroke Island in these waves. You see Mick just getting stuck on his second turn there. Not that it really mattered, he did most of the work, but whoa, imagine if he landed that. That would have been radical. You know, the last few days I've been at D-Bar before I came over here, Mick was trying them on every second wave, and he was pretty close to landing them.
He's a footy player. How did he get in there?
Hugs all around.
Yeah, hugs all around. Of course, Kelly and Dane Reynolds. And Kelly said he gets a lot of inspiration from Dane. And, he did well to make this final. Of course, refocus, get out there. Taj was pretty well on fire and looked to have this one in the bag with a couple of high sevens. But Kelly had other ideas.
Taj just finding his way out of that barrel there. There's been some really nice barrels, even though the wind has come up a bit. The guys still find them, and Kelly here just going from one vertical way to another vertical way, and
we got an 8.17 for that wave. So judges have been scoring big on the manoeuvres and big on the barrels.
Stall to tube, come out to hack. I like the surf slang hack. Finwaf. I was talking about this the other day. Blowtail.
Yeah, I know.
Did you invent that one?
Yeah. No, Doherty invents things all the time. He just said, they're blowtail. And better write notes.
But that wave there from Taj was exceptional. I really, really liked that. He got like a 7 for it. And he almost landed this giant
If he
air.
landed that,
Might have been
done all the hard work, and
almost,
he's frustrated because he's chasing a big score, 8.67, and cut his foot. Oh.
Maybe cut it on the reef on the way in.
He's a bit disappointed. You don't often see Taj, and there's Kelly with the Hawaiian flag.
He's actually scribbled AI on the nose of his board, which is pretty cool. And
pretty cool.
In honour of Andy.
And beat Durbridge, of course. Well, this is how he made his way through to the final. And so, Steph, these waves here at Middle's pretty good fun.
Really good fun. Actually, it's all of us have been saying how it may not look quite as good as what it is when you're out there, but it's just so much fun. There's little power pockets, kind of get little bursts of speed here and there, little tubes, but everything. The water's absolutely amazing. It's a perfect temperature. It's just
It is just a great place to surf, and plenty of waves around here as well. I know you've been finding a few secret spots. What about in that salubrious beachside, luxury house you and all the girls are staying?
in the villa.
In the villa.
Yeah, there's not much surfing going on there. It's more sort of sunbaking and
Pina coladas.
being ladies of leisure on the beach. But no, it's good fun. There's plenty of waves around here though. It's every second corner you take on the beach. There's waves everywhere. So no, there's actually a point just a couple spaces down, which is only what's called hobos, and it's kind of looks like snapper. So.
It does, it gets good waves, that little wedge coming off there.
Yep.
And, let's say hello to everyone at Fuel TV.
Hi everyone, on Fuel TV. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, we got...
Hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, I'm sure they're enjoying, of course, the finals. Probably due to start in around about 5 or 10 minutes. We have got a great one coming up between 10-time world champion Kelly Slater. That's the first time I've said that. And up against Bede Durbridge. And Bede Durbridge, it's a bit of a repeat, a bit of deja vu for him because he made the final last year here at the Rip Curl Pro Search, and he lost to Mick Fanning, who went on to win the world title. And this time he's got the chance to beat the new world champion. And what do you reckon?
That'd be pretty cool. Like well, I mean, it's gonna be hard work, that's for sure. But to have that chance to beat the newly
spoiler.
crowned, the spoiler.
Yeah, well, it'd be fun being the spoiler because it's not like you're doing Kelly a disservice. And hey, there's your friends.
They're my friend. Oh, the marching band. Oh, these guys are amazing. They don't have their masks on, but they kind of rock up at these random times and play like a mix of Latino, and then they get into a bit of hip hop and. And then they were at the party the other night.
Well, that was a big day for you the other day. I mean, you won your fourth world title, fourth consecutive world title, and momentous occasion. And hopefully this bloke here will have a bit of a momentous occasion out there. But we've got a bit of a. We're going to take you back, Steph. We want to help you relive those magic moments. And here you go. Now, this is it. Look at that smashing off the top. And
together to get those moves down. And
As you do. As you do.
As you do.
Well, it's interesting because I can hear nothing from next door. So
Me too. Maybe we're just talking to
Oh,
ourselves.
we are talking to ourselves. I doubt it. I think I'm just going to presume we're talking to the World Wide Web. Because Beat Durbridge, Kelly Slater coming up very, very soon. Now, Steph, you had a busy time, of course, once you won that world title. Tragedy to deal with and went on from that. But the media, sort of, you got swamped a little bit there?
Yeah, it's sort of, I like to call it the aftermath, that, you get in there and you win the world title, and then after it's just non-stop chatting, and, sort of repeating lots of emotions of what the day had, and it's kind of hard by the end of it. You're really drained.
Everyone asks you the same questions.
Yeah, it's physically pretty draining, but if you do it with a couple of rums in your system,
That's right.
you seem to talk pretty well.
Well, if you can sort of relax a little bit there, and it's not a bad idea. I mean, being the focus like that, you're going from here straight to Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's good. At least you don't have to go back to Australia and have the sort of,
No, I thought I'd just keep my bikinis in my bag and just head straight to Hawaii, because
keep the tropics going.
Keep the tropics going, and we're pretty spoiled. But almost 6 weeks in Hawaii, which
how good's that?
It's fun. It goes really quickly every year, but it's it's always really busy and lots of surfing.
Yeah, well, 6 weeks. I hope you got lots of bikinis.
Lots of bikinis, exactly.
Are these from the new?
One of every colour, one of every size.
Is this from the new Steph Gilmore line?
The new Steph Gilmore line, yep.
Rip Curl bikinis.
Yep.
Wow.
They're bright and they function really well. They stay on, basically.
They stay on, so you can go
hopefully
surfing
they
in
look
them.
good. Hopefully everyone likes them. But it's good stuff.
Well, we'll have to wait and see.
Are you coming to Hawaii, Reggae?
No, I'm not going to Hawaii. I'm going to go back to Australia and reacquaint myself with my family and take them on a holiday up to your neck of
to
the
Rainbow
woods.
Bay.
Rainbow Bay, yes. The annual trip to the Columbia Apartments. They love it.
Rainbow Bay. It's a beautiful place, but I don't know. Puerto Rico might
Pretty
be challenging
nice.
it as one of the most beautiful places in the world.
Yeah,
It's,
well, my little girl, she's 6.5, and she wants to learn to surf, and, and she loves surfing, and she's got that little Barbie mermaid movie, and we're watching the other day, and she made me go through the extras and the trailers, and lo and behold, there's I want to become a pro surfer, or how to become a pro surfer. I thought, this will be interesting, and bang, there you are. You're a trailer on the Barbie mermaid movie.
Barbie's one of my favourite all-time.
Is she?
Everyone had Barbie dolls and
Yeah.
Ken dolls. I had a few more Kens probably than
Yeah, it
Barbie.
doesn't surprise me.
But no, it was
Sorry.
great. It was
Need a
really
couple of
fun.
Marnie Nita.
You film that piece, and Barbie. If you actually watch the movie, Barbie really rips.
Yeah, she does.
Surfs
She does a
better
few-
than any man on tour as well. I think she does some
She lands those sort
incredible
of
manoeuvres.
huge airs without any trouble. Like Dane Reynolds sort of probably
And-
doesn't have a success rate like Barbie.
And when she gets barreled, her hair turns pink from blonde. It gets all these pink streaks, and it's rad. I hope
It is.
my hair does that.
Well, it does. You'll just have to go faster in the tube, or maybe you can put some sort of
Deeper.
little dye in it. I'm sure that'll work well. So we'll have to check that out next time.
We
You
will.
get some Photoshop on the next barrel photo you have. You can just sort of
Put some pink in there.
put some pink in it.
Yeah.
It'll pretty cool.
Great.
Well, the rest of the year, okay, Steph, you got Hawaii. You've got plenty of action coming up there. 3 events there. And the specialty at Pipeline, what's the story there? You got an invite to that, I presume?
Yeah, well, to keep the Vans Triple Crown alive for the girls, they're going to do a duel for the jewel. So it's going to be the top 4 girls in contention for the Triple Crown after the first 2 events, and they're going to have a 40-minute final out at Pipeline during the men's event. So
So basically, if you bomb out at Haleiwa and
I
Sunset,
know,
you might
so I've
make
still got
the
work to
duel.
do. I'm still,
Yeah, well, you just got to focus. They're
No,
doing
it's
all right
cool.
so far.
I like Haleiwa, and I really enjoy Sunset too. It's extremely challenging, but as we, I mean, that's enough about us, because something a little more exciting is that we've got Bede Durbridge hanging out, and he's paddling out there by the jet ski, getting the shot, and then Mr. Robert Slater. Oh, I want to call him Bob.
Bob, you can. You can
Bob
call him Bob. You're a
Slater.
4-time world champion. You say, hey
Bob.
Bob, 10-time world champion
Hey,
Slater.
Bob, how you doing?
You can do that easily. And, well, of course, it's going to be a great heat coming up. It's a final, in fact, well past the heat. 10-time world champion Kelly Slater in the red up against Bede Durbridge. Bede, well, prior to this event, he was sitting at number 8 and he'll move up the hit charts there. He'll probably be knocking around number 5 after this one.
Oh, cool. Top 5.
Which is a good result. So as the boys paddle out, we're just getting things organised here in the web booth. We plan to bring you a sensational final. I'm not quite sure how long it will be. Usually around about, 45 minutes? I think they go half hour,
about 40 minutes.
40 minutes? 35,
40.
We'll find out the exact.
The wind has sort of come up a bit stronger, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's an onshore, so the boys will be throwing some aerials, I would imagine, and maybe Kelly will do 10 aerials.
Maybe. Well, B. Durbridge is not going to give Kelly any leeway, you can bet that. Kelly Slater, of course, well, wouldn't it finish the day in a magic way? Of course, you know how he'll feel, and you did it. So, is he going to take...
Imagine if you just won 10 world titles. What would you do right now?
You'd go out and win the contest.
You would, wouldn't you?
You'd want it. You'd want it. And he'll probably be disappointed if he doesn't, but I'm quite sure B. Durbridge will be more than happy if Kelly can't manage to win his 42nd, I think it might be if he wins this one, 41st or 42nd final. Oh no, he's had 41
events. How many events has Kelly won?
Well, he's at 141.
Okay.
I'm not sure how many times he's lost in the final, but he's probably hasn't lost that many finals.
I think he's got a good strike rate in the final.
Pretty good strike weight. And, of course, well, Kelly will be out there very soon. So, B. Durbridge paddling out.
Durbridge, I'm sure that Bede's beautiful wife, Taryn, and their newborn baby, Willow, is
watching? You reckon Willow's watching?
Yeah, for sure they're watching online.
Taryn will be having a son. Look, there's Daddy.
Watch Daddy on the camera.
Yeah. And,
ripping it up. Hi to those. Hi, Taryn.
Yes,
hi,
that's right. They'll
Willow,
be doing
everybody.
all that. And, of course, there's the overview here for the final of the Rip Curl Pro Search Puerto Rico 2010. Of course, this is the 6th Rip Curl Pro Search. Previous winners were Mick Fanning and Andy Irons.
Only Fannings and Irons.
Yep, only Fannings and Irons. So this is the first time we're going to have a new surname on the Rip Curl Pro Search trophy. And we'll be doing the presentation straight after this. I saw Neil Ridgway will be presenting that in a little while. And well, there's the crowd building out there, and they're pretty well excited about what's going to be going on here. And why wouldn't they be? They've had a huge day watching history in the making.
And we just heard that just before this heat starts, we're going to have 1 minute silence to remember the oh so beautiful Andy Irons, because he is such an incredible human being, and as an incredibly sad day, but we're going to have a minute silence, and that'll kick off just before the final.
$5,000 for first place, $30,000 for second place. 35-minute final. Two best scoring waves. That's how it is.
All right, so Steph, before we start the final, I know you don't want to commentate the final. You want to move on to greener pastures and get there and mix in with the hoi polloi. Hang around. 4-time world champion. Get a bit of reco to the 10-time world champion. But thanks for joining us here in the commentary booth at the Rip Curl Pro Search here in Puerto Rico.
Thank you so much. Thanks to everybody that's tuning in and watching Field TV, and hi to everyone at home. I'm sure I'll see you all soon.
Yeah, congratulations again on your 4th world title, of course, winning this event, and thanks.
Thank you.
And we'll see you later. Okay, so there you go. Stephanie Gilmore, 4-time world champion, winner here this week of the Rip Curl Pro Search in Puerto Rico, and, well, even though she's 22, quickly becoming a legend of the sport. And as
Gracias. Y nos vamos en 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Jorgito, nos fuimos. Here we go, and we're underway. El hit más importante de toda la competencia, y esta es el evento de surfing más importante en la historia del surfing de Puerto Rico.
We're coming back. That was a really emotional experience. I'm here with Mick Fanning, and he was such a close and dear friend to Andy Irons for so long, and really, brings back so many memories when you slow down for a second and close your eyes.
It does, yeah. It was, I think that's, just focusing and just picturing Andy's face and all the good times that not only I had, but you had some good times with him too. You've been, you travelled with him for a while there too, and I think it's that's just paying those respects is something that we all need to do.
Yeah, it's going to take a while to come out of this, and Andy, he would want us to be surfing and wanted to honor his memory, and we're going to see a great final with Kelly Slater, and here comes Kelly Slater and Bede Durbridge. We're going to see some explosive surfing, both these guys. Bede's been surfing unbelievable out here, coming after the birth of his daughter.
Yeah, Bede's stoked. He's been surfing great this whole event. He does every event. Every time you go and surf against Bede, you've pretty much got to get 2/8 because he's just so super consistent, and he always reads the conditions so well. I think it's great for him to make a final after the birth of his daughter, little Willow, and I know Taryn, and that will be at home. So hello to you guys, and let's get this thing on.
No, definitely. I'm really looking forward to seeing Kelly, and possibly we haven't heard any retirement news, but could be his last World Tour event as a full-time competitor.
Yeah, well, he's still got pipe.
yeah. Well, he's won the tour title.
Yeah.
He's won the 10 world titles, and that's just such an amazing feat.
It's huge, I don't know how he puts himself through those years all the time.
He spread them out over a good period of time. Took some breaks, came back. Beat you and Mick and you and Parko and Taj for years, and then Dane and Jordy. It's just generation of generation. How's that feel?
Oh, I don't know. It's crazy, That's one of the things I was thinking the other day. He's been world champion for the ASP's been going for 30 years. He's been world champion for 10 of them, so that's a third of the whole ASP. He's been world champion. So it just goes to show how dominant and how great he actually is.
And from 92 to 2010, to spread out those titles over 20 years.
I know, I wasn't even born.
No, he's an inspiration to all of us. Kelly Slater, 38 years of age, 10 world titles in 2010. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's amazing. But right now, Bede doesn't really care about that. He just wants to win this final, as we're already 3 minutes in and no waves ridden. The boys are going to sit there and wait for the best waves possible.
Yeah, definitely. And you've won a couple world titles.
Yeah, I got lucky.
Yeah. How'd that feel? That's
I guess they were very different for me. The first one, I just put so much hard work, so much mental energy into it. It's just when it actually happened, it was like this huge weight just fell off me.
Your lifetime of anticipation.
Yeah, exactly. And you just, ever since you've been a little kid, as you just want to be the world champion, and that's your dream. And then the second one was sort of a little bit different. I only came on for about half of the year, and it just happened so quick. But in the process, I was having so much fun. I didn't really put that psycho world champion head on until the last event, and
you really got on strong at the end there.
Yeah,
winning
it
a
was
roll,
fun.
3 events in a row. That was impressive stuff.
Yeah, no, it was fun. I had a good time, but but it's one of those things where it's great to set a goal and achieve it, and
You're on a roll here this year. You're surfing unbelievable. I was so impressed.
Unbelievably enough.
Yeah, no, I was so impressed. You just get that wind, and all of a sudden it seems like Mick can't be beaten. No mistakes. You're similar to Bede in your performances. You go out there and you just get these 8s every heat, and never seem to catch a rail.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
That's what it seems from the outside. You've been really, really put on some great performances and been a treat to watch.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, no, there's been heats where I've been super nervous and stuff like that. You just put on the game face. It's all game face.
You got those headphones on. No outside distractions.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
If I didn't have the headphones on, I'd be probably running around
Here we go.
As we see Bede straight up and riding into the first wave of the final. Sort of gets caught behind a little bit and straight up into a huge attack there, and then another floater. He sort of got a little bit caught there at the bottom, so he didn't get that crisp straight up into it. But yeah, strong opener, and good to get those final nerves out of the way.
No, definitely. Especially, you sit for a while at the start of your heat, and they just build and build and build, and you lose time, you lose your patience.
Exactly, yeah. Especially sitting on the inside, it's one of those things where you got to make sure you pick the right wave, especially with someone like Kelly Slater too, who can turn nothing into something. And that first wave of B comes through at a 2.67. So
that was a good wave to catch. It could have really lined up across that inside section. You don't know out here.
No,
you got to kind of go and see how that in unfolds for you. And his first turn was really nice, and he's been getting a lot of big scores for only 2 maneuvers.
Yeah, and see, you just saw him just get caught on a little bubble there. If he threw that up really nice, maybe it would have been like a 5 or something. But, he's got the board under his feet again, got those nerves out of the way, and just got he's moving through the motions. And so, yeah, he's, it's underway. We're on.
Yeah, there we go. And, see the wide angle shot, and there's a couple bumps, and Kelly's looking to get in position. Sometimes out here you can sneak underneath priority on that wide ball, and Bede's sitting there right now, and Kelly's making a paddle for it. He doesn't want to be caught behind it.
This is a pretty nice set too coming in, and I think there's still going to be little barrels even with this wind coming a little bit onshore as we see Kelly taking off, and
he's flying,
drive straight into a huge air.
That was really smooth.
That was nice. And here goes Bede on the wide bowl again.
Yeah, a lot of times these second waves are smoother and got a little outside of him. And here we go. Here's the big finishing move, and he goes for another. Oh, that was a dangerous fall.
Yeah, Bede's no stranger to airs either. So when you think he can't match it with these guys, he goes and just surprises everyone. Does huge airs, and as we see the replays coming through now.
Yeah, this wind's really favoring aerials right now. It's blowing right into your board, and you can see how it just stayed really glued over it. Just quick double grab, let's go before the landing with the tail up, and rides right down it smoothly.
That's pretty high.
Yeah, he was, and that was about a 6-7 foot face.
Yeah, and then as we see Bede out the back, sort of the board just gets flung away. You see his front foot come unstuck there, but and then he goes for the huge air, and just slips as he goes down.
Right onto the point of the nose.
And look at the crowd just, wow.
I think we had a similar reaction.
But
that was a good start. These guys getting some exchanges going. I hope to see some more 1 and 2, 3-wave sets and get back-to-back exchanges for some big scores.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the good thing about being here at Middles. 2 or 3 waves come through, and guys can just go bang, bang, bang right after each other. Especially in the 4th round yesterday, there was some incredible.
What was it when Dane and Taj and Taylor were all up at the same time on 3 waves in a row, and all of them were scoring above 7. The 9-9 for Dane, that was amazing stuff.
It was incredible, and just right there, there was 3 generations right there. With Taylor being the same generation as what Kelly is, and then Taj was sort of like the newcomer when the momentum guys got settled, and now Dane is like the new guy that we're all looking to. But here we go, see Kelly again, and he wants to go big. He just wants to go and do some massive airs, and
this wind's really allowing it. If we're in Hawaii, you call it Kona wind. This is a west wind coming out for the afternoon, and it's going to hurt the barrels, but it's going to make for some exciting stuff, and I'd love to see Kelly just keep going big.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that they're just going to go to and throw. You're in the final. You got nothing to lose. You've just got to go for it.
And look at Kelly's score.
Yeah, that first wave, just that one big air was just a 7.5. So it's a great way to start for Kelly. And his second wave was probably coming in at about a 1, and Bede's second wave's a 2.17. So with 26 minutes, there's still plenty of time. But Kelly's put that first statement in.
Oh, definitely. That's gonna show him too what he can score for just catching these smaller closeout waves, and Bede can do that. I've seen him do it many times. So
yeah, definitely, the white Fijian he'll throw it down.
Yeah, that's so impressive, Kelly. And this is a repeat of the lowers final.
It is. So Bede don't want to win. He will want to win this one, as we see him out, huge tail waft, and then another big driving carve through there. He's just hoping for a little inside and
He's got
a little
section
ramp.
coming at him. He's going to build some speed here. That's for a little pop reverse.
There you go. Little spinner.
Crowd liked it, but out the back, Kelly's on a bomb and no wall. But yeah, we were talking about lowers, and that final, Kelly started strong with 2 big scores. He got an incredible barrel. But then Bede, he got this big wave and did just one of the most, that carving 360 he did in that final. And here you can see some of the surfing he's capable of, tail out, big carves, and that's not a great wave, but he's making it look good.
He surfed that wave really good, and sort of hard with these little end sections. He goes for the air reverse. If that wave had a little bit more sort of power left, he would have rode straight through that. But
it's a tricky section, and sometimes it stands up and bowls hard, and sometimes it backs off in the channel.
Definitely, and but that wave was a good confidence booster for Bede, and Bede's one of those guys. He sort of takes the boxing approach. You're not out until you've been knocked out. So he's never going to lay down for anyone.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were writing him off in that final, and then he got that big score with the carving 3, finished it with an air, a layback hack, and he's capable of eights and above at any time.
Yeah, definitely. We saw the last time those two were in a final was at Trestles again, and Bede actually took him down.
Yeah, I remember that one too. So Bede and Kelly, they've been on the top 5 of the ratings for a long time together, a lot of big heats together, and Bede comes out on top.
Yeah, I guess, having Bede's one of those guys where you've just, as I said earlier, he's always got this gnarly game plan and always he's always on.
Yeah, no, he's a great surfer to watch how he surfs his heat because he's doing the right thing, and if you can duplicate his performances, find the spot in the lineups, see how he's scoring, you can get big scores as well.
Yeah, Kelly's having a look at this wave. He's not really into it, and Bede's looking, but I don't think it's got that much wall. It's a bit fat, and the boys are over it.
Yeah, and sometimes you really get those big scores and you have sections coming at you, and that one mushed into the channel, and you want to finish with a section coming at you.
Yeah, exactly. Watch Taj through this event. He pretty much surfed 2 heats back to back, exactly the same. Just 2 turns, 7, 8.
And they all had that section coming out on the end when he was able to do those big tail blows, really critical.
Exactly.
This is a good looking wave. Bigger set, the clean face ahead of him, and he's just flying. He always carries so much speed from turn to turn.
It's crazy, yeah.
Yeah, he's got a nice section here. There's a huge floater over that barrel.
Floating the boat.
Nice. It's going to put a lot of pressure. This is going to come in at another, around the 7.5 range, and he's going to need his 2 waves still.
Yeah. That was a good wave for Kelly. He would, the thing with Kelly, when he gets out in the lead, he will just start going for it even more. As we see the replay coming through, he takes off and just has this crazy way of just building speed from anywhere as he stands tall and then throws.
How's that jerk at the bottom? He did to get up there so quick.
And then, he pretty much drives all the way to Aguadilla on that floater, and that was a strong wave for Kelly. And as I said,
it's a hard wave to surf.
It is a hard wave to surf out there. The boys have been making it look really good, and
there's so many different power pockets you go across, and the wave changes shape so quick. You gotta really be light on your feet, but then unload on it.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of I don't know. I have never seen the bottom out there, but it feels like it's a little bit uneven, and then you got the bounce from the rock as we see Bede.
That's a nice
carve.
He's such a big guy and throws so much water, so much power in his surfing, and he finishes with some really crisp. Yeah, that was a good 3-maneuver wave. He's back in his heat.
Yeah, that was a solid wave there for Bede, and he doesn't want to let Kelly get away from him too far, and because we know what Kelly can do.
Yeah, especially once he gets, like you said, once he gets 2 good scores, then he's going for 9s.
Exactly. And we're going to go through this wave again as we see Bede just huge driving. That's his trademark hack.
Yeah,
and then
turn.
Another big punch through the lip, and then he's looking for a big finish and just throws his tail out the back. And that was
crisp. That was a great last turn.
No bubbles or anything in that wave. So I think that's going to be a good score.
Definitely. I'm looking forward to seeing these scores drop. We have a wave from Kelly waiting to drop. No scores on the board yet, and Bede. Judges are going to look at some replays and kind of break them down. That's been cool, that replay action, huh?
Yeah, I think it's good. I think over the years that it's been in, the judges have been so much more on the point. When you're on tour, and I first got on, guys would go back and watch the replay, and sometimes they would say, I think we got the wrong decision, but now they can sit and watch the replay 2 or 3 times, go through it all, and make sure they put down the right scores. And I think the judges have been doing a great job this year, especially with the changing of the whole criteria and everything. I think they've got a really good level where they can do airs. Guys can go and do airs, or someone like a Taylor Knox can come and do the biggest calves and still get 9s. So I think they're doing a great job.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting time, and the criteria changed. These new Dane Reynolds, Jordy Smith, you've seen just the moves that they've done, 9s pluses for single maneuvers. Kelly Slater, Taylor Knox still on tour, big carving, powerful surfers. Kelly, of course, can still bust it out like those alley-oops and big run motions. But Taylor Knox, great example, 9.57 earlier on in the contest with 2 moves.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't care. No one's ever going to get sick of that.
No, that's perfect surfing. On the face, that's as good as it gets. No one's going to match it. He's so strong, so fast, on rail. That's never going to get old.
Nah, never. And he's been one of the guys that I've always tried to emulate. Just those big calves, as those scores are coming through now. And Kelly's second score was at 8.77. And Bede comes in at a 7.5, so pretty much Bede needs an 8.78 to take the lead.
Now, we're seeing just a perfect performance by Kelly Slater. He's had 2 waves, 7.5 and 8.77. He searched his waves perfect. And Bede as well. That last 3 maneuver wave came in really strong at a 7.5, and he's still in this heat.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to... when someone goes on to win a world title and they're still in the event, it's hard to break that momentum. They've got so much good feelings that everything just happens. They don't think, they just
You think Kelly ever
surf.
stops? Kelly doesn't stop.
Nah.
He wants this win. He wants every win. He told Taj before their semi, he just looked at him serious. Yeah, we're going to get out there.
I know. I'd be like, whatever. I'd be probably drunk.
we know how you'd be. We might have Eugene next to me right now.
No, I'm good. No, I guess that's why he's won 10 world titles, because he just never gives up.
No, he doesn't. 38 years old, still going strong, surfing as good as ever, showing the kids how it's done. Jordy and Dane have a lot to accomplish in their lives. They're going to match his performances.
Exactly. He'll probably still be 60 and still coming in as a wild card at Pipe and beating us all or whatever. It's heavy.
Beating your son, my son, whoever's son.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember my grandpa lost to him.
Yeah.
I'm losing to him too.
Oh, heavy, isn't it? But it just goes to show that, first when we had Oki come through and push the level of the age limit way out, and then Kelly's, he was the youngest world title holder. Now he's the oldest, and
every record in them. He holds them all. He's rewriting them every heat, and this could be his 45th win today.
Oh my God. He's shout, eh? But there's one record he doesn't hold, and that's 4 consecutive world titles in a row. And that's for, first on, like Stephanie Gilmore's never lost a world title.
And she came right on tour, and she's undefeated.
She is, and that's a good place to stand.
Yeah, no, and she actually has a legitimate shot of matching Kelly if she can keep this ball going. And here's Bede, and he's looking for an 8.77. He goes high into the air, clean. Yeah, that was a great move by Bede.
Yeah, we'll see how that one matches up against Kelly's first air, but that thing was huge. He got a little bit tweaked out there. As we go to the Mirage replay now, and you can see he was just setting up. He's just waiting, timing, and then big double grab.
So fast, right on top of the barrel, and it comes down so clean. That's an important part of your maneuvers, just coming out of him clean, not going to the layback, and he's standing tall and strong.
Exactly, and threw the little flip top in there as he.
He's got that going. He's good at that one.
Yeah, he's good. That's his nickname after when we have good nights. He call him the flip top because he just starts laughing. His whole head flips back.
Big white Fijian.
Yeah, he's all time.
So yeah, that was an amazing move by Bede Durbridge. We've seen a couple big airs already in this heat. The wind is ideal for it. And if he would have got a big first turn, that was going to be the score. It's still going to come in high.
It's going to come in high, and if he got like a snap or even something after that, that would have been a massive score. But we'll see how it goes against Kelly's first air. It's pretty similar.
This wave was a little smaller, but it was more critical when he came in on top of that barrel.
Yeah, exactly. But we're going to have a little quick recap here.
Yeah, we'll get to compare these airs now.
Okay.
So here's a big set, and this is that air, and perfect net. Came down in great spot. It wasn't as critical as Bede's, in my opinion.
No, and see, this is 877.
This is from way back on the reef. Carries so much speed and just comes from maneuver to maneuver all the way across the entire reef, and he held that thing up for 2 days.
Yeah, as you say, that's old school surfing floaters. as Bede's huge hack there, and another through the roof there, and then he finishes one strong with a big tail out the back, and that was a strong wave there for Bede.
Yep. Yeah, so here's that air from Bede, and that was a great air. He just hung it all out on that. Came down really smooth. And so both these guys have some great highlights from this heat, and they're surfing good.
Exactly. As we see the score come through for Bede, it's 6.93. Those airs were sort of, it was the same maneuver, but it was a little bit different. Kelly just went straight up and straight down, where Bede sort of covered a lot of ground and landed. So, I guess,
It's up to the judges. They saw the replay, and they had it. The wave was bigger, Kelly's, and he did come square off the bottom, straight up into the lip, and it was and it was off the lip, performed above the wave.
Yeah, I don't know how to judge it. So
here's Kelly again. He's found another wave, and
wow, that was huge.
He does that turn better than anyone. So quick, keeps his speed up. Yeah, he's looking to better that 7.5 on this wave with an air at the finish. All the way around. That's why he's our world champ for 10 times, and who knows how many titles he could continue winning if he's surfing like that.
That was incredible with his big whip at the stars. We see the replay.
He's got it all on this wave.
This is what he's known for at J-Bay, just that huge whip, and then just releases the tail, throws it right back around.
It's that recovery, how quick he gets back into this turn, right out of one major maneuver into this with speed, and keeping his speed. Your speed is so important on a wave.
And then just that acrobatic air reverse. That was huge.
Yeah, we got a 10.
A 10.
Yep, and that's 10 world titles. A 10. A 10. Wow. I can't even believe what Kelly just continues to do in this contest and every contest.
That was really incredible. And as we watching,
they're getting webcast live to get the replays.
They want it live, they want it on the webcast, getting kisses, everything's going on.
Yeah, Fada. No, you're witnessing history here in Puerto Rico. Kelly Slater, 10 world titles. Unbelievable performance in this final. He has a 7.5 for a big air, an 8.77 for a complete ride all the way down the point, and then a perfect 10 where he finished with a complete rotation, no grab aerial.
Yeah, that was incredible. That wave was nuts, and I think Bede would be sitting there just like, oh man, come on. And now he's just hoping that he can just get a couple of waves under Kelly, and Kelly's not going to give him an inch whatsoever. And so Bede's going to have to get some really big scores to try and match that 18.78.
Yeah, so he's going to need a high 8 just to get back in the heat.
Yeah, as we're watching it from a different angle here, and sort of just to hit that first section just to get that speed, and then there's that.
Real clean face on this wave.
Yeah, I've seen that too many times, and then another big carve, and just powers through that.
He's a power surfer at heart, and then he's got this in his bag of tricks as well.
Yeah, that was incredible.
That's why he got the 10.
I know.
Yeah,
10 for 10.
He gets a lot of 10s.
Yeah, but I wish we got more.
Yeah,
but
I've got one. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I have one or two. Yeah.
Good memories, good times here in Puerto Rico. Thanks for watching. I'm here with Mick Fanning. We're going to see Kelly Slater catch another wave for us.
And
a little scorpion.
Just went from hero to zero on that wave.
Yeah, that's how quick surfing can put you down.
Exactly, but Bede's got a long way to come back. But if anyone can do it, he can do it. I've seen him. I remember a few years back at Snapper. It was Kelly and Bede in the semi, and Bede was comboed. And they were just trading nines, and then Bede just came through with like just under a 10, I think it was, to pip Kelly right in the last couple of minutes. And so they've had some epic battles for sure, these two.
Yeah, no, Bede's a competitor. He's not giving up. There's still 11 minutes to go, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a 9-point ride from Bede really soon.
Yeah, I know Bede's got in there, and he'll be sitting there just waiting for the right wave, and when that wave comes through, he's just going to go for it for sure.
Yep. All right, so we still got some action in the water here. Back, Bede's looking with priority to catch this wave, and he's lining up for the big air.
Whoa.
Wow, he really put it all into that thing.
I thought he fell off, and then he's nearly spinning around on it.
Yeah, he was going for it.
As
the
we
guys
see
in Puerto Rico love it.
Yeah, it's been awesome. The people of Puerto Rico have been so good. They've just been so supportive as we go back to the replay. And, you could see Bede just setting it up. And that was if he made that would have been a massive.
He's back on his board somewhere along and going over the falls under his board.
Yeah. maybe his ball could land on his feet, and then he.
Yeah, we've seen it. We've seen 9.67s for one maneuver, 9.9 yesterday by Dane Reynolds for one maneuver.
That term was incredible, wasn't it?
Yeah, he made about 3 or 4 of these moves in one heat that you should never make.
No, I know, but
he does it. Dane Reynolds.
Exactly. It's going to be amazing. Like in the next few years, watching guys like Dane, Geordie, Owen Wright. Those 3 guys are just. They've got no fear when it comes to competition. They just go for it, and we're going to see some really big surf from those guys over the next couple of years for sure.
No, definitely. I look forward to see you surfing as well. And
floater and cut back sections, eh?
Yeah, no, you've been stepping it up. Your game's incredible. I've seen you do a lot of airs, won some meets from the airs, and it was nice having you in the commentary booth.
Cheers, thanks Shay, and enjoy the rest of the thing, and thanks Puerto Rico.
Nice. We'll come back to you after this.
It was the best beach break I think I've ever surfed, and there was no sort of one little area of the beach that was like sucking like swelling the ground in the water. We were both like, how fucking good's it? Everybody drowned the last one! Like, it's so fun. It felt like, I don't know, it was just the best feeling ever.
You don't surf waves like that with no one else.
Well, welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro Search here in Puerto Rico. Well, just while we're in that break, Kelly Slater just thought he'd catch another wave there, Shay. And here is the replay. Just setting this one up. Little bang off the top there, comes around. And
Gosh,
how's the
incredible.
extension?
He is an incredible individual. His flexibility, his commitment, his speed, he's got it all.
Well, what a day he is having. I thought when he had that 8.77, I thought B. Derby's got his work cut out for him now. Then kapow,
10.
Kelly with those 3 massive moves, and then the air to finish off with 10-point ride. So he's managed to get a 10-point ride after he's won his 10th world title in 2010. So if you're big on numbers, there's 3 for you. But with 7.5 minutes remaining, B. Durbridge with a 7.5 and a 6.93 is in combo land. He needs to get a couple of 9.5s basically to be back in this, with Kelly holding a 10 and 8.77. B. Durbridge would have gone out here thinking Shay's probably okay. Kelly might find it a little bit difficult to focus. Hopefully he's done with his celebrations, but no, Kelly's decided to add to the day with a big exclamation mark.
18.78 heat total at this moment, and in his waves that aren't scores, a 7.5, a 6.83, every wave he surfs is so, he's a 10-time world champ for a reason.
Yeah, he is, and he's really showed it today with just some spectacular surfing. And, of course, the presentation will be done straight after this final. As we see, here he goes again. Kelly Slater in the red. What's he going to do, Shay?
You know what he's going to do. Big air.
Well, you just couldn't get to grab. It's getting exciting when you see them racing those sections, because you're just going, okay, there's something big.
Yeah, and this wave really allows it, because it comes across, and you usually have that left coming at you. You can tell when they're eyeing that left and they want to bust. And, he's staying so busy. He's got 8 waves already in this heat.
Yeah.
So it's been a lot of fun to watch Kelly, and such a big contest for him, and he's just really put on a show for us.
He has indeed. It's just been an amazing day. And of course, if you're watching the webcast on your computer at ripcurl.com, there is a rewind button there, and you can push that and you can rewind to any part of the heat you want to check out. Huge feature. So you go back and, okay, I want to see Kelly's wave number 5 where he got the 10. He got a 10 off all 4 judges except the Scrooge. Don't know who.
WS.
WS. It's not Davey Shipley, not coming. I know who it is. A 9.8. So, and of course, well, with only 6 minutes to go, let's have a look at the E-Bomb E3 recap. And well, Kelly.
Yep. So much speed in here. That jam off the bottom on that bump that was perfect. And now they come do this float across this big section. He reads waves so well, and he can fit his board in. He rides those smaller boards than most competitors, and he can fit into any section.
8.77 for that wave. Now this is bead 7.5, great wave, big carving turn, sets up this next one, hooks it up into the lip,
I really like this finishing move. He just comes over that whitewash above the top, releases a little fin, and comes down clean. This is a cool aerial.
That was a really cool aerial. Just an extension to land it.
Yeah. And then Kelly with the quick little foam climb to set it up into this huge wrapping tail release carve, and into another big carve. You wouldn't know this guy's 38 years old. Look at this move. That's for kids.
There you go. Just the Elliott 360. No thought of a grab. Don't need to grab the rail just when you can land it that easily.
No, he full rotation pretty much.
Yeah, and there you go. So that is a heat recap, and that's the form from Kelly Slater that sees him leaving Bede Durbridge in a comboed situation. I feel sorry for Bede because he's just been surfing sensationally throughout this entire event, and say he comboed, it's not a true indication.
It's Kelly Slater. That's okay. We'll let him slide on this one.
Yeah, that's right.
He's surfed unbelievable, but he had some really difficult heats where he's come down in the clutch with some big moves at the finish. He's been doing these huge turns to hit the closeouts, grabbing his rail, getting the fins out. So, been a great contest for Bede Durbridge, especially after the birth of his child. He missed Portugal. He's come back stronger than ever.
Well, that's right. And he had a 25th in the event prior to Portugal. And I was talking, he said his mind was elsewhere because he knew his...
that's huge.
Tara and his wife was about to go and could go and labour at any time. So now he's bounced back in a big way with a finals berth. I think this could be his second final of the year.
Yes, he finished second at lowers to Kelly Slater.
Kelly, of course, yes.
Kelly's got his number.
I know, and Bede...
He's got everyone's number.
Well, that's right. Bede shouldn't feel alone there. And, well, of course, this is the second time Bede's made the Rip Curl Pro Search final. Runner-up last year to Mick Fanning, who, of course, went on to win the world title. And now he's... looks like he's going to get beaten by the world champion this year. And, there you go. Kelly sort of looks incredibly relaxed. And when he came in the commentary booth after winning that heat against Adriano de Souza, he said, once he got that wave, he knew it was all there. It was a huge relief. And then basically just went out and had probably one of the best 30 minutes of surfing I've seen in a long time. It just looked like he was having so much fun.
And it's gone over into this final as well. He's carried that momentum he had in that heat earlier. And here he goes again. 10th wave of the heat. A little deep.
Oh. That was a bit weird, just getting that wipe out. Of course, the semi-final against Taj. Taj seemed to have his number. Kelly just couldn't find the wave. And then when Taj had those 2 sevens, Kelly just came through with, I think, was it 8-7?
Yeah, there was a flurry of waves there, back and forth. They went within 4 or 5 minutes. They each caught 2 or 3 waves, and Kelly, he was a little stronger, finished with a couple 8s where Taj had a couple 7s, and then Taj was still in it. He had 2 chances at the end of the heat where he was unable to pull off his airs, and unfortunately he lost to Kelly, and it was a close heat, really tough heat.
Yeah, it was really tough, and Taj showed his frustration when he didn't land that last air. It looked like he'd done all the hard work, but he didn't complete it. And Kelly, of course, he's just having one of those magic days. Looks like another rain squall heading our way here in Puerto Rico. We're about 2.5 minutes of wrapping for 2010, and it's been
an amazing day. We started off with heavy rain this morning early. The contest on hold. The forecast was for rain all day.
Yeah, rain all day, like 8 inches.
But when Kelly went out in the water, the sun came out, tubes were everywhere, and we've had one of the greatest days of competition I can remember.
Yeah, it's been an amazing day, a pretty unforgettable week, a dramatic week here throughout.
A lot of different emotions going on. Yeah. Kelly's speech after he won the title on the beach with Jody was something that I'll remember forever.
Yeah.
So much emotion. You don't see him like that very often. He has a lot of wins. This has been a really dear and close one to him, and Andy was so close to him.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, just today and, the surfing we saw yesterday has been... it's been really positive, and it's the best of pro surfing and some of the best things about surfing and the surfers we've seen on display in the last 48 hours. And Kelly in cruise mode here. He knows 1.5 minutes to go. He's got this one in the bag. That's Bede Durbridge. What's he going to do? Setting off the bottom, big carving turn.
He's got a nice section ahead of him to line up something cool.
Oh, just can't land. It looks a little bit awkward on that landing. Hope he didn't hurt his ankle.
Yeah, I think his board didn't rotate as far as his body.
Yeah, exactly. And, there's Kelly. This will be event win number 45.
Unbelievable records he's setting with every heat he wins. His win percentage goes up. It's unfathomable what Kelly's accomplished in the sport of surfing.
Yeah.
And with any athlete, you compare him to any sport, any athlete. He's my vote for the best athlete of all time.
Yeah, it's hard to comprehend. And the thing about Kelly, surfed against and across 3 generations. Surfed against Tom Curran in his first heat way back in, I think it might have been 92.
92 was his first world title.
92 his first world title.
Yes.
Yeah, and then I think he lost his first heat ever And, well, he hasn't lost many since then, as he sits at the top of the record books in professional surfing, as you said, Shay, across all sports. So not many people can say they've competed for 18 years and won 10 world titles. And the big thing is, Kelly hasn't been following as surfing's progressed over the last, 5 to 8 years. He's sort of been leading in many ways. And just that inspiration he draws from people like Dane Reynolds and Geordie Smith, which he acknowledges in, every time he wins an event. And I think that's just really done it for him. So
and here we go. We're counting down to crowning the Rip Curl Search Pro Champion Kelly Slater, 2010. One last wave to come in and just put on a great show for everyone the whole event. Surfing, he's been able to, it's unbelievable.
Well, bit of a victory lap for Kelly Slater and an amazing win. And what an amazing day. So Kelly Slater, victory number 45, 10 world titles. And, I think this is one of the events he hasn't won, of course. And there's not many.
The globe. He's getting the trophy here. And the beach is loving it. They've just come out in support for the whole event. For Kelly Slater, growing up in Florida, so close to here. He feels like he's at home. He said it's the closest he's ever competed to home in a World Tour event. Yeah. And this couldn't be a better spot for him to bring it all home.
And, of course, what's he... he's just got to go. Like, his emotions at the moment, he's just going to say, well, here's another one. A big plus today. Bede Durbridge. Well, great result for Bede. He was sitting at number 8 coming into this event. He'll move up the ratings. Probably be knocking on the door at number 5 after this one. And... well, it's second last event of the year. The tour now heads off to Hawaii for the Triple Crown, of course, Pipeline Masters starting in early December. And Kelly, could he make number 46? Won that event before. He'll be pretty comfortable out there.
You'd think he'd lay off a little, but he won't. He's going to be going for the win. He loves the surf pipeline, and even just the fact that he'll be out there with his friends competing, it's going to be really nice for him to just cruise without the world title on the line.
Yeah, it's there you go, Bede Durbridge. Oh, look, obviously they're talking about Bede's crease, the board. That's what cracks me up in a lot of ways, Shay. So the event's over, bang. As we've been saying this week, the Pro Tour, it is a surfing family. 10 or 11 years you're on it. Travel the same crew every year. You see each other week in, week out. You both checking. Someone gets hit for excess baggage. You try and
There's a different person in line.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, sucked in. I'm going to this girl over here.
Yeah. No, we are really close. It's a small community of surfers on the World Tour, and a lot of the guys, have so many experiences where we've just helped each other out, and someone's been there for you in a bind, and it's just, it's really emotional. Everyone, what's going on this week, and it's been great to see Kelly.
Yep, and we'll be back with more right after this break. Well, here we are, back to you live from somewhere in Puerto Rico. The Rip Curl Pro Search for 2010 has just wrapped up. Kelly Slater, an incredible display, scored a 10 in that final.
And an 8.77 and a 7.5. Pretty much just perfect surfing, perfect heat. This entire event, he's been unstoppable.
Yeah, unstoppable, of course. Throughout this day and the event, there's just been an amazing display of surfing. Performance surfing in 2010 is absolutely incredible. And there was time show just watching those heats, and there was some memorable heats across all rounds. Just sort of go like, when will this progression end? Because 5 or 10 years ago, you thought they can't keep getting better, but they do.
Yeah, and these surfers, they just keep pushing themselves every heat, every event. And it was great to watch. The highlight package this morning had me just in disbelief of what they pulled off yesterday.
Yeah, there was some incredible heats. The one that stood out for mine was that fourth round heat between Taj Taylor and Dane Reynolds. And look at the crowd down there, absolutely going mental. These people Shay, they're incredibly fortunate. Think of all the places in the world where we hold surfing events, and they were
he's
here.
still surfing for him. He's putting on a show with about a 20-meter floater.
He doesn't want to come in.
Yeah,
Wow.
Crowd's going riot. He's claiming it.
He is claiming it. So what a magic day. And Kelly Slater, of course, we're going to keep mentioning his name because the day is all about him, of course, winning his 10th world title. And
this event. He dedicated it to his dear friend Andy Irons in a memorable speech after that. He's so happy. He's got his family here. His brother flew in last night. So many friends here in the island coming from Florida. People I've never seen an event, a World Tour event. They came down from Florida to show their support for Kelly, show their support for professional surfing.
Well, that's right, and taking advantage of, as you said, a rare event close to Kelly's in your home state of Florida, and it's just been just one of those days. And Kelly Slater has non-stop, and you can tell he just sort of just relishes that crowd support. And as a pro surfer, you sort of. That display you're putting on, entertaining the crowd. You can really see the surfers, getting a crowd like this. It doesn't happen. Sometimes they're surfing in really out-of-the-way places, out at Chopu where there's people in the channel, but there's nothing like this where you've got,
No, this is open to the public here, right on the beach. Breaks
How
close.
many people are on there?
Yeah, they're spread out for just up and down any nook and cranny they can fit into.
Yeah.
And they love it, and they love Kelly Slater. They love watching this event. They love that Rip Curl brought this event to their shores.
Yeah, it is a great event. Of course, this was the 6th Rip Curl Pro Search, a unique event because it has a floating license. So each year it goes to a different location. Not sure where next year's is, but in the past,
the beauty of it.
Yeah, that is the beauty of it. Neil Ridgway did tell me they're down to about 4 or 5 locations, and of course they'll have to make the decision on that pretty soon because the logistics to put
starts tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. You got to get support of the local surfing community, support of the local authorities and politicians, and get the ball rolling. Because to bring an event of this size in anywhere is just massive these days. The infrastructure, the amount of staff, the communication, of course, with the broadcast and the webcast these days. It is like it's an outside sporting event.
Definitely. And to go mobile.
Yeah, go mobile, and I don't know where we'll go next year, but think of where we've been in the past. Of course, Reunion Island, which Mick Fanning won, of course, and then we saw Andy
Irons in Chile and somewhere in Mexico. Unbelievable performances.
Yeah, Bruce wins somewhere in Bali, and of course Mick Fanning winning last year somewhere in Portugal. We had such a good time there. They put on a permanent event in Portugal, and now here we are in Puerto Rico.
Another huge success. And Kelly Slater, we're seeing him getting cheered up. The crowd is just all around him. He's so pumped right now. Look at him.
Biggest crowd I've seen. This is the biggest crowd I've actually seen on the beach since last year's Rip Curl Pro Search in Portugal, where one day we had 15 to 20,000 people on the beach. I think that crowd here is up with that one. Wes Toth, the local surfer, he told me, which I thought was pretty funny, they wouldn't get this many people to come see the governor.
No.
I said, well, I hope not.
But this is Kelly Slater.
That's right, this is Kelly Slater, and this is pro surfing, and you know what? People around the world, you've just seen some spectacular pictures brought to you over the last week. Of course, we had 2 momentous things happen here with Steph Gilmore winning her 4th consecutive world title. That's never been done before, not even by Kelly in the first 4 years on the tour. And then Kelly coming through with his 10th world title, 45th career victory. So
a lot of chairs up the beach.
Yeah. I know, they've had to swap actually. Got a few different carriers this time because
you got to train for that,
Well, look, what's Kelly weigh?
165.
Oh, there you go. So it's not like, imagine it's not like chairing Geordie or Dane.
No, you need to get the bouncers to do that. Security.
That's right. So there you go, Kelly Slater, 2010 Rip Curl Pro Search champion from Florida and current new world champion.
Unbelievable. Coming from Florida, Cocoa Beach, such a small little beach town with horrible waves, I'm sorry to say, but just small, mushy little waves. He's won the Eddie, he's won the world title 10 times, he's won a Pipeline. He's conquered the world.
Yeah. I mean, on the face of it, you think, hey, Florida, it's not going to turn up lots of good surfers, but how many surfers?
And we owe that all to Kelly Slater.
Yeah,
there was generations before Kelly that kind of brought him in, but then when he raised the level and won that world title, and then me and my brother and the Hobgoods and so many other, the Geiselmans right now are slipping in. Yeah, we all looked up to Kelly.
Yeah, well, think about it. You just rattled off like 6 people there who've been at the top level of pro surfing for the last 10 to 15 years or 18 years. And it's pretty amazing stuff. So, as you say, like, Shay, for you, coming from the the small beach breaks at Florida. He came here to Puerto Rico, and I remember you saying to me earlier in the week, this was your first experience of powerful waves.
And reef, and urchins, and all those things that you need to conquer around the world that you don't have in Florida.
Yeah.
It was really a stepping stone. You saw a lot of these waves come in, and they're similar to off the wall or backdoor almost in the way they break over the reef and ledge out really quick and fast, and a lot of power here.
Yeah, there's a lot of power and a lot of variety of surf.
Look at Sal and the boys and his girlfriend and all the crew. This is a great moment in surfing history.
It is, and there's a journo from Channel 7, the 7 Network in Australia. So the media from all over the world as well knew this was going to be a memorable week. They wanted to be here to cover the record-breaking Kelly Slater.
His brother Steven right next to him. He's been so close to his brothers. They've been so important. They all surf. They're all exceptional surfers in their own right.
Yeah,
and have Steven right there on the shoulder, so close to home. That's cool.
It is cool. There's Belly, of course, in the front there. And, magic moments all around. It's been happening all day. And just spectacular stuff. Seen some incredible surfing, some huge scores going down, like, 8s, 9s, and a 10. Now, I think that's only the 4th or 5th 10 of this 2010 year. We'll may see 1 or 2 more at Pipeline. We normally do at Backdoor or Inside Pipeline as they strut their stuff, and that'll be the last event of the year. Starting, I think, around December the 5th, the Billabong Pro Pipeline Masters. So plenty of action coming up still in the world of professional surfing, and that overview of the beach, Shay, that's not a lot of sand left down there.
No, and Kelly's had a long walk through that. He still hasn't made his way to see Jody, and still a long time before he even gets to the tower.
Yeah, and of course we'll be doing the presentation up here on the scaffolding, and Mick Fanning, it's great, he is here and he'll be presenting the World Championship
Last
trophy.
year's world champion, Mick Fanning, giving it away to Kelly Slater this year.
Yep, so great stuff, and there's the overview of the beach, people making their way up the stairway and across to the main scaffolding area. So a magic day, and it's still to happen. Of course, presentation, both the Rip Curl Pro Search for 2010 and the 2010 World Title.
A couple big titles to hand out right now.
Yeah, it's going to come to you live from somewhere in Puerto Rico. Kelly acknowledging the crowd, and I think he really did feed off that crowd over the last few days.
Yeah, he's been great all year. He's been signing a ton of autographs, really getting into it, and just sharing the experiences with his fans. They're going to give him that's a valuable hat right there.
And that, people will be hustling for those hats, and I wanted to be signed before he threw it. That would be the one. Okay, number 10, KS. Chuck it out there, see how you go. But Kelly, the crowd really enjoying this opportunity, and why wouldn't they? They have been very blessed to see it all come down here in Puerto Rico, and great to see them come out in such numbers to support pro surfing and, of course, Kelly Slater. It's just been a sensational week.
Year.
It has been a great year. Kelly, he came through with 4 wins, I think.
Yes. His 4th win. He really turned it on in the end here. Even when he wasn't winning, he was getting seconds, and made it really difficult on their fellow world title contenders. Brody Smith was the last one to hang in, and when Kelly beat Adriano today, the title was out of his reach.
And that's right. And didn't he do that in fine style? Sort of did it in the first 10 minutes with 2 incredible waves, and that was just. The waves then, the whole bit, we had sunshine, offshore conditions, really good, fun waves, and, high-scoring surfing. And I really do think it was pro surfing at its best. And,
high-performance surfing at its best. I talked about it earlier. I have never seen so much action, so many guys going as hard as they can into every section.
Yeah, and, this sort of waves we had here, it's a perfect venue for these guys, and you could really see the complete performance of all the surfers. Had everything from barrel sections to big hack sections to air sections, and it really did allow them to just do everything they could possibly do.
A lot of media on hand to watch Kelly here. We're going to be interviews for hours with Kelly Slater as he accepts his 10th world title, the Rip Curl Search Pro title. Incredible day.
Yep, it is an incredible day, and Kelly down there. I'm not sure if Jody's going to be able to get in there. It doesn't look like it.
It's looking pretty crowded.
Well, she's going to do. He's just doing a bit of media there. So, without doubt, because we'll be hustling Kelly out of that very soon and moving him to the main stage where we'll broadcast a presentation live, and we'll have all the usual dignitaries down there. representatives of the sponsors, of course, Puerto Rico, Pro Surfing, and we'll see Mick Fanning pass over that World Championship trophy. Huge crowd there. They got traffic jam out of here. Shape.
I think a lot of people are running their cars right now to beat the traffic, and the other night you guys got stuck in a 2-hour traffic.
Oh, mate, I'm not even going to think about getting in my car for another hour.
I might surf into the dark myself.
I think that's probably a good idea, and get some waves out there. I've got a feeling it might be a little bit crowded out there after this.
Or remember, the celebration might start.
Yeah, but I was going to say, but one thing I do know, I don't think there'll be many of the top 32 surfers out there, because when you go out, you think, oh, there's only 10 guys out there, and you paddle out and realise that...
10 of them are the best surfers in the world.
Exactly, you tend to...
they get a lot of waves.
They do. They seem to paddle very quickly, and they don't really give a lot of leeway to...
Guys like you?
No, they don't. I do try and bribe them with a cover occasionally. So you give me this wave, I'll give you the cover shot.
Yeah, that's a pretty good bribe.
Yeah, it did work occasionally, but it hasn't worked for quite some time. And, well, Kelly, the centre of attention, we've got representatives of every surfing magazine and surfing website in the world here today. And, communication of this event, it's instant. It's not the old days where you'd wait for the magazines to come out and you'd hope to, you could get all the inside info and see the great photos 10 days or 3 weeks after the event. Now everyone's seen it happen live. They've got
live on the webcast. You can pull it up on your phone.
Yeah, on your phone. Replays, Fuel TV, the comfort of your lounge room, and the progression of this is just progression of the communication of pro surfing over the last few years. Shay, it's been pretty dramatic, and even since just the last few years since you retired, it's just stepped up to another level.
Yeah, everyone's on Facebook, on Twitter, on the accounts. You can watch it. Your phones, the technology in your phone, and being able to watch while you're driving. You have the phone over there, and you're hearing scores come in, and it's dangerous. But I don't.
I know, it's hard to get a lot of work done, of course. And coming up to the Hawaiian leg very soon, we've got 3 events there, and always mesmerising. You've got venues like Haleiwa, Sunset, and of course Pipeline for the final World Championship Tour of the year. There's plenty more excuses, or I should say reasons, to check out your computer and watch all the live action.
It's a great time for pro surfing.
It really is.
Yeah.
It really is, and I think people get a wider appreciation of it now. It's something you don't have to be a core surfer to watch and appreciate, especially with the level of athleticism we're seeing from the surfers these days. And
it's been cool to see everyone training and getting their coaches, and you can see in the performances how well it's transferred over to the water. With stronger competitors, better competitors with the coaching. You're seeing in the performances.
Well, that's right. When they ride it, throw themselves in such a difficult position, and just the strength of the knees and legs and flexibility, and just the intuitive riding,
the reflex, the muscle memory, everything's going into every wave, and it's
Well, it's all about to happen, and we are going to throw down to our Master of Ceremonies for the presentation here. None other than Rip Curl Global Marketing Director Neil Ridgway. Neil, take it away.
The legend, give him a cheer. Well, welcome everybody to the Rip Curl Pro Surge somewhere in Puerto Rico presentation ceremonies again. And what a great day it's been here in Puerto Rico, a historic day. Look at your watch, look at the time, look at the date, and remember where you were at this time for the rest of your lives. You were here when Kelly Slater won his 10th ASP World title. First of all, I'd like to thank our major sponsors, the Puerto Rican Tourism Company, who we couldn't have done it without their invite, their help, their assistance. We love Puerto Rico. 3 cheers for Puerto Rico. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip. On your Puerto Rico. Also our official sponsors, Coors Light. I think we might drink a few of those tonight. What do you think? Jeep, the official vehicle of the Rip Curl Pro Search. Snickers, JetBlue, Power Balance, Skull Candy, and all our local sponsors and media partners. And of course the great cities and municipalities of Aguadilla and Isabela. Thank you very much for having us. And to the local surfers for giving us and the ASP surfers your wave, we thank you very much. Unreal, we couldn't have done it without you. So I'd like to call and introduce Mr. Ramon Carrada, the Marketing Director of the Puerto Rico Tourism Company. He's going to bring a speech. I think the athletes are with us. The surfers are there. They're not there. That's all right. I'll talk to Ramon. Come on out, Ramon. Of course, Kelly, with that momentous occasion, he's over there. He's got a lot of supporters. He's got a lot of fans. He's a happy man. It's going to take him a little longer than usual. Ramon, what did you think when we first said we were going to bring the event to Puerto Rico?
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you for everyone being here today and supporting this event. When we started this, we thought that we could do a great event. We have the ways, we have the people, we have the infrastructure, but never in my dreams I could say that we could have 2 champions crowned in Puerto Rico. So, on behalf of everyone in Puerto Rico, I would like to congratulate the ASP for being here, Rip Curl, everyone here for being today and supporting this event. You have seen one of the greatest shows on earth in surfing in Puerto Rico. I'm pretty sure this will be remembered forever. So here's the champions. Congratulations.
Cheers, mate. Well done. What a great day. Well done, B. Folks, here they are, your finalists in the Rip Curl Pro Search. Bede Durbidge and Kelly Slater. Bede, tell us, mate, you had a big day today. You surfed incredibly well. How did you feel out there in the final?
Yeah, I felt good going into the final and just kind of building momentum the whole way through. But yeah, Kelly just stopped me with that 10, and yeah, but it was a great event, and everyone was surfing for Andy, and they were passionate in their heats, and yeah, it was just a great contest.
It's an outstanding place to come for the search, and of course, Kelly, you picked up a few things today along the way. You had a pretty good day, right? It was a pretty perfect moment in time for you.
Pretty much. I mean, to be, this is the only event close to my home. When I was a kid, I spent a lot of time in Puerto Rico when I was a teenager, and I used to surf a lot of contests at Hobos when I was a kid, so and wilderness. So it was like a homecoming for me. A lot of my buddies here I've known for 25 years, and to surf with Dylan. I used to surf with Dylan's dad in Florida when I was a kid, and it was a special time to be close to Florida and to win the 10th, and have that wave in the final. There's nothing else I could add to it, and like Bede said, we were all surfing for Andy, and we were all feeling like a special feeling in the water, and I want to thank all you for taking the moment of silence before the heat and that crazy rainbow out of nowhere.
Well, mate, what you're looking at, folks, here is a great moment in time, and we're going to get Ramon to present some special awards from the people of Puerto Rico. Ramon, these awards are for who?
Yeah, on behalf of the Puerto Rico Tourism Company, everyone here from Puerto Rico, this is a special gift. It's an aircraft of Old San Juan for Bede. Thank you for being here in Puerto Rico. Congratulations on the event, and good luck the rest of the season.
Well, there he is, folks, Bede Durbidge, one of the greatest in world surfing. Very worthy finalist today, and Ramon.
And once again, on behalf of everyone from Puerto Rico and the staff of the Puerto Rico Tourism Company and everyone watching from at home and all over the world and everyone here at the beach from Puerto Rico, this is for a champion, Kelly Slater. Congratulations.
On you, Kelly. He's going to have excess baggage taking all the trophies home. That's for sure. Well, thank you, Ramon. If you could just slide along past the boys there, don't fall off. We don't want to lose you.
I'll go on the other side.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, yeah, we're getting more trophies.
Got a few more trophies to come. Okay, I'd like to introduce to the stage now a man who has been involved in professional surfing since its inception. He's the founder of Rip Curl, and his name is Mr. Doug Claw Warbrick, to present the trophies. He's done it a few times to you before, hasn't he? Given you a few trophies to Bede and to Kelly. Claw. Never a globe. Well, the first from Claw. Here he is, Claw Warbrick, folks. This is Bede to Bede. Hand it over. There it is, your runner-up, boys and girls. It's B. Durbidge. Good on you, mate. A great surfer, a great champion. Wow. Okay, so yeah, we've got to be careful with the next one coming along. Here it is, Kelly. You said you've got a few bells. You've got 4 bells, haven't you?
Do I? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, you got 4 of those, but you've never had this one. This is really heavy, so you guys are going to have to be careful. There it is, folks, the Rip Curl Pro Search Planet. Kelly Slater! You! Where's the Sherpas? You can spin it. You've got to win it to spin it. Spin it. Put your finger where it is next year. Hey, that's it. Well, mate, I've got a question for you. You're going to be in it next year. Of course, you get a wild card anyway, but you're going to run the tour next year?
I don't know yet. I haven't really thought about that too much. Now I can soak in and think about that.
Well, if you don't, you've got a wild card. There he is, folks, the Rip Curl Pro Search Champion, Kelly Slater! And Pete Durbidge, our runner-up from North Stratty. Good on you, Pete. Okay, boys. Kelly, we might pass that one back down. There it is. Where's it going to be? Maybe. Okay, now we come to the big one, folks. It's coming back. Brody Carr from ASP, the CEO, will come out. He will present to Kelly a bonus check. A round of applause as he leaves B. Durbidge, folks. What a great competitor. True gentleman of the sport. Well, Kelly now, this is the first time this check's been presented by Brody Carr. It's a $100,000 bonus check. It's going straight over the bar at the Marriott tonight, I believe.
Yeah, probably.
Here it is, Brody Carr, $100,000 world champ bonus check, folks. Big money in professional surfing. On you, Kelly, you deserve it. I heard you were going to get 10 million. There it is.
Are we done?
Nearly done. This is the big one. Bringing it out, the trophy is the 2007 and 2009 ASP World Champion. To hand it over in traditional manner to Kelly Slater, Mick Fanning, folks. What a great moment for the guys. Good on you, Kelly. You! $10, unprecedented. You're looking at a man who's as important as Muhammad Ali, as Tiger Woods, as Lance Armstrong. He's beat them all. This is one of world sport's legendary performers, and he will go down in history for the next 1,000 years as one of the greatest ever athletes of all time. He's right up there with Ali, if you ask me. He's as good as Ali. He's probably better. Works well, that trophy. You! He's given us all a lot of pleasure over the years, folks. Kelly, a final word to the crowd.
Gracias a todo el mundo.
You!
Also, there's a lot of friends here from Florida and from the East Coast. I want to thank all you guys for coming down. Everyone in Puerto Rico, thanks you guys. Thanks for sharing the waves here at Middles. That support, the support you guys gave to me was pretty crazy, but the support for Dylan Graves was crazy. That was, I don't like to be on the receiving end of that. But anyways, that was a really exciting contest, and I'm really stoked to come back to Puerto Rico and surf. It's been way too long, so I'll see you guys again soon.
Kelly Slater, folks. A legend, a true legend. Mate, you've given us so much pleasure in the last 20 years of surfing. It's an honour to be here with you and to see you today. Thanks, mate. Thank you so much. On ya. There he goes. The champ, folks, Kelly Slater. And as I said, he is a massive name in world sport. before we cross back to the box. Just put it in perspective. You're looking here today on this beach in Puerto Rico, somewhere in Puerto Rico, at a true icon. So never forget this moment, and good on you, Kelly. Back to you boys in the booth.
All right, well, thank you, Neil Ridgway, and well, what a presentation that was.
Unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, it was, and you could feel the emotion there. I think Neil Ridgway got a little bit teary there at the end when he thanked Kelly for his contribution to the sport and to life over the last 20 years. And we'll show you, you're a long-term friend of Kelly's, Floridian. You must take a fair bit of pride, fellow Floridian. And
Always.
just
Impressive stuff. Everyone in Florida is just such a fan of Kelly and what he's been able to accomplish, and we feel with every win, we feel good.
Yeah, I can well imagine you would. And, you got to wonder, okay, he said he hasn't thought about 2011. I don't expect he'll really start thinking about that until, probably going into the
Tomorrow
other
morning.
side of the pipe. Yeah, tomorrow morning. And as Neil said, you get an automatic wild card to next year's event when you win them. So he'll probably turn up at least 4 events, I would imagine.
No, definitely. There's some events that are so special to him. Tahiti, Pipeline, the Rip Curl events have been great. So.
Yeah. And so we'll probably see, I'm sure we'll see Kelly Slater competing in a contest singlet somewhere, sometime next year. Now, I hope you enjoyed the event. We've been here, it's been a momentous 10 or 14 days here in Puerto Rico for many reasons. But, as far as the surfing went, sensational stuff. We saw Steph Gilmore win her 4th world title course and win the Rip Curl Pro Search for 2010. Kelly Slater did exactly the same thing, won the world title at the quarterfinals, his 10th world title, and went on to win the event. And
Has that ever happened before?
I don't think so. I don't think we've ever seen both men's and women's.
A lot of history going down this week.
Yeah, a lot of history. And just to top it off, he got a 10 in the final.
Yeah, great stuff. He got 9.87 the heat before.
Yeah, exactly. Just amazing stuff. So, well, thanks once again for joining us here. We're going to leave you pretty soon with the highlights. Thanks everyone on Fuel TV for watching around the world, and you'll be back, of course, with the next event, the Billabong Pro at Banzai, and also, the Rip Curl Pro Search will be back somewhere in, we don't know
2011.
where.
We know that.
Yeah, we just don't know where. It's down to four places, and you'll find out that when we announce that at the Rip Curl Pro at Bells Beach at Easter. So, hope you had a good time. See you next time, and here's the highlight package to take you out. Bye-bye.
Enjoy.
Back on it. Throw that one away. I'm right in there. Can't wait. Game on. inside waves and it paying off and got that last 9 and sealed the deal.
Girl Pro Search 2008 from Honolulu, Hawaii.
West Coast, baby.
Okay, you thought that you'd heard the last of me, but you haven't. The Coors Light concert is on over at the main stage. Don't forget to get over there, watch some great music, listen to some great music, dance the night away, celebrate the 10 world titles, the Rip Curl Pro Search, the fact that we're in Puerto Rico. I'm frothing! I can't wait to get over there! Ah, Puerto Rico!
No te rías de la voz del mío Richway, yo soy Fran La Voz González y eso va a ser todo, pero no se olviden que en la tarima de Coors Light hay música y hay mucha razón para celebrar Puerto Rico, en lo que proclamamos una 4 veces campeona mundial de surfing y un 10 veces campeón mundial de surfing, y esos dos estelares en las damas y en los hombres fueron los campeones del Rip Curl Pro Search 2010 somewhere in Puerto Rico. Neil, we will have you back one way or another, as well as all of the Rip Curl crew, my friend.
Mate, we can't wait to get back here. We've got to go home for a little while, unfortunately, but we will be back. We will be back. You know who else I want to thank that I didn't thank? I want to thank the ASP and all the ASP staff who came here, the judges, the computer operators, the tour managers, everybody who works on the tour, the photographers, all of the world media. Thank you to them as well, and to our broadcast crew and Rip Curl team, alongside our volunteers. Muchas gracias.